Hey everyone, before we begin our slow drift into the life of a 17th century West African queen, do me a small favor. If you enjoy soothing tales of forgotten courts and clever diplomacy, go ahead and click like, and if you haven't already, subscribe for more gentle history. Let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's strangely comforting to see our quiet corner of the world now find a cozy spot. Dim the lights, maybe pull a soft blanket up to your chin, and turn on a low fan or a gentle sound machine for that steady background hum. Imagine you're seated under the wide branching baobab tree, listening for distant drum beats carried on the warm evening breeze. Tonight's journey takes us to 17th century Ndongo and Matamba, where a nimble-witted ruler named Nzinga navigated colonial pressures, shifting alliances, and delicate court rituals. She learned to read European treaties like chess moves, rode into battle atop a richly caparisoned steed, and held audiences that balanced ritual grace with strategic cunning. In a world ruled by armies and empire, she made her voice as resonant as any cannon. But before we settle into Nzinga's dramatic standoffs and midnight councils, let's ease into her childhood by the riverbanks of the Kwanza. Picture her still known simply as Changamiri, practicing the soft click of early diplomatic greetings, long before she claimed her throne. Let's breathe deeply together as the moon rises over the Angolan plains, and slide into the first chapter of the entire biography of Queen Nzinga, to drift off to childhood beneath the baobab forging a princess of Ndongo. Begin by closing your eyes and imagining the slow bend of the Kwanza River as it curves through the emerald green plains of 16th century, and at dawn, mist drifts over shallow pools and water lilies, while reed birds trill sleepily in the reeds. Here, in a modest palace of thatched wood and woven mats, the infant Changamiri Nzinga first opened her eyes beneath the protective arms of a great baobab tree. Her father, Ngola Kiluanji, sat on a low wooden stool at the water's edge each morning, his silhouette framed by early sunlight. He watched the river's flow as if reading the future in its ripples. This was a chief who believed that leadership was as much about listening as about speaking, and from the moment Nzinga could toddle, she learned to sit quietly beside him while he greeted visiting envoys. You can almost feel the damp earth beneath your fingers as you crouch beside her, mimicking the polite bow that her father's court required. In these early years, she was not yet called queen or even Nzinga, with emphasis on her later acronyms. She was Changamiri, a name meaning conqueror's daughter, but still too young to grasp its weight. Her playthings were simple: a carved wooden doll dipped in red ochre, miniature sandals woven of palm fiber, and a small clay bowl that she insisted on filling with smooth river pebbles. But these toys were also her first lessons in diplomacy. She offered pebbles as gifts to her nursemaids, learned to bow her head when receiving theirs, and discovered that the act of giving could ensure a warm smile or a whispered praise. By the time you reach her 5th birthday, the palace courtyard is alive with the bustle of courtiers, musicians, and slave traders. Ndongo's economy depended partly on capturing rivals in neighboring kingdoms. Yet even as drums thundered in the distance, the young princess spent long afternoons with her tutor, Ngola's elderly advisor, a man known for his deep knowledge of neighboring tribes. He drew maps in red sand, tracing borders between Ndongo and Matamba, Congo and Mambudu lands, teaching her that politics was a game of lines and loyalties. You feel the warmth of the afternoon sun on your back as you crouch beside the page drawn in sand, feeling the ridges of each river and mountain. Language lessons came next. Portuguese traders had brought metal tools and rosary beads, and with them came letters in an unfamiliar script. Even before she could fully speak Kimbandu, the princess began to learn syllables of Portuguese: senhor, tratado, guerra. You sensed the weight of those words as they rolled off her tongue, soft and hesitant at first, then more confident. They were the keys to understanding both the gifts and threats that arrived by canoe each wet season. Her mother, a noblewoman from a smaller Mbundu principality, taught a different set of rituals. Under flickering oil lamps in a private pavilion, she guided Nzinga's small fingers through the intricate weaving of a ceremonial hairstyle. Each braid represented a bond between clans, with ancestors, and even with the spirits of the baobab grove. The scent of palm oil and sweetgrass hung in the air as mother and daughter worked silently, invoking blessings with low chants. You can feel the brush of smooth comb tines through your hair, and imagine the weight of each braid, a reminder that identity and authority grew from deep roots. By the time Nzinga was 8, the palace hallways echoed with another sound: hammer striking metal. Her older brother, a potential heir, trained as a warrior, practicing with a round wooden shield and a spear carved from stiff bamboo. Nzinga insisted on watching his drills, her dark eyes following each measured step. When he paused to rest, she would squat beside him, tracing a finger along the edge of the shield, asking, "Why is it shaped like the sun?" His answer that the circular form was meant to protect its bearer, just as the sun protects the world with its heat, held a lesson about guardianship that she never forgot. You can hear the soft thud of wooden practice strikes and feel the tension in Nzinga's small shoulders as she absorbed this symbolic teaching. Occasionally, the Portuguese would arrive, cutting through the reeds in fragile canoes painted white. Their red cloth sails fluttered like strange birds against the sky. They offered mirrors, cloth dyed in rich blues, and small metal bells. But they also arrived with muskets and treaties written on parchment. Nzinga watched them from the palace steps, her brow furrowed, trying to decipher whether these newcomers were friends or looming threats. You almost taste the metallic hint in the humid air as she lifted a delicate metal mirror to her face, studying her own reflection for signs of power or frailty. Every meal unfolded like a quiet ceremony. You sit on the ground beside her as she dips plantain into a thick sauce of palm oil and ground nuts. Each bite taught her patience for an Ndongo. Food was not merely fuel, but a statement of hospitality and alliance. When visiting envoys arrived, bearing exotic fish from the coast or honeycombs from mountain hives, she learned to accept each morsel with a slow nod, knowing that a single curt refusal could sour fragile relations. You feel the warmth of the earthen bowl against your palm, the slight stickiness of palm wine on your lips, and understand that nourishment and negotiation were two sides of the same coin. But the most solemn lessons came at night, under a sky thick with stars. The palace drummers played a low, steady rhythm, each beat echoing across the courtyard. Nzinga's father would gather his children and advisors beneath a moonlit pavilion to recount the glories and mistakes of past rulers. The tale of a long ago Ngola who ignored warnings of a neighboring invasion became a cautionary parable about arrogance. A story of a queen who forged peace through carefully chosen marriage alliances taught her that strategy could triumph over strength. Alone, you lean in closer, feeling the night air cool your skin. As you think, how might a clever ruler write her own story among these cautionary legends? At 12, Nzinga stood at the riverbank herself, now long enough legged to peer over the water and glimpse her reflection, a poised figure draped in a robe of woven cotton, hair bound in 7 intricate braids. She lifted her chin in silent challenge to the ripples, as if daring them to tell her who she would become. That moment of quiet defiance is the first spark of the woman you will come to know as Queen Nzinga. The river shimmered with early evening light, and you can almost hear it whispering possibilities. Could a girl born under the Baobab command respect from foreign kings and senators? Could she learn to turn treaties into tools and betrayals into new alliances? As the night deepens and the crickets trill their steady song, you're left with one question hanging in the humid air like incense smoke. When the time came for her to claim her people's mantle standing between Ndongo's hopes and the weight of colonial ambition, how would those early lessons in diplomacy, ritual, and quiet observation guide her through the storm to come? As the first light of dawn filters through the woven mats, you find yourself back beneath the baobab's broad boughs. But today the air carries a new tension, the rumble of war drums in the distance and the scent of tightening alliances. Changami Nzinga, now in her late teens, has shed the title of Inquisitive Princess. She is at last stepping into the mantle of leadership, first as regent for her incapacitated brother, then as sovereign in her own right. The palace courtyard is awash in motion. Soldiers clad in leather jerkins and calico shirts practice spear drills before you, their rhythmic thuds echoing against wooden columns. Envoys in bright Portuguese cloaks pace under the shade of mango trees, awaiting audiences. Nzinga emerges from the main hall, her posture regal, a length of indigo cloth draped over one shoulder in Ndongo fashion, and a small but sharp-eyed retinue trailing behind her. You imagine the comforting warmth of the morning sun on your face as you step forward, drawn into her orbit. Her first test came swiftly. The Dutch fleet had arrived on the coast, threatening to contento Ndongo's lucrative ivory trade. Portuguese traders, desperate to maintain their monopoly, blamed Nzinga's father for undermining their forts at Priva. In truth, Kiluanji had simply demanded fairer prices for Ndongo's exports, but that was enough to spark a series of skirmishes along the riverbanks. Before long, the Portuguese governor in Luanda sent a diplomatic mission with 2 solemn demands: that Ndongo cede control of the Kwanza's lower reaches, and that Nzinga herself present tribute in the form of hostages and gold. You can feel your heart pick up pace as you picture Nzinga receiving these demands in the echoing shade of her audience chamber. Her voice was measured when she replied, neither submissive nor belligerent, but beneath her calm mask, a fierce determination burned. She offered the governor 7 great war canoes, painted white in a parcel of elephant tusks, but she balked. That handing over Ndongo's youth as pawns, those hostages, she argued, are the lifeblood of my people's future. Her refusal set the stage for a tense standoff that would test her early reign. Word of her defiance rippled through the region. Neighboring rulers sensed weakness in Ndongo's willingness to negotiate, but they also respected the deftness of her replies. One particularly shrewd move came when Nzinga learned that the Mbangala confederation of fierce mercenary warriors east of Ndongo were willing to sell their swords to the highest bidder. Under the cover of night, she dispatched her fastest couriers bearing chests of trade cloth and metal ornaments. By dawn, a small Mbangala contingent had arrived at her court, pledged to fight alongside her against any foreign incursion. Imagine standing at the edge of the clearing as these warriors painted in white earth and bearing broad axes in before Nzinga, their war drums beating greeting, a low throbbing pulse that seems to sync with your own heartbeat. Nzinga steps forward, extending a hand in welcome, her dark eyes steady. There is no outward show of grandeur, no royal fanfare, but in that gesture, you sense a profound understanding. Alliances are born in shared risk, not in empty ceremony. Yet even as her Mbangala allies bolstered Ndongo's defenses, the Portuguese governor refused to relent. In late 1622, he accused Nzinga of plotting with the Dutch and Mbangala to seize Luanda itself. He demanded her presence alone on a small island in the river, under vague assurances of friendly negotiation. Many counselors advised her to send a subordinate, but Nzinga surprised them all. She donned a man's jerkin, draped her indigo robe across her arm, and arrived on the island in person. Her retinue disbanded to the opposite shore. You can almost feel the river's gentle current tugging at the hull of her small boat as she disembarks alone onto French-tiled stone. Portuguese soldiers lined up, muskets slung, their polished boots gleaming. The governor himself stood atop a raised dais. He gestured curtly for Nzinga to sit, but she remained standing then. To the shock of every onlooker, she removed her riding boot and presented her bare foot. In Ndongo tradition, this was the ultimate refusal to submit. "I will not sit until equality is restored," she declared through an interpreter. For a moment, the world stilled. Sunlight glinted off muskets. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Then the governor, red-faced and flustered, ordered her a chair in acknowledgement of her dignity that even he could not ignore. In the months that followed, the treaty she negotiated recognized her authority over Ndongo's heartlands and secured concessions on trade tariffs. It was a rare diplomatic victory against a colonial power hand. The story of her bare foot became legend. Back in her palace, Nzinga took the old maps and red sand from her tutor and redrew them, carving out new borders and trade routes that wove through Mbangala territory and bypassed Portuguese forts. She invited captains of Dutch ships to her court, offering barrels of Ndongo's finest palm wine in exchange for agreements to purchase ivory at set prices. You can almost taste that wine, smooth, earthy, with a hint of smoke when you imagine dipping your cup into a wooden vat in the courtyard. Yet the governor of Luanda was not done. In 1624, he invaded Ndongo with a force of foot soldiers and muskets, hoping to preempt further alliances. Battles erupted along the riverbanks. Thunderous volleys rang out. Arrows hissed, and swirling clouds of palm frond dust rose into the sunlit sky. Nzinga, despite her diplomatic prowess, found herself thrust onto the battlefield. Clad in armor she had carefully negotiated from Dutch traders, she rode astride a stolen warhorse, her spear held high. Her Mbangala allies formed a vanguard, their wild war cries echoing across the plain. Close your eyes and feel the ground shake beneath the hooves. The acrid smoke of gunpowder and the thunder of drums as Nzinga's forces counterattacked. You can hear her commanding voice cutting through the chaos, a calm center in a maelstrom. The Portuguese lines wavered, then broke. The victory was hard when Nzinga lost close advisors, and the landscape was scarred by trenches and burning canoes, but Ndongo held its sovereignty. In the aftermath, she understood that military triumph alone would not secure lasting peace. She needed a new seat of power, one that would reflect her growing stature and strategic priorities. She chose the neighboring kingdom of Matamba to the east, long subservient to Ndongo but rich in gold mines and natural defenses. With careful negotiation and a show of force, she absorbed Matamba into her realm, proclaiming herself queen of both lands. Courtiers fashioned a new royal insignia, two crossed spears over a golden baobab leaf, symbolizing unity of Ndongo's strength and Matamba's fertility. Imagine the hush that fell when she first appeared in Matamba's capital, Malemba dressed in robes of deep crimson and gold thread, the new insignia pinned across her chest. Local nobles, accustomed to matrilineal rule, were wary, but when Nzinga spoke of sharing Matamba's wealth with her people and preserving local customs, they bowed, one by one, placing their spears at her feet in deference. In that moment, the baobab's endless branches, so often a symbol of her childhood, became a map of her expanding empire. By the end of her second decade, Queen Nzinga had transformed from a curious princess into a sovereign architect of diplomacy, war, and economic policy. She fused Ndongo's ancestral rituals with Portuguese-style court ceremonies, invited Jesuit missionaries while secretly preserving indigenous religious rites, and established a new capital where African, European, and Amerindian influences mingled in daily life. Under her rule, Matamba's gold and Ndongo's ivory flowed to new markets, and her courts resounded with Kimbandu song, Portuguese fado, and Mbangala war chants. Yet despite these triumphs, a quiet question lingered at court and in the whispers of foreign ambassadors. Could a realm unified by such delicate balances between African tradition and European influence, between dutiful ceremony and hard-won independence, truly endure beyond her lifetime? As you sit by the lantern-lit pavilion in Malemba's central square, the scent of evening jasmine swirling in the warm air, You sense the fragile threads that hold an empire together. How would Nzinga navigate the next tempest, the arrival of new colonial rivals, the rise of rival claimants to her throne, and the ever-shifting alliances among African kingdoms? More poignantly, could she weave a legacy strong enough to outlast her own mortality and secure a future for Ndongo and Matamba beyond her reign? Legacy in the winds Nzinga's final triumphs and enduring impact the years that follow. Triumphant consolidation of Ndongo and Matamba are marked by both steady governance and new challenges that test the very foundations of her rule. As you settle once more beneath the familiar baobab in Malemba's royal garden, the gentle hum of cicadas rises around you, weaving into the distant rhythms of court life. Nzinga, now in her middle years, presides over a realm that pulses with cross-cultural exchange. Yet she remains vigilant against the shifting tides of power beyond her borders. In the late 1620s, the Dutch presence along the Angolan coast grew stronger. Their ships, painted bright orange and black, called at ports where Portuguese garrisons once ruled unchallenged. Nzinga recognized an opportunity. After all, the Dutch sought allies against the Portuguese crown. She dispatched emissaries bearing crates of Ndongo ivory, red-dyed cotton, and Matamba gold to Dutch governors in Luanda and Cape Town. You can almost see those gleaming tusks laid out on a broad wooden table, their ivory surfaces glinting in torchlight as Dutch officials clad in buff coats and broad-brimmed hats nodded in respect and agreed to new trade agreements. These alliances, however, came with hidden costs. Dutch muskets were more reliable than the Portuguese matchlocks, but their powder was prone to dampness and tropical humidity. Nzinga's blacksmiths worked late into the night, experimenting with new iron alloys and waterproofed leather cartridges. Imagine the clang of hammers against anvils in Matamba's workshops, sparks dancing like fireflies as artisans toiled to keep her army supplied. Such efforts solidified Nzinga's reputation as both a prudent diplomat and a practical innovator. The most profound challenge to her legacy emerged not from European rivals but from within her own court. As Nzinga's children and nephews came of age, competing ambitions surfaced. Some nobles urged her to name a clear successor. Others whispered of uprisings among those who resented the rapid cultural shifts she had introduced. In 1635, a plot was uncovered. A faction of disaffected courtiers conspired to replace Nzinga with a puppet ruler more amenable to Portuguese influence. You sense the tension as Nzinga convenes a midnight tribunal beneath a canopy of lanterns. Her gaze is steady as she listens to the accusations, the voices rising and falling like distant ocean tides. Then, in a calm that sends ripples through the assembled council, she invokes the ancient covenant inscribed on the baobab's bark at her birth, that the ruler of Ndongo and Matamba must serve as guardian of her people's sovereignty above all. The conspirators are stripped of titles and lands. A handful are exiled beyond the Kasai River. The message is unmistakable. Treachery against realm will not stand. In the quiet aftermath, Nzinga turns her attention to institutional reforms designed to outlast any one ruler's lifespan. She commissions the construction of a new council hall in Malemba-wide, open pavilions supported by carved wooden pillars depicting scenes of Ndongo's founding myths and Matamba's origin stories. Their mixed assembly of nobles, military, commanders, and elected commoners meets monthly to debate policy, trade regulations, and infrastructure projects. You can almost hear the low murmur of voices as they discuss the construction of new granaries, the opening of markets in remote provinces, and plans for road building along ancient forest trails. Education becomes another pillar of her legacy. Nzinga establishes a modest school where children of all backgrounds learn to read Kimbandu and Portuguese script. She brings in Jesuit tutors while carefully ensuring that indigenous spiritual teachings continue in parallel so that a new generation might navigate both African traditions and European knowledge systems. Picture the dust-streaked courtyard where young students sit cross-legged on woven mats, tracing letters in ash dust on slate boards, their laughter drifting upwards like a promise of tomorrow. By the early 1640s, Nzinga's fame spreads far beyond Angola. European travelers record her court splendor. The scent of sweetgrass burned at dawn, the ripple of silk robes dyed in Ndongo's signature indigo, and the steady beat of Mbandu drums that announce every royal procession. Yet, as her health begins to wane, so too does the unity she forged so carefully. A prolonged drought in Matamba's highlands sparks local unrest. Ivory hunters clash with local chiefs over overhunting in Ndongo's forests. Nzinga dispatches mediators and oversees equitable sharing of resources, but weariness creeps into her policies. One crisp evening, when the sky is so clear that every star seems to pulse with ancient light, Nzinga gathers her grandchildren beneath the baobab once more. She retells the cautionary tales of her youth, the Ngola who ignored the river's warnings, the queen who brokered peace through marriage, and the regent who refused to bow her head on a Portuguese island. As the youngest child leans in, eyes wide with wonder, she traces a finger over the carved wooden insignia of crossed spears and a baobab leaf. Nzinga's voice is softer now, but it carries the weight of decades. Remember, she whispers that power is only as strong as those who choose to stand with you. Her death, in 1663, is met with a 3-day period of mourning throughout Ndongo and Matamba. Drums fall silent, markets close, and lamplighters walk through streets darkened in respect. Courtiers and commoners alike lay fresh palm leaves at her tomb, while bards recite her deeds in poetic versum, comparing her to the legendary warrior queen Nzinga of ancient song. Others to Cleopatra of distant shores. You can almost feel the hushed reverence in the air, as if the earth itself mourns the passing of a ruler who bent history to her will without ever breaking its fragile threads. In the centuries that follow, Nzinga's name becomes both myth and lesson. Portuguese colonial governors cite her negotiations as proof that African rulers can only win temporary concessions. Later, anti-colonial leaders draw inspiration from her defiance, invoking her barefoot on the river island as a symbol of unequal treaty repudiation. Modern historians rediscover her court records and letters, piecing together the nuances of her diplomacy and governance. Today, as you lie beneath your own canopy of blankets and pillows, you can trace Nzinga's influence in unexpected places. In Angola's national flag, which bears the image of a machete and gear symbols of labor and defense, she championed feminist histories that celebrate her role as a woman who claimed power in a male-dominated world. And in the persistence of Kimbandu language schools that recall her early investment in education, even the steady hum of fans or the gentle patter of rain against your window echoes her legacy of adaptation, finding harmony between tradition and innovation, dignity and necessity. As your eyes grow heavy and your breath slows, consider how a princess who once counted river pebbles and learned the art of diplomacy in the red sand maps became a sovereign whose strategies still inform modern leaders. Her story reminds us that resilience often wears the guise of routine rituals of greeting, strategic alliances forged over shared palm wine, and the quiet power of insisting on one's own worth. And so, as you drift toward slumber, carry this final thought with you. In every quiet negotiation you undertake, in every moment you choose dignity over defeat, you walk in the footsteps of Nzinga Mbandi, the baobab-sheltered princess who became an empress of both hearts and histories. Origins among citrus groves and copper alembics, you settle back into your favorite armchair, the soft hum of your fan like a distant sigh, as we leave the wide branching baobab of West Africa and slip beneath the soaring arches of a medieval Andalusian courtyard here. In the golden light of 12th century Cordoba, the air is heavy with the scent of orange blossoms and the gentle hiss of water from marble fountains. This is where young Fatima Al-Zahra first learned that healing is as much an art of patience as it is a science of substances. Fatima was born into a lineage of learned women. Her grandmother tended royal infirmaries. Her aunt catalogued dried roots and resins in the colorful libraries herbarium. But Fatima's earliest lessons came in the family's walled garden, where she knelt in soft soil beneath citrus trees, fingers brushing dew-damp leaves. Her grandmother, a matron known simply as al-Tabab, mother of the healer, showed her which leaves brushed gently between thumb and forefinger release menthol's cooling scent, and how crushed rose petals reddened a draught into a soothing cordial dot. By age 6, Fatima carried a small red basket into the garden each dawn, gathering sprigs of spearmint, lavender, and rosemary. You can almost taste the faint sweetness of lavender on your tongue as you imagine her kneeling beside you, carefully stripping leaves from stems and listening to al-Tabib's soft voice. Every plant holds a spirit. Learn its temperament before you bind it in clay. Those words, spoken beneath the arching citrus branches, would echo in Fatima's mind whenever she laid assorted vials of amber-colored oils by their viscosity and fragrance. In the tiled courtyard beyond the garden, Fatima's father maintained a modest metal workshop where he fashioned copper alembics and distillation stills for the city's pharmacists. Sparks flew at dawn as apprentices hammered curved spouts and joined spherical flasks to slender necks. Fatima sat at a low wooden bench beside her father, sweeping up curls of copper shavings with a goat hair brush. There she learned that each tool, even the simplest glass vial, mattered in measuring the delicate balance between cure and poison. You can almost feel the cool weight of a copper alembic's neck in your palm, its hammered surface glinting in the morning sun. Lessons in numbers and measurement followed as naturally as the seasons bloom. Under the tutelage of a visiting scholar from Seville, Fatima traced numerals across a slate tablet, calculating proportions of water to plant matter. Learning that a single grain of aloes might heal a cough or induce cramps if mismeasured. You sense the rough grain of the slate beneath your fingertips as you copy her practice rows of ratios, the chalk dust rising like a faint cloud. But the heart of her apprenticeship was learned at the apothecary's bench in the shadowed alleys of the Medina. There, Fatima watched her aunt open clay jars of dried camomile's small yellow globes that smelled of sunshine and sift them through a fine bronze sieve into linen sacks. She inhaled the pungent aroma of dried carob pods and the earthy sweetness of myrrh resin. Each day, merchants arrived with sacks of cinnamon from Sri Lanka or frankincense from the Horn of Africa. And Fatima learned to inspect bark for mold, to test resins by fracture, and to recognize the slightest change in color that hinted at spoilage. Imagine the low lamplight of the apothecary's shop after sunset. Lantern glow tracing patterns on the mosaic floor. Fatima hunches over a wooden mortar and pestle, grinding roasted barley into a pale powder for a poultice. Her aunt's voice hums in the background. Slow, measured circles never rush the grind, or you bruise the medicine before it can heal. You feel the resistance of the barley kernels beneath the pestle, the slow reduction from coarse grit to fine dust, and the faint grainy warmth as you press into the mortar dots. By the time she reached her early teens, Fatima's reputation for gentle hands and keen intuition grew beyond her family's courtyard. Local merchants would slip her small stipends, bright copper coins, and ask her to prepare calming drafts for insomnia or cooling salves for fevers. She kept careful ledgers, her neat Kufi script tracing names, symptoms, and recipes in delicate columns. You can almost see her hand gliding across the parchment, the curve of each letter, the gentle tap of her reed pen. Yet the path of the apothecary was never purely solitary. In Cordoba's Grand Library, one of the largest in Europe, Fatima studied translations of Galen and Dioscorides, interspersed with Arabic treatises on humors and remedies. Each text arrived bound in goatskin and sealed with the emblem of the Caliph's scriptorium. You sense the hush of the library's inner hall, the cool breeze drifting through open windows, carrying the scent of citrus and old paper as you turn imagined pages filled with recipes with rosewater syrups and saffron infused. Elixirs. Her life's turning point arrived on a brisk autumn day when the Caliph's own physician fell ill. Rumors spread that the old man ran out across Al-Andalus had misdiagnosed the noblewoman's fever, and the court's favor wavered. In hushed council, courtiers remembered that Fatima's grandmother had once treated the Caliph's sister. A messenger, bearing a sealed scroll of royal purple, arrived at the family's door, summoning Fatima to the Aljuma Palace. You feel the weight of that summons as you stand in the courtyard. The autumn sun slanting through the latticework, the copper stills behind you, catching a last spark of light. Fatima folded her slate and pendulum into a leather satchel, kissed her grandmother's cheek, and stepped into a gilded carriage bound for the emir's court. Even the faint jingle of coins in her pocket payments from grateful merchants seemed to hush as the wheels turned. As the carriage rolled through arched gateways, you sensed the mounting hush of anticipation. Could this young apothecary, trained among citrus groves and copperalembics.com, the fever that had stilled the Caliph's court, would the remedies learned in clay jars beneath moonlit Medina alleys prove potent enough to rival the grandest physicians of Cordoba? And so, as the carriage doors swing open onto polished marble floors and the distant strains of lute music drift through ornate archways, you're left with one lingering question. When Fatima al-Zahra first stands before the Caliph's high dais to present her healing draft, will her quiet confidence in ancient recipes hold the power to restore health and honor to a king, to secure her place in history's hidden annals? Healing the heart of the court trials and triumphs in the royal infirmary, you step through the palace gates of Cordoba's Jama, the scent of orange blossoms mingling with the faint temps of incense carried on a warm breeze. Velvet carpets line the passageways, muffling your footsteps as you follow a retinue of attendants toward the Caliph's private chambers. Torches flicker against polished marble walls, casting dancing shadows that seem almost alive anticipation, buzzing through the air like the wings of a moth. When Fatima al-Zahra is ushered into the royal infirmary, you feel the hush settle around you, the soft rustle of silken robes, the slow drip of a medicinal infusion from a glass carafe, and the low murmur of attending nurses. The Caliph's physician lies on a raised couch, eyes closed beneath furrowed brows. He is a man of considerable repute as practice, once the envy of southern Spain, but now his remedies have failed, and whispers of his error drift through. The corridors like ghosts. A pair of stern-faced eunuchs stands guard as Fatima approaches, a reed, satchel held lightly in one hand. The chief steward clears his throat. "Lady Fatima," he intones, voice echoing against domed ceilings. The Caliph bids you cure his trusted tutor of this relentless fever, or admit that you cannot. You can almost taste the metallic edge of fear on your tongue as you kneel beside the ailing physician. His pulse is rapid, his skin flushed with heat. A nurse hands you a brass bowl of lukewarm water scented with rose petals. You dip your fingers and place a damp cloth upon his forehead. The moment your skin touches his, you sense a thread of discord in his humors, a swelling imbalance of internal heat and stagnation. A clue your grandmother taught you to trust beneath layers of learned theory. In the dim lamplight, you open your satchel and produce a small vial of clarified mint extract. Its olive green hue shimmering faintly. You mix it with a measured spoon of honey infused with violet petals, stirring slowly with a polished glass rod. Each swirl seems to carry the essence of Cordoba's walled gardens into the bowl before you. As you administer the draught to the patient's lips, you whisper a soft prayer to Al-Zahra, the guiding star of healers. You feel the thrum of magic and medicine intertwined though here. At the court, magic is spoken only in the language of science. Over the next 3 days, you keep vigil beside his bedside, adjusting poultices of crushed lavender and marjoram across his chest, encouraging gentle sweeps of jasmine-scented steam to clear his lungs. You oversee the kitchen's preparation of light broths steeped with coriander and barley each night. You sit alone under a lattice window, reading from a leather-bound manuscript on humoral theory, cross-referencing recipes and scribbling notes in the margin. You can almost hear your grandmother's voice urging patience. Healing is not conquest but partnership. The body must learn to mend itself. On the 4th dawn, as the first rays of sunlight slip across marble floors, the physician stirs. His breaths deepen, the fever recedes, and color returns to his cheeks. The caliph himself arrives, a slender figure draped in silk brocade, eyes bright with gratitude. He kneels beside the couch, offering you a small medallion of golden honor, seldom bestowed upon an apothecary, let alone a young woman by your hand. The caliph declares, voice steady, "My tutor lives to continue his service." The court falls silent, then erupts into muted applause. The nods of courtiers, the discreet curtsies of noblewomen, the respectful bows of physicians who owe their positions to this very man. You feel the weight of the medallion against your chest, the cool metal, a tangible symbol of your new standing, but also a reminder that court favor is as fleeting as Andalusian breezes. In the days that follow, Fatima's success becomes the talk of Cordoba. Poets compose verses praising her gentle touch. Merchants commission custom ointments labeled Zaras balm in elegant Kufi script, yet not all eyes beam with admiration. The chief physician, once her patient now, regards her with guarded pride, tinged by envy. You notice the way he leans close to stone columns when you pass, murmuring counsel to courtiers that hints at doubts about your methods. Court intrigue unfolds as subtly as the play of candlelight on water. At one council meeting, the physician advises the caliph to rely on proven Galenic protocols, gently implying that your remedies were fortuitous rather than skillful. You sense the shift in the caliph's posture, first curiosity, then a flicker of hesitation. He glances toward the polished copper alembic by the window, a silent testament to your family's craft. Rather than confront his veiled challenge directly, you choose a quiet stratagem. In the weeks that follow, you invite the physician to join you in the apothecary's workshop, under the guise of sharing botanical samples from newly acquired shipments. He arrives with an air of reluctant courtesy, and you lead him through your family's walled garden. There, among beds of marigold and hyssop, you demonstrate the subtle differences between 2 strains of lavender, one hardy and woodsy, the other delicate and floral, explaining how each yields distinct therapeutic effects. You share your laboratory notebooks, revealing your meticulous records of dosage, preparation time, and patient responses. Watching him taste a sample of distilled rosewater, you see his guard slip. He nods thoughtfully as you explain how slight variations in distillation temperature can alter a remedy's potency. By the time he returns to the infirmary, he regards your work not as chance, but as a discipline worthy of respect. The next time he addresses the caliph, he endorses your methods, praising the innovative blend of traditional knowledge and empirical rigor that your treatments represent. With court politics momentarily quelled, Fatima turns her attention to broader challenges. A strange malady begins to haunt Cordoba's merchant quarters. Children complaining of persistent headaches, merchants losing their appetites, and most worryingly spontaneous bleeding from minor cuts. Panic stirs among the populace, rumors flying that a curse has befallen the city. The caliph, recalling the swift justice of your hands with ordinary fever, commands you to investigate. You assemble a small team, a physician loyal to you, 2 apothecary apprentices, and a scribe charged with recording observations. Each morning you visit afflicted households, inhaling the stale scent of fear and illness beneath arching doorways. You examine discarded clothing, testing for contact with irritating dyes. You measure water samples from local wells, tasting for metallic notes that might betray contamination. Your apprentices keep careful notes on symptoms: progression, headaches in early afternoon, pallid by evening, and occasional bouts of dizziness, night after night. You pore over treatises on toxicology in the Royal Library, comparing accounts of similar outbreaks in Damascus and Baghdad. You learn of a belladonna-like plant used in Levantan inks, notorious for causing neurological symptoms if ingested. You recall that recent shipments of imported parchment arrived alongside merchants' letters. Could a contaminant in those inks be the culprit? Your theory guides your next step. You request samples of suspect parchment and use a drip method to extract dye residues in the cool, shadowed laboratory beneath the palace. You'll test each extract with powdered charcoal and distilled water if the mixture darkens too rapidly. It signals a highly reactive alkaloid. You feel the familiar thrill of discovery as you prepare sieves, vials, and glass rods, recalling the first time you saw copper shavings take shape beneath a blacksmith's hammer. But just as you begin your tests, a messenger arrives with urgent news. The chief physician has fallen ill, stricken with the same mysterious symptoms afflicting the city. The court physician's collapse sends ripples of alarm through the palace. Whispers swirl, was he the first to be affected, or merely unlucky? Some mutter that it's an act of divine retribution for daring to endorse your methods. As you stand in the dim workshop, candlelight flickering across rows of glassware, you hold the physician's cold hand and press a drop of mint-infused oil to his temples. His eyelids flutter, he murmurs your name. Outside, the distant strains of a lute drift through latticed windows, a reminder that life goes on even as fear tightens its grip. You realize that your investigation must now balance to urgent tasks, to perfect a cure for this spreading malady, and to defend your standing at court against renewed suspicions. Each test tube you heat, each parchment sample you analyze, carries greater weight than before. The lives of Cordoba citizens and the reputation you have built on careful practice hang in the balance. As the city's lamps flicker on, beneath a velvet sky and the apothecary's bells toll the midnight hour, you're left with a question as delicate and unresolved as the humors you strive to balance. Will Fatima al-Zahra's blend of ancient wisdom and empirical inquiry conquer this silent epidemic, and will her triumph cement her place in history, or invite new waves of envy and opposition that could unravel all she has achieved? Confronting the invisible folk, your consequence, an enduring legacy night falls over Cordoba like a velvet curtain, and yet the apothecary's workshop is a hive of frenetic activity. Fatima al-Zahra stands beneath a low-arched ceiling, oil lamps casting dancing shadows against jars of herbs and glass retorts. Around her, apprentices sharpen reed pens to record each observation. Outside, the city's lanterns glow softly through lattice windows, but here, the only light comes from Fatima's unwavering resolve to unravel the epidemic that has seized her city and her court physician. In the stillness before midnight, Fatima returns to her theory of contaminated inks. She recalls the villagers' testimonies that children first fell ill after playing with discarded letter sheets, that merchants slipped parchment under doors before departing, that the chief physician collapsed after handling a diplomatic missive sealed in violet-tinted wax. Each clue converges on one culpretta rare, belladonna-derived dye used in imported Levantine inks. Prized for its vibrant hue but lethal in trace amounts, she gestures to her apprentices to prepare a fresh batch of charcoal-filtered water. Carefully, she shreds tiny fragments of suspect parchment into a mortar, adding droplets of distilled water and swirling until the fibrous pulp releases dark streaks. Under the lens of a polished crystal lens, one she inherited from Al-Tabab, she watches as the liquid darkens too quickly, the telltale sign of high alkaloid concentration. You can almost feel the cool glass beneath your fingertips as you lean in to inspect the reaction. Satisfied, Fatima moves to distill a counteragent. Drawing upon Dioscorides' scribbled margins, she concocts a blend of purified hyssop oil, ground barley, and boiled jasmine petals, a remedy known to mitigate atropine-like toxins in small doses. She measures each component with exacting precision: 2 parts barley powder, 3 parts hyssop, and a gentle infusion of jasmine to bind the herbal essences. The apprentices watch in hushed awe as she pours the mixture into a copper alembic, ignites a tiny hearth flame beneath it, and collects the clear distillate in a series of graduated flasks. Meanwhile, the chief physician lies on a low pallet in the infirmary's inner chamber, fever's embers cool but still lingering. Fatima's first task is to test her antidote's safety. She administers a single drop beneath his tongue and waits, her breath steady, her finger pressed lightly against his wrist to gauge the return of calm circulation. Minutes pass like hours. The only sound is the soft hiss of the distillation hearth. Then she nods to her nurse. The pulse steadies, the color steadies, and relief washes over the physician's furrowed brow. Encouraged, Fatima prepares a more substantial dose for the city's afflicted. At dawn, she leads a convoy of horse-drawn carts laden with jars of distilled antidote to Cordoba's merchant quarters. Along the way, sick families line the streets, clutching their heads, clutching their cups of pale dist. You can almost hear the murmur of gratitude as each child sips the jasmine-sweetened tonic, the oil's cooling essence chasing away the flash of fever and hush of headache. By the third sunrise, reports filter back. The epidemic is receding. Merchants resume their kitchen fires. Children return to the fountain's edge, chasing each other through splashing jets. And the chief physician, now fully recovered, steps into the courtyard under a canopy of court musicians playing soft lutes and tambourines. He approaches Fatima in the public square, bows deeply, and proclaims before assembled nobles and citizens, her hands have tamed the unseen poison that haunted our walls. A ripple of applause greets his words, and Fatima allows herself a faint, tired smile beneath her linen veil. The court honors her with a second medallion, this one of silver filigree engraved with jasmine and barley motifs, while city elders present her with a bound manuscript of the outbreak's ledger. Complete with her notes and cure, they vow to preserve it in Cordoba's Grand Library as a testament to scientific diligence and civic compassion. You sense the cool weight of the silver medallion in your palm, its edges worn smooth by those who have admired its craftsmanship. Yet even triumph has its aftershocks. Rumors swirl that rival apothecaries envied her swift remedy. Jealous merchants whispered that she had bribed the caliph's brother, and a small faction of conservative physicians grumbled that her antidotes, jasmine infusion, cloaked the true measure of toxicology. Fatima, however, greets each rumor with measured calm. She hosts an open forum in the new council hall, the idea she championed after Queen Nzinga's model of inclusive governance, and invites skeptics to review her methods. Under crystal chandeliers and beside polished marble pillars, she demonstrates the distillation process, answers probing questions about dosage, and shows slides of her charcoal-filtered assays. By the forum's end, even her staunchest detractors nod in grudging respect. In the weeks that follow, Cordoba as apothecaries adopt new regulations. Imported inks must be tested for alkaloid content. Merchants must seal letters with undyed wax. And families are taught simple home remedies: hyssop tea, steeped with barley and jasmine for mild ailments. Fatima drafts the edict herself, her dark Kufi script flowing across parchment like a river of authority learned in her grandmother's garden. You can almost feel the scratch of her reed pen as she signs the final line, cementing her place not only as healer but as legislator. As the city settles into renewed equilibrium, Fatima reflects beneath the orange trees of her childhood courtyard. She thinks of Al-Tabib's caution: every plant holds a spirit, and realizes that her craft has grown into a partnership not just between herb and human, but between knowledge and community. The jasmine petals she once crushed for salves have become symbols of healing writ large, reminders that small details, when tended with care, can preserve the health of an entire realm. Her final act is to write an epilogue for Cordoba Library, a treatise on botanical forensics, blending Greek, Arabic, and her own observations. It bears a long, unadorned title on the detection and neutralization of toxins in Cordoban trade goods, but future generations will refer to it simply as Al-Zahra's Guide. Scholars copy its passages into Latin and Hebrew. Physicians abroad adapt its principles to their own epidemics. Jasmine-infused tonics appear in markets from Seville to Tunis, and enameled apothecary jars stamped with her monogram become prized heirlooms. Tonight, as you feel your eyelids grow heavy and the jasmine breeze drifts through your window, consider this: a young girl who knelt among citrus blossoms learned not only to heal a fevered court, but to forge the scientific method into a tool of civic responsibility. Her legacy whispers in every measured teaspoon of herbal extract, in every careful note in a medical ledger, and in every quiet act of compassion that recognizes the hidden dangers in the humblest of trades. And so, as you drift toward sleep, carry with you the thought that true healing often lies in the patience of observation, the precision of measurement, and the courage to share your knowledge for the greater good. Lessons from Fatima Al-Zahra's alchemy that endure in every stride of scientific inquiry. Foundations in clay and water, you settle into your softest pillars once more, the gentle hum of your fan like an unseen companion, and drift northward to the vast plains of northern China in the early 12th century. Under a haze of dawn mist, you find yourself standing on the muddy banks of the Grand Canal, where its murky waters wind like a great serpent between the Yellow River in Henan and the Yangtze's fertile delta. Here, far from the glittering court of Kafenga, real work of empire unfolds in silence. The patient labors of canal engineers, carpenters, and clay diggers who forged this ribbon of commerce. Imagine ancient wooden rafts laden with sacks of millet and clay vessels of salted fish, sliding downstream beneath woven bamboo awnings. Each morning you hear the low creak of oar and the measured thud of pole pushers as canal boats navigate shallow shoals. Along the embankment, narrow channels funnel water into rectangular clay vat sites where brickmakers shape sun-dried blocks that will one day shore up new levees and lock gates. You can almost feel the damp earth beneath your hands as you kneel beside a half-finished vat, smoothing its rim with a woven paddle to keep it perfectly level. Your guide through this world is Li Wei, a young carpenter's apprentice from a village called Shankui. He leads you down a narrow path lined with willows, their drooping branches brushing your robe. At 15, Li Wei has spent every summer since boyhood carrying mortise and tenon joints in a wicker basket, learning from his father how to fit beams precisely without a single iron nail. Today, he shows you the site of his latest project, a small wooden sluice gate designed to regulate the canal's flow during flood season. You crouch beside the gate's frame as Li Wei explains in hushed tones. Each beam must be perfectly straight, or the water will seep through the joints and weaken the dam. He passes you a shavings tool made from buffalo horn. As you draw it along a plank of Chinese cedar, you feel the soft curl of wood fibers falling away, revealing a golden-grained surface beneath. The scent of cedar mingles with river mist, and you sense the stakes. If the gate fails, fields alone, the Canet will drown, and barges will founder on shoals. Nearby, a team of brickmakers work at a long low keel hewn into the bank. Under the watchful eye of Master Jew, they stack layers of sun-dried bricksage molded from yellow earth and straw so that when the kill's fire is stoked by applewood logs, the heat bakes the blocks into a hard water-resistant material. You can almost touch the bricks as they emerge, their surfaces still warm, exhaling a faint scent of smoke and clay. Each layer is tested for strength by a pair of laborers who tap them with hammers on with the sound of a clear ringing note signifies a brick fit for the canal's foundations. As the sun climbs higher, you follow Li Wei and Master Ju to a watery workshop where blacksmiths fashion iron tools, broad adzes for trimming beams, curved chisels for carving grooves, and heavy tongs for gripping glowing metal. Sparks fly like fireflies when the smith hammers a red-hot wedge into shape. You feel the forge's heat brush your face and hear the rhythmic clang of metal, reminding you that even in this realm of wood and earth, iron shapes the process. By midday, the canal's couriers arrive, swift barges carrying official bamboo slips inscribed with tax levies on grain, salt and silk. The messengers slip off their boats to show the slips to the gatekeeper, who inspects each brushstroke for the imperial seal. You sense the weight of bureaucracy in the careful examination. A single misaligned seal could delay vital supplies for thousands of households. A proverb at meal hour. You sit with Li Wei under a canvas awning, dipping bamboo chopsticks into bowls of kanji flavored with pickled vegetables as you taste the mild porridge like rice. He recounts stories passed down in his village, how, during one spring flood, an earlier gate collapsed and sent a wall of turbid water racing through farmland, washing away homes and harvests. The aftermath. Villagers spent weeks hauling replacement bricks from distant kilns, working by lantern lights to rebuild the levees before the next planting season. You hear in his quiet voice both pride in his craft and the faint tremor of lingering fear that what they build today must stand against the unpredictable fury of the river. Tomorrow, your afternoon brings you to the canal's lock at Wayang, a complex arrangement of gates, chambers, and lifting mechanisms that moves boats up and down a 5-meter rise. You peer down from a wooden walkway as water sluices into a lower chamber. The boards creak underfoot. Li Wei explains how his father carved the massive wooden beams that close and open the lock gates, and how rope pulleys woven of hemp and lubricated with pig fat must be replaced every season to prevent snapping under weight. You imagine the hush that falls over the chamber when a laden barge creaks into place, the lockkeeper's voice echoing as he orders the gates shut, and the muffled rush of water that lifts the vessel inch by inch. As dusk approaches, you find yourself back at the brick-making vats, where the last workers sweep clay residue into neat piles. Lanterns flicker along the bank, casting long shadows. Li Wei unslings his carpenter's basket and begins fitting tenons into mortises to complete the new sluice gate. You place your hand on the smooth cedar beam, feeling its coolness even as the air chills around you. Before you part ways, Li Wei pauses and gazes at the canal's slow current, now reflecting lantern light like molten gold. He asks softly, "When our gates and bricks have weathered 100 years, will anyone remember the names of those who shaped them? Or will the water simply flow on, carrying our labors into forgotten history?" As night deepens and the hoot of an owl drifts across the water, you're left with that echoing question. When the Grand Canal's silent engineers have built at the edge of history, who will tell their stories and how will their craftsmanship shape the destiny of empire? Battling the floodsmen in Scurvy and imperial demands at first light, you return to the canal's edge, greeted by the low rumble of swollen waters pressing against earthen embankments. Overnight rains in the Yellow River Basin have swollen tributaries that feed the Grand Canal, and the current surges like a restless dragon. You feel a tingle on your skin as mist rises from the surface, the air heavy with the promise of storm. Li Wei stands ankle-deep in water at the base of the new sluice gate, his cedar beams half submerged and straining against the torrent. "Last night's downpour was fiercer than any in living memory," he says, voice calm but edged with concern. You step forward, boots squelching through mud, and place a hand on the gate's crosspiece. The water's pressure vibrates up through the wood, a reminder that these structures, no matter how well built, must be continually defended against nature's whims. Master Ju arrives shortly after, his robe tucked to one side as he wades through the knee-high flow. In his arms he carries a satchel of inspection tools, a bundle of bamboo measuring rods, a coil of hemp rope marked at 1-meter intervals, and a brass-sounding weight for testing the embankment's firmness. You follow him along the bank as he probes the swollen clay walls, listening for hollow echoes that betray internal erosion. Each dull thud signals danger, a hidden cavity that water could exploit. By mid-morning, a contingent of Corby laborers, villagers, drafted from nearby farmland, line up beneath the willow trees. Their foreheads glisten with sweat as they shoulder woven baskets loaded with fresh bricks and bamboo stakes. You imagine the long walk they endured from distant fields at dawn, summoned by prefectural decree to tend the canal during an emergency. Their hands are rough and calloused, but their eyes reflect a shared resolve. They understand that if the canal fails, rice barges will founder and granaries apriver will empty, imperiling the emperor's tax revenues and the village's own. Food stores. The overseer, a stout man with a well-trimmed beard, blows a conch horn to signal the formation of work gangs. One group presses damped clay into breaches where floodwater has chewed away at the embankment. Another rows small flatboats loaded with fastens bundles of brushwood to plug gaps beneath the sluice gate. You feel the rhythmic slap of paddle against hull as you climb into a barge. helping to guide the fascines into place under Liwei's direction. Each bundle sinks into the current, swirling into crevices until the rushing water slows to a hiss. The scent of wet willow and pressed clay mingles in your nostrils, and you taste grit on your lips from the spray. As the day wears on, Imperial inspectors arrive by ornate barge lacquered red and gold, bearing official orders stamped with the Empire's chrysanthemum seal. Their arrival hushes the worksite. Even the steady thud of hammers seems to pause. The chief inspector, scholar in fine silk robes, steps forward, unrolling a long scroll that decrees additional repairs must be completed within 3 days, or the prefecture will face fines and possible reassignment. His voice carries across the water. The canal is the lifeblood of the realm. Any lapse in its upkeep threatens the Emperor's mandate. You feel the weight of that decree settle like a stone in your stomach. The repair schedule was already ambitious. Now it demands feats of engineering and endurance. Villagers glance at one another, uncertainty flickering in their eye scan. These defenses hold against both the flood and the deadline. Liwei meets the inspector's gaze without flinching. He bows, then quietly petitions for extra workers from neighboring villages. The inspector nods curtly, and a second barge drifts ashore laden with more Corvi laborers, their faces drawn with fatigue by late afternoon. The overseer organizes a rotation. Half the laborers reinforce embankments, the other half haul new bricks from the kill site. You shadow Master Jew as he inspects the freshly fired bricks, tapping each in turn before loading them onto shoulder poles. The kill workers move in unison, their movements practiced from years of repetition, lifting, stacking, firing, breaking. You can feel the heat radiating from the kill's mouth even at 20 paces, and you imagine the blistered hands they endure to keep the bricks and by extension the canal-sound. As dusk falls, lantern-lit barges glide between embankments, guided by the lockkeeper's calls. You join Liwei on the wooden walkway above the sluice gate, watching as the fascines and clay packs hold fast against the current. He points to a seam where water still seeps, a stubborn leak that threatens to widen overnight. We'll need to undercut the toe of the bank with timber pilings, he says. At low tide tomorrow, we'll drive chestnut stakes into the mud to anchor the new clay fill. Before you can respond, a sharp crack echoes from upstream, a compound fracture in the embankment where the canal bends. A geyser of muddy water jets skyward, and villagers scramble to safety as the bank gives way. You feel your pulse quicken as the rush of water erodes wooden beams and washes bricks downstream like discarded toys. Without hesitation, Liwei calls orders. Laborers release emergency fascines. Rowboats hurry to bracket the breach, and overseers pour fresh clay to stem the flow. You leap into action, hefting a damp bundle of willow brush and tossing it into the collapsing gap. The water hisses but slows, and you sense for the first time the fragile line between success and calamity. Night deepens around you as the crack is finally sealed with layered pilings and clay packing. Lanterns bob across the water, their light winking against the receding flood. Workers collapse against embankments, heads bowed, chests heaving. You kneel beside Liwei as he wraps his hands in a strip of hemp cloth, sweat and mud stained across his sleeves. He turns to you, eyes reflecting lantern glow. Without swift action, this canal would have split in two. Supplies would halt, and famine could follow. You remain silent, feeling the gravity of his words. The Grand Canal is more than a waterway. It is a fragile network of human will, organized labor, and precise engineering. Each sluice, gate, brick, and timber stake carries the fate of millions. The rice farmers whose livelihoods depend on timely deliveries, the soldiers moving north to guard distant frontiers, the court officials whose promotions hinge on tax filings. As you stand on the embankment in the chill of midnight, you contemplate the next day's tasks, undercutting the bank's toe, repairing the shattered pilings, and ensuring that the miracle of yesterday's emergency holds against tomorrow's torrent. You glance upstream where the water's surface now lies eerily calm, belying the force it unleashed hours before. And so you wonder when the canal's silent engineers gather their tools at dawn once more. Will their hands and hearts sustain this lifeline of empire against nature's next assault, forging a lasting lifeline? Innovation, administration, and imperial legacy. Dawn's first light glints off the canal's now stilled waters as you return to the embankment repaired overnight. The timber pilings driven beneath the clay fill stand firm, their chestnut stakes dark and waterlogged but unmoving against the current's pool. You take a slow breath of the cool morning air, tasting the faint temps of wet earth and cedar, and feel the hush of fatigue hanging over the site like morning mist. Liwei stands beside you, inspecting the repaired bank with a critical eye. If we leave the pilings exposed, he says softly, the wood will swell and seal the clay more tightly, but we must cover them soon to prevent rot. He gestures to a stack of woven reed mats. Soon, they will be laid atop the bank and buried under fresh earth. The detail reminds you that even the most dramatic emergencies hinge on countless small decisions. A reed mat here, a measured clay pack there, as laborers drill holes and secure the mats. Master Jew arrives, his hands full of new brick samples. He calls you over to examine them. These are an improved recipe, clay mixed with crushed oyster shell and fine straw fibers, baked at higher kill temperatures to achieve greater density. He explains that this blend resists both water erosion and centuries of freeze-thaw cycles better than the standard bricks. You feel the weight of one in your hands, its cooled surface smooth and almost glassy, and sense how innovation emerges from incremental experimentation. By mid-morning, Imperial inspectors return, this time aboard a sleek lacquered barge that glides silently along the water. They step ashore, robes billowing, and inspect the new bricks and read maps with solemn nods. An elderly engineer from the capital, his beard tinged gray, places a hand on Master Jew's shoulder. "Your brick design," he says, voice echoing in the hush, "will be adopted in all provincial repairs henceforth." The engineer's words carry the promise of official endorsement and the likely patronage of the imperial court. You watch as Li Wei's eyes widen with pride. His father taught him that craftsmanship was its own reward. Now, he sees the broader impact. Bricks forged at this humble kiln will shore up canal banks hundreds of miles from here, protecting fields, markets, and lives long after both he and you are gone. It is a lesson in how local ingenuity can shape the fate of an entire empire. Later, you accompany Li Wei and Master Ju to the prefectural office, where the canal's administrators convene. Under vaulted ceilings hung with scroll maps of every provincial waterway, they discuss budget allocations, labor quotas, and the rotation schedules for corvée laborers. You listen as the prefect, his robes richly embroidered, addresses a ledger keeper. Ensure that Li Wei's read mat technique is noted, and dispatch 30 more kill workers to Daijo for training next month. This moment reveals the highest tier of canal management, not just the hands that bend wood or shape bricks, but the bureaucrats who translate field innovations into imperial policy. You feel the weight of their responsibilities. Miscalculations here ripple outward, affecting tax revenue, soldier mobilization, and even famine relief during drought years. As afternoon deepens, you return to the lock at Wyong under Li Wei's guidance. You help adjust the hemp pulleys, now reinforced with pig fat treatment to resist mildew, and test their bearings. The lockkeeper guides a boat into the chamber, and you hear the groan of aged timber as water fills or drains. Inch by inch, the vessel rises, and you imagine the thousands of boats that will traverse this mechanism over the next century, each one depending on these same ropes and beams. That evening, with the canal stabilized, you join a modest celebration by torchlight. Workers share bowls of sweet rice wine, and a traveling bard recites verses praising the waterway that binds our realm. Li Wei raises his cup to you, eyes bright. "Tomorrow," he says, "we begin surveys for next year's embankment expansion, but tonight, we rest and remember why we build." You sip the wine and feel its warm sweetness spread through you, a gentle reminder that this vast enterprise stretching from Hangzhou to Beijing rests on the labor of individuals and the harmony of human endeavor with nature's forces. In the weeks that follow, your time on the Grand Canal draws to a close. You walk the levees one last time, tracing your fingers over weathered bricks and cedar beams, recalling each moment of tension and triumph. You think of the corvée laborers who bore the weight of imperial mandates, the canal engineers who tested new brick recipes in quiet kilns, and the prefects who bridged field insights and state policy. When you finally depart by boat, with maps annotated by Li Wei and samples of oyster shell bricks, you look back at the embankment patched against the floods. The river's surface lies calm, reflecting willow branches and lantern light. You wonder how many travelers will ever glimpse the silent pillars beneath the clay, or thank the unknown hands that shaped them. And yet you know that history's greatest legacies often flow unseen, carried in every grain of sand that shores up an empire's lifeline. As you settle into your cabin, the low creak of oars and the lull of water against the hull begin to lull you towards sleep. Consider this: empires rise on grand battles and imperial edicts, but they endure or crumble by the quiet diligence of those who build, maintain, and innovate at the water's edge. And so, as you drift into rest, carry with you the Grand Canal's hidden engineers, their measured strokes, perfect mortise joints, reinforced bricks, and ceaseless vigilance against the flood. In every lock you pass through, in every levee that holds, their legacy flows in an undercurrent beneath the currents of history. Sentinels of the Aegeans, edge you settle into your pillows as twilight drapes the horizon, and your thoughts drift from riverbanks and grand canals to the craggy headlands of the Ottoman Mediterranean. Imagine the sun sliding beneath the western sea, leaving streaked ribbons of rose and amber across the sky. On a lonely promontory of limestone and thyme, a squat stone tower stands vigil over the irregular coastline, an Ottoman lighthouse whose keepers maintain the thin thread of safety between mariners and jagged reefs. The year is 1682, and this particular beacon, known locally as the Fianai Gods, a busy strait between the islands of Lesbos and Chios. Here, merchant galleys laden with olive oil and silk, warships bound for the Dardanelles, and fishing kayaks homeward bound each night rely on its single smoky flame. You feel the chalky breeze carry salt and wild oregano as you climb a narrow path of rough-hewn steps, each echoed footfall imprinting itself on memory. At the tower's foot, you meet Osman Uga, the chief keeper, a lean man of 40 winters whose weathered skin matches the limestone he stands upon. He greets you with a quiet nod, his dark eyes reflecting the last warmth of day. His hands calloused from hauling oil barrels and trimming wicks rest lightly on the black iron ring of the tower's heavy door. You sense the weight of responsibility he carries. One lapse in vigilance could cast a vessel onto the reef, costing lives and cargo inside. The walls are cool and bare, save for a few niches, carved into the stone repositories for olive oil lamps, wicks of cotton woven by local women, and small flasks of resin distilled from pine sap. Osman gestures to a low wooden bench where he settles a brass basin filled with purified lamp oil. He unscrews the cap from a leather-topped jar of pounded resin, its amber fragments glinting like captured sunlight. You can almost taste the faint smokiness that will perfume the night air once the flame is lit. His apprentice, young Kamal, enters carrying a wooden crate of long, braided wicks. At 16, Kamal's arms are already sturdy from climbing the tower's spiral staircase to sweep soot from the iron lantern lens each morning. He arranges the wicks by length, each trimmed precisely to 6-finger breadths, and places them in a neat row on an oiled plank. The careful order reminds you that in the life of a keeper, routine is both comfort and safeguard. Osman begins the evening's ritual. You watch as he lifts one of the flasks of pine resin and sprinkles a half-pinch atop a bed of kindling, shaved pine slivers, arranged in a small cone beneath the iron brazier. He strikes flint and steel, and a spark catches. The resin crackles, sending up a thin plume of resinous smoke as the embers bloom. He adds wick and pours oil in measured gulps. You hear the slow hiss as the oil reaches the hot embers, and soon a steady flame arcs behind the tower's circular windows. Its glow, a pale halo against dusk's violet shroud. Outside, you step onto the parapet, cool stones beneath your bare feet, and watch the light sweep across the darkening sea in measured arcs. The breeze carries the faint song of unseen waves breaking on hidden shoals. In the quiet between each rotation, you can almost hear the distant creak of a ship's timbers, the muffled cries of gulls, and the gentle lapping of water against the promontory's jagged base. Throughout the night, Osman and Kemal maintain vigil in shifts. The apprentice records each rotation's time in a small leather-bound log, its pages filled with neat Ottoman Turkish script, entries noting when the flame burned low, when the wick was trimmed, and when fresh oil was poured. You imagine the soft scratch of quill on parchment and the lantern's glow illuminating careful columns of numbers and observations. During your watch, you learn of the keeper's private routines that underlie their official duties. Osman carries a small wooden box containing a few slices of stale bread rubbed with goat cheese and drizzled with olive oil, his midnight meal. He warms the bread at the lantern's foot, careful not to splash oil onto the flame. Kemal meanwhile uses spare lantern soot to darken his fingertips, then presses a scrap of paper to the soot to sketch rudimentary charts of passing currents and wind patterns, each scroll a secret map to guide fishermen far from danger. As the hours deepen, the tower becomes a microcosm of life at sea, a rotating beacon of hope and warning, a hearth for sustenance, and a study for charts born of quiet observation. At one point, you feel the tower tremble slightly as a gale-driven swell pounds the promontory's base. Spray hisses against the lower walls. Osman descends quickly to secure the door and inspect the foundation stones for cracks. You follow, him feeling the tower's slight sway and tasting salt on your lips. In a low voice he remarks, "This tower may seem immovable, but every storm tests its roots, just as every lapping wave tests your resolve." By pre-dawn the flame burns low. Osman and Kemal extinguish the embers, saving a few glowing coals, sealed in a clay pot to relight the next evening. The tower yawns into darkness, its windows empty eyes waiting for another night. You climb down to the keeper's cottager's single-room dwelling of whitewashed walls and a floor strewn with straw mats. There, Osman offers you tea brewed with dried mint from the island's hills and a bowl of dried figs, a humble supper after a night's vigilance. You sip slowly, feeling the warmth seep into your bones. As dawn lightens the eastern sky, you step outside to see fishing boats return, guided by first light rather than the tower's glow. Fishermen nod in your direction as they beach their small craft, nets heavy with mullet and mackerel. In their hollowed-out faces you glimpse gratitude. Another safe passage, another cargo carried home. The keeper's unseen work has shaped their fortunes as surely as any captain's skill. Before you depart, Osman shows you the ledger of past incidents. A ship that ran aground in 1645 during a storm, leading to the deaths of 6 crewmen. A merchant galley wrecked in 1662, its casks of wine lost to the sea. Each entry is a sober reminder that the keeper's routines, trimming wicks, sweeping soot, recording rotations, are woven into the tapestry of lives saved or lost. He points to the page dated just months before your visit, a small schooner, nearly shattered on an unmarked reef, its captain crediting the silent wheel of light for last-minute course correction. As the morning breeze carries the scent of thyme and salt, Osman sits on a low wall and gazes across the water. He turns to you and asks softly, when the Ottoman Empire falls and these towers crumble, who will recall the hands that kindled each night's flame and traced each silent chart? You feel the weight of his question under the rising sun. The keepers' lives are unadorned and unseen. Their stories embedded in logs and soot, in the hum of rotating lanterns and the rhythm of waves. As your eyes grow heavy and the soft chirp of cicadas rises in the coastal brush, you're left wondering what becomes of the sentinel when history's gaze shifts away, and who will carry forward the quiet rituals that once guided mariners safely home. Storms, supplies, and the politics of life. The lighthouses are calm gives way swiftly to a clamor of activity when summer storms arrive. Within a week of your first visit, dark clouds roll in from the southwest, and a biting wind gusts across the rocky headland. You sense the change from the way the coastal time bends under the gale and how the waves pound the cliff's base. In thunderous succession, at the top of the tower, Osman Aga and Kemal prepare for a night of relentless vigilance, one where a single extinguished wick could spell disaster for unwary sailors. That afternoon, you rejoin the keepers at the cistern below the tower. Osman inspects the stone basin's water level. Even with steady rain, the cistern's catchment area supplies only a fortnight's worth of fresh water for daily cooking, cleaning, and the crucial task of mixing olive oil lamp fuel, a carefully diluted blend of oil and well water. You feel the rough stone beneath your palms as Osman tests its seal for cracks, then helps Kemal carry full buckets up the spiraling stairs to refill the small mile cistern at the lantern room's base. As dusk approaches, rumbles of distant thunder underscore the importance of the tower's lone supply road. A mule caravan, its panniers loaded with olive oil and sealed amphorae in replacement, wicks in wicker baskets, arrives just before sunset. The lead muleteer lashing his animals to the anchor stones embedded in the path. You stagger beneath an amphora's weight as you help Kemal unpack, tasting the faint, fruity olive temps still clinging to the clay vessel's rim. Osman checks each amphora seal, listening for the telltale slosh of oil when turned gently. No small detail, when every drop matters. Inside the tower, you and the keepers apply fresh oil to gleaming brass fittings, wipe down the octagonal lantern's glass panes, and sweep away decades of soot. Each pane fits into a hand-forged iron frame, and Osman demonstrates how to tighten tiny butterfly nuts to prevent rattling in high winds. You feel the slight give of each nut as you turn it, understanding that even the subtlest looseness could allow the lantern's glass to crack under storm-driven vibrations. When the storm finally breaks at midnight, the wind shrieks through the tower's arrow slits and sheets of rain lash the parapet. Osman and Kemal take turns at the light, one tending the flame, trimming the wick to keep it bright, the other stationed just below, monitoring the oil reservoir's level and signaling for more. With soft taps on the iron wall, you stand at the base of the lantern platform, braced against the inner wall, feeling each gust's shudder travel through the masonry as waves crash hundreds of meters below. As the wind peaks, a bolt of lightning illuminates the narrow doorway between the lantern room and the cistern chamber. Osman grips the iron ring of the door and pulls it shut, sealing out the storm's roar. Inside, the air quivers with tension. Every man and boy is alert, hearts hammering in time with the tempest. You help Kemal check the resin supply, the sticky pine fragments that ignite the embers should the oil flame falter. He hands you a small wedge of resin. When you press your thumb into its soft surface, you feel the season's sap lingering like trapped sunshine. In the lull between thunderclaps, Osman reviews the log, each wick time, oil refill, and pane cleaning entry meticulously recorded. His handwriting, dark and flowing, outlines every action in precise Ottoman Turkish. You trace the inked lines with a fingertip, noting entries from past keepers who faced even fiercer storms, accounts of near collapse when lightning struck the tower's parapet in 1658, or the gale of 1674 that stripped one side's stone coping bare. Each record testifies to generations whose steady work preserved that slender beacon of hope. The next morning, the storm abates, leaving the headland bathed in a crisp, salt-laced breeze. You emerge from the tower to find the mule caravans, animals hobbled at the path's entrance, waiting for new supplies. Osman leads you to a small cottage storage room lined with olive oil, amphorae, crates of wicks, and sacks of pine resin. He unlocks a chest beneath the hearth and withdraws a worn map of the Aegean's shipping lanes, carefully redrawn each year by the keepers to mark new shoals and shifting sands. You feel the parchment's brittle texture under your fingers as you study the inked lines, tracing the straits between Chios and Lesbos, each annotated in Kemal's neat script. Danger, shifting shoal, 1680, or new channel discovered, autumn 1679. Under that map's guidance, Osman dispatches a fishing kayak to buoy newly identified hazards. You board the small vessel at sunset, lantern tucked under a wooden awning, and drift across silvery waters. Fishermen lower weighted markers into channels. Each buoy is a simple clay pot affixed to a carved olive wood float, its top painted wide so the lighthouse's beam will catch and reveal its position. You help tie strong hemp ropes around the floats, feeling the coarse fibers rasp your palms, and pitch them overboard, watching them bob away into the dusky sea. By the time you return to the tower, dusk has deepened to indigo, and the keepers light the lantern in unison. The flames seem steadier tonight. No small relief after the gale, and its beam sweeps across the buoys you just set. You stand shoulder to shoulder with Osman and Kemal, watching the white floats emerge from darkness in each rotation. The buoy lights reinforce the lighthouse's guidance, a network of small beacons working in harmony. You sense the weight of this union. Without the keeper's careful mapping and monthly maintenance, the tower's single flame could not alone prevent wrecks on uncharted shoals. Yet even as the beam holds steady, political currents swirl beneath the Aegean's gentle waves. Osman explains that imperial inspectors from Constantinople now demand monthly reports on the keeper's expenditures, how much oil consumed, how many wicks used, and the precise cost of repairs. He sighs as he recounts a recent debrief with a rigid treasury official whose every question hinted at suspicion, perhaps a prelude to budget cuts. You feel a flutter of unease. What happens if the imperial purse strings tighten? Would the tower's flame grow dimmer for lack of resources? Later, by lantern light in the cottage's modest kitchen, Osman and Kemal share small cups of bitter coffee brewed from skinned beans, rare luxury for men whose diet is usually bread, cheese, and dried figs. They speak in low tones of rumors that Calaro, some other unknown scourge, has struck a nearby island, landing on ships from the eastern Mediterranean. The keepers know that a sudden outbreak among the local population could disrupt supply lines and isolate the tower. Without fresh provisions, the cistern could run dry, oil reserves dwindle, and the tower's flame falter at precisely the moment mariners need it most. As the wind sighs through the time outside, and the lantern's last glow flickers, you contemplate the keeper's precarious position, caught between nature's tempests, the empire's accountants, and unseen epidemics that could cut them off from the world they safeguard. Their quiet routines, refilling cisterns, cleaning panes, mapping shifting sands, are acts of resilience against forces, both elemental and bureaucratic. You run a fingertip across the map's margin, where Kamal has scrawled a question in tiny letters. If our supplies are cut, how long can this light endure? You feel the weight of that doubt beneath the soft scratch of quill on parchment. As you prepare to descend the tower's steps into the cool night air, you're left with the unsettling thought that even the brightest beacon can flicker out when human systems falter. Beacons of memory adaptation decline, and enduring like the months that follow the storm bring the keepers into a rhythm that balances innovation, diplomacy, and vigilant routine. Yet new challenges test the tower's endurance. As you climb the spiral stairs one final time, the autumn air wraps around you, scented with drying thyme and salt. Osman Uga moves with deliberate grace, checking oil levels at each landing. Kemal follows, wiping fresh condensation from the lantern windows. Each step echoes with the legacy of those who climbed before. Shifting sands and political shadows by late autumn, the Aegean's currents have shifted shoals once marked by Kemal's buoys. During a dusk inspection, you stand beside Osman as he studies the map's margins, where new annotations warn of a reef that now lies just meters off the port side of southbound galleys. If we neglect these updates, he murmurs, one shipwreck can erase the lives of dozens. His tone carries the weight of responsibility and the knowledge that their work is never finished. Meanwhile, the Ottoman treasury's demands grow sharper. A new decree mandates that provincial outposts reduce expenses by 10%. Osman and Kemal discuss the implications over a single week's glow: fewer oil deliveries, smaller resin rations, and capped budgets for masonry repairs. You taste the tang of candle smoke as Osman sighs, forging a plan to petition the local Sanjak Bey for an exemption. He drafts a respectful memorial, detailing how even small cuts could dim the light that guides trade galleys and thereby undermine provincial revenues. His handwriting, once a personal log, now seeks to preserve the lantern's flame through bureaucratic channels. Innovation under constraint, true to form. The keepers adapt. Kemal experiments with blending a small proportion of recycled lamp oil carefully filtered through layers of red matte packing to stretch the system's stocks. Osman commissions a local mason to reinforce the tower's parapet with salvaged bricks from a nearby abandoned farmhouse, reducing the need for expensive stone shipments from the capital. You assist them in testing oil mixtures at dusk. A few drops of filtered residue added to fresh oil, ignited behind a protective glass pane. The beam dims by only a hair's breadth, enough to preserve safety without alerting the cash-strapped officials. A winter's trial winter brings new perils. One chill night, the system's level drops alarmingly after an unusually dry season, and the next oil delivery is delayed by a skirmish between merchant fleets in the Messenian Gulf. You help haul each precious amphora from the storage room, measuring out rationed portions in trembling hands. At the lantern's base, Osman rehearses the contingency plan. Switch to resonantly fires if oil runs out, then rekindle the oil lamp at first dawn. The resin burns hotter and unevenly, casting a flickering beacon that could confuse It may be the only light for days. That very night, a gale strikes, a lighter echo of the storm weeks earlier. The lantern sways, and the bean oil flame flutters perilously before stabilizing. Below, you accompany Kamal as he crawls into the parapet's outer ring, securing loose bricks with a sliver of plaster a desperate measure to prevent a breach. Your knees press into cold stone, the winds roar nearly drowning the scrape of trowel against brick. When the work is done, a single repaired crevice glints with fresh mortar, a silent testament to human resolve. The final beacon in early spring. News arrives of a planned modernization. The Admiralty in Constantinople will install mechanized Fresnel lenses in key lighthouses, including Finar, Aij, Osman, and Kemal learn that a new apparatus rotating prisms powered by clockwork will magnify the flame's reach, making ancient oil beacon methods obsolete. Mixed emotions ripple through the tower, pride that their station has earned strategic priority, sorrow that their ancestral rituals may fade. When the lens arrives, carried on a richly painted galley under naval escort, you stand with the keepers on the parapet. The massive brass assembly gleams in the morning sun, its multifaceted prisms refracting light into narrow, far-reaching beams. Osman studies the engineering drawings, then pauses before the old iron lantern frame. He places his hand on a soot-streaked pane, as if bidding farewell to a lifelong companion. The installation takes days. You help Kamal and naval engineers dismantle the old lantern's iron frame, carefully packing each component for archival storage. At dusk of the final day, with the new lens in place, Osman stands before the first oil flame lit within its prism. As the clockwork mechanism begins its slow turn, rays of light fan across the sea in brighter, steadier sweeps. Fishermen on the shore point and cheer. Distant voices hail the new beacon's brilliance. Osman allows himself a single nod of satisfaction, though his gaze drifts back to the empty socket where his ancestors' flame once glowed, enduring light months later. You visit the tower's small museum established by the Sanjak Bey to honor the modernization where the old iron frame, lantern panes, and resin jars are displayed behind glass. A brass plaque reads, "Here stood the flame of Faner Ig, tended by keepers whose quiet vigils saved countless lives." You trace your finger along the painted words, recalling the nights you spent beside Osman and Kemal, and you feel the faint echo of their routines in each labeled artifact or beyond the museum. The new lens continues its silent rotation, a testament to progress, yet the keeper's legacy endures in unexpected ways. In the annual pilgrimage of retired lighthouse keepers who gather each spring to retell stories of reef rescues and the local folktales that speak of a phantom light guiding lost sailors long before the Empire's clockwork lenses, and in the scattered fragments of logbooks now preserved in the city's archives that bear the dark, glowing script of Osman Aga himself. Reflection as you lie enveloped in blankets at home, the fan's soft hum echoing the steady rotation you once watched at sea. Consider how the story of Ottoman lighthouse keepers weaves through history's light and shadow, their meticulous rituals trimming wicks, filtering oil, mapping shifting sands were acts of defiance against darkness, both natural and bureaucratic. They adapted, innovated, and preserved a beacon not for glory, but for the safe passage of others. In our modern world, where GPS signals guide ships and solar-powered LEDs pierce the night, the keeper's toil may seem remote, yet their legacy reminds us that every technological advance is built on the shoulders of unnoticed guardians, those who understand that small, steady acts can illuminate whole seas. And so, as you drift toward sleep, carry this thought with you. The brightest light often emerges from the quietest hands, keeping watch so that countless journeys may find their way home. Seeds of a network. Beneath the mulberry trees you settle into your pillows, the soft hum of your fan blending with imagined whispers of the past, and drift across the centuries to the winding footpaths of the early Han dynasty. Around 130 BCE here, beneath groves of silkworm nurturing mulberry trees, an imperial courier system began to take color and shape, one that would thread through jade-studded mountains, across fertile plains, and along the Great Yellow River, knitting together China's vast territories. Imagine a narrow dirt road at dawn, its surface damp from the previous evening's dew. Ragged brushes of blue-green mulberry leaves brush your ankles as you walk beside young Li Cheng, a new recruit to the courier service. He carries a slender bamboo tube slung over his shoulder, tied with flax cord and stamped in red ink with the seal of the Imperial Secretariat. Inside lie official memorials, requests for grain shipments, notifications of frontier skirmishes, tax registers from distant prefects. You feel the slight weight of the message tube in your palm, the smooth bamboo cool against your skin. Li Cheng began his training months ago in the capital's Courier Academia, modest courtyard lined with thatched pavilions and clay tablets inscribed with ancient transmission protocols. Here, under the watchful gaze of Master Zheng, he memorized code phrases and dispatch schedules, learning that timeliness was as vital as accuracy. In his satchel, he carries a slate tablet coated in fine clay, a portable scratch pad where he records mileage markers and relay station coordinates, erasing each entry with a damp rag once delivered. You almost taste the chalky dust as you imagine tracing its lines. At his side trots a sturdy Kilian pony, its flanks lean and hooves shod with iron. The imperial stables bred these small, sure-footed mounts especially for the Silk Road's difficult terrain. You step alongside as Li Cheng halts at the first milestone, a carved stone post marking 15 li from Chang'an, and dips his finger in an ink-stained brush to note the departure time on his slate. Sunrise plus 8 breaths. The pony snorts, its breath misting in the cool morning air. Beyond the grove, the path rises toward a low ridge. On either side stand ancient tomb mounds, covered in low grass, where early Han nobles were laid to rest. Li Cheng dismounts briefly to attach a fresh goat hair filter to his bamboo water gourd. Water at relay stations was sometimes brackish, and these simple filters removed sediment before he added sealing wax-boiled pine resin to disinfect. The flow. You can almost feel the gritty grains caught in the filter's fibers and the tang of resin-laced water on your tongue. At the summit, the road forks to the left. It leads southwest toward the Wei River Basin. To the right, northeast, toward the Fen River and the Taihang Mountains. Li Cheng studies the carved directional boards, one inscribed with Wei Prefecture 500 li, the other with Shaanxi Prefecture minus 420 li. He tucks the tube under his arm, mounts again, and heads toward the Wei's fertile terraces, promised smoother footing and more frequent relay posts. Along the descent, you pass the first of many relay stations, a low rectangular building of round earth, roofed in baked tile. 2 guards squat before the entrance, eyes alert behind bronze-rimmed straw hats. They verify Li Cheng's token, a tiny bronze badge etched with the imperial scroll, then summon the station's clerk, who emerges with a fresh mount and a second bamboo tube, emblazoned with the next leg seal. In exchange, Li Cheng deposits his tube and records the handoff on the slate. The clerk watches him mount, then waves him onward. You feel a momentary thrill at the seamless choreography, a message reborn each 50 li in new hands. New hooves, yet counted and continuous dot between stations. Orchards of apricot and pomegranate brighten the road with pale blossoms. Farmers pause in their spring pruning to watch the courier pass. Li Cheng offers polite bows in return, his eyes scanning the horizon for flash signals from ahead, small fires lit on hilltops to warn of ambushes or floods. You sense the tension beneath this pastoral scene. Each message he carries might decide the fate of border garrisons or trigger the movement of tens of thousands of bushels of grain to feed the capital. Mid. Morning sun finds him at the third, the station, where supplies of millet cakes and salted duck await. He shares a simple meal with the on-duty courier, sitting cross-legged on a split bamboo mat, dipping rice cakes into soybean paste, and sipping cooled millet wine from shallow bowls. You taste the hearty sweetness of the wine, feel the grainy texture of the cakes, and hear the soft creak of the bamboo mat as Li Cheng leans forward to retie his horse's saddle girth. Routine diligence that ensures he does not slow down the spring fresh mount. As the relay station's gong tolls to mark the half-day point, Li Cheng scans the sky. Dark clouds gather, a spring storm blowing in from the northwest. Thunder rumbles faintly and he slows his mount, seeking shelter beneath a grove of locust trees. The leaves rustle in a sudden gust, and you smell their faint floral fragrance, mixed with damp earth. Soon drops patter onto bamboo roofs. Then a steady rain soaks the mop straw thatch. Couriers here drape straw cloaks over their shoulders and wrap straw hats low over their brows. Li Cheng does the same, and you can almost feel the prick of water through the straw and the deep hush that settles over the landscape. Under the downpour, you learn of the courier system's ironclad rules. If a storm makes a road impassable, the relay sends messages via secondary routes, even if longer. If a courier falls ill, the station's deputy must carry the tube on in their stead. If an entire district floods, messages transfer to riverboats that paddle at night by lantern light. Each contingency plan is a testament to hundreds of years of trial and error. You sense the significance. In a world without canals or telegraphs, survival depended on networks woven through terrain as much as through human trust. As the rain lets up and the horses shake out their manes, Li Cheng remounts. He strokes the pony's neck and whispers a quiet blessing, then pushes onward toward Wei Prefecture's capital. More than 300 li ahead, you rise in the stirrups, the bamboo tube safe at your side, and peer across patchwork fields disappearing beneath drifting mists. Finally, as dusk dims the sky, you crest a gentle hill to see the flicker of torchlight at another relay station. Its walls glow soft amber in the gathering gloom. Li Cheng leans forward in his saddle and urges the pony into a trot. Each hoofbeat carries him and his message closer to the capital, faster than the wind and the rush of rivers. As night falls, and you watch the station's gates open, you're left with one lingering question. In an empire as vast as Han China, where every step of this courier's dance must be flawlessly executed, how many lives and how much stability rested upon the unheralded hands of these riders, racing beneath moonlit skies? Across mountains and marshes, perils, protocols, and the pulse of empire before dawn's pale fingers brush the horizon. You rouse yourself alongside Li Cheng beneath a canvas canopy strung between 2 elm trunks. At the edge of a marshy lowland, the night's rain has left the air thick and fragrant. The marsh reeds glistening with dew. Fireflies hover like wayward lanterns. Beside you, Li Cheng adjusts the bamboo tube's seal once more, murmuring a courteous prayer to the spirits of safe passage. May swift winds and steady hooves guard our path. His mount, a sure-footed Kilian pony, rests on 3 legs, its flanks heaving softly in sleep. You kneel to refill its water gourd, pouring from another reed-filtered vessel. The water tastes faintly of resin and marsh sediment, reminder of the many hands and hills it has passed through. Li Cheng watches you with a gentle nod before flicking his straw cloak aside and tossing off the last bits of damp straw. Already his thoughts turn to the route ahead as dawn breaks. The two of you set out across the soggy ground. Each hoofstep sends up soft splashes that echo beneath the cry of marsh cranes. Mud clings to your boots and you feel every ounce of the bamboo tube's weight more keenly. To your right, a cluster of stone markers indicates an ancient boundary, once patrol posts for frontier scouts. Now those scouts relay news of nomadic incursions. Ever vigilant, Li Cheng leans forward, scanning the tall reeds for movement. Though the Han Dynasty's borders lie far beyond this route, rumors of bandits and wandering tribesmen still shadow every courier's journey. The first test comes swiftly. A collapse of the earthen causeway over a rivulet swollen by rain. You see it too. Late one side has given way, leaving a jagged gap. Li Cheng reins in his pony at the last moment, heart hammering, and dismounts. In measured calm, he lifts the bamboo tube from its strap and passes it to you. Then he rolls up his sleeves and wades into the water, pressing flat stones into the mud to create a temporary stepping path wide enough for hoof and foot. You join him, bending to tense as each stone shifts beneath your hands. A misstep here could soak both rider and dispatch, dangerous for a message of imperial consequence. Once the stones hold firm, Li Cheng hops back onto his mount, retrieves the tube from you, and urges the pony across. Its hooves slap confidently on the new footbridge. You follow, offering your hand if needed. When you reach solid ground, he bows briefly. Every obstacle is part of the path, he says, voice steady despite adrenaline's residue. You taste the marsh's green scent in his wutsa. Lesson that no courier's road is ever truly straight. Beyond the rivulet lies the foothills of the Kindling Range. The dirt track narrows into a rocky trail that snakes upward through pines and junipers. With each rise, the air cools, and your climb becomes a test of endurance. Li Cheng leads his pony by the reins, pausing at switchbacks to catch his breath. You follow, feeling the burn in your thighs as you trudge up steep grades. All the while, the bamboo tube hangs at your side, a silent passenger whose fate depends on your stamina. By mid-morning, you crest the ridge and gaze down upon a valley grid of rice paddies and canals the way river plain. A relay station's squat tower stands at the valley's lip, its watchful eye scanning for couriers and water thieves alike. Before you descend, Li Cheng tightens the straps on his saddlebags, producing a small knife to trim stray reed fibers from the tubes. Seal, a loose seal, he reminds you, could let even a single drop of water ruin imperial writs. You feel the cool metal of the knife against your palm as you hold the tube steady. Another moment of shared trust in this relay of duties. The descent is swift but treacherous. Loose shale underfoot sends occasional pebbles skittering down the slope. Li Cheng dismounts again to guide his pony foot by foot. You slide past narrow ledges, heart in your throat, until the valley floor rises to meet you. The station's soldiers, green-clad men armed with crossbows, flash disciplined nods as you enter. The clerk greets Li Cheng by name, having noted his arrival time in the official log. A fresh mount is let out, and a new bamboo tube, stamped with the prefecture's seal, is produced. Li Cheng exchanges his message, bowing to the clerk's raised eyebrow. Then he retrieves the new dispatch, and you mount together again by noon. You gallop across fertile terraces beneath a blazing sun. The heat ripples on the horizon. Dust rises in thin columns. Li Cheng offers you a millet cake dipped in salted duck juice. You taste its gritty sweetness mixed with rich savor. Feel the energy boost as you chew, and watch distant figures. A group of woodcutters atop a ridge. Axes slung across their shoulders pause to wipe sweat from brows. Their silent salute to your passing reminds you that every courier bridges not only bureaucracies, but also the rhythms of rural life. As afternoon wanes, the trail enters a wooded gorge. Winds carry the distant roar of rapids. You follow Li Cheng across stepping stones laid centuries earlier by monks traveling to mountain shrines. Here the path narrows again, and the shade deepens. Moss clings to boulders. Ferns carpet the damp soil. In this hush, Li Cheng removes the bamboo tube's cap and hands you a fresh reed filter for his water gourd, its fibers now clogged with sediment, as clear a sign of the gorge's stirring as the rapids themselves. You sip the cool water, tasting minerals and forest silt, then pass the gourd back. Suddenly, the creak of harnessed leather and a muffled curse alert you. Bandits, 3 in number, spring from behind a cluster of pines. Their faces are half-masked. They carry short blades and burlap sacks. Instinctively, you murmur the imperial code phrase by the mandate's light, hoping even these highwaymen will pause before robbing an imperial courier. Li Cheng stands firm, hand on the tube, Eyes level, he addresses them in measured Mandarin. I carry the Emperor's words. Any harm to me or the message is treason. For a heart-stopping moment, the bandits size you both up. Their leader broad-shouldered, eyes narrowing, snarls and steps forward, blade raised. But as Li Cheng slowly lowers his hand to the hilt of his own short sword, an ornate jian presented to him by Master Zhang, the bandits hesitate. They have heard stories of disciplined couriers as skilled fighters, sworn to protect their charges. The leader breathes out, gestures to his men, and they back away into the shadows. You feel your shoulders unclench as the trio recedes. Li Cheng watches them go, then exhales, replacing the tube within arm's reach. Many will not risk imperial wrath for a sack of coins, he says quietly. A reminder that authority travels as surely as hooves. By late afternoon, you emerge from the gorge onto open grasslands that stretch westward to the Yellow River itself. A low, dusty haze shimmers in the distance. Here, the wind carries the first hint of winter's chill, despite the autumn sun. Relay stations are more sparse. Couriers ride longer between posts. Li Cheng urges the pony to a canter, mindful of time. As dusk approaches, you sight the river's broad ribbon, gleaming like molten metal. On its southern bank, the final station of this leg stands ready, its earthen walls topped with WATCHTOWERS. You arrive just as lanterns ignite along the ramparts. Soldiers man the gatehouse, shouting your name. The station clerk kneels to receive the tube, then bows and whispers the next leg's details. A riverboat dispatch at midnight. Navigating by starlight and lantern signal, Li Cheng steps forward to present his bronze courier badge as proof of authenticity. The clerk studies its embossed characters, then nods and produces the next bamboo tube. As you hand over your seal and message, Li Cheng turns to you, eyes reflecting torchlight. We go now onto the river, where currents dictate speed rather than hooves. Tomorrow's challenges will differ, but the duty remains to honor each relay station, each soldier's watch, each reader of these words. You nod, feeling the weight of the moment, an empire's lifeblood pumping through rivers and roads, carried by unbroken lines of human hands. As you follow Li Cheng toward a waiting sampan, its oars, silhouetted against the river's dusky shine, you're left with one unresolved thought drifting on the autumn air. When the mileposts end and the river takes up the charge, how will the silent rhythms of water travel shape the fate of the Han Dynasty's vast communications network? River currents and imperial continuity, the final leg and enduring networkers. Night settles over the Yellow River's silvery expanse. You step into the narrow sampan, awaiting at the final relay station's dock. Lanterns bob atop bamboo poles, casting wavering pools of light across the water's surface. The oarsmen, three squat men in padded hemshirts, settle into their positions. Backs to you, faces turned toward the distant glow of Chang'an on the horizon. You grasp the bamboo message tube in your hands, feeling its cool smoothness and the faint echo of every footstep and hoofbeat that brought it this far. Li Cheng boards beside you, settling cross-legged at the sampan's prow. He nods to the eldest oarsman, who dips his oar into the water and begins a slow, steady stroke. The sampan glides away from the bank with a gentle lilt, breaking the silence only with the rhythmic slap of wood against the river and the susurrus of night winds. The tube sill remains tight, its contents unspoiled by the marsh waters, mountain mists and desert dust that preceded this final leg. Navigating by lantern and star over the next hour, the oarsmen fall into a measured chant, low voices rising and falling like the river's own breath. Lanterns hung at bow and stern throw narrow beams that intersect in the darkness, a lifeline guiding the sampan past unseen hazards. Ahead, floating markers, simple clay pots tethered to driftwood in the current, each one a pointer to submerged shoals and shifting sandbars. Li Cheng leans forward, reading their positions in the lantern light, then murmurs instructions to the oarsmen in soft Mandarin. Steer 2 paces east of the third buoy, then follow the left bank's leaning willow. You feel the keel graze a shoal as the oarsmen deftly correct course. In the dense night, minor mistakes could strand the vessel until dawn. Dangerous prospect when the river's breadth leaves little room for rescue. The navigational choreography unfolds like the relay system on land. Human skill and local knowledge sustaining the imperial network across varied terrain. Midnight vigil and unexpected peril as midnight approaches. A sudden gust sweeps downriver, stirring the lantern flames into sputters. One goes out, plunging the stern into darkness. You hear Li Cheng curse softly as the tube wobbles in your hands. The eldest oarsman fumbles, knocking the remaining lantern lote's glass pane cracking. With a sharp ping, cool water slaps against the sampan's side, and the chant falters. You smell the oily tang of extinguished wicks mingled with river mist dotting the pitch black. The oarsman works swiftly by touch alone, palms sliding along or shafts, knees braced against thwarts. Li Cheng unsheaths a small iron striker from his belt and sparks a fragment of resin on a stone. The flame flares to life. You pass a fresh wick to the oarsman at the stern, who restores the lantern with trembling haste. The cracked pane is hastily secured with a cloth rag and improvised fix to keep gusts at bay until dawn. Through the brief crisis, you sense the pulse of the Empire relying on this tube's safe delivery, a single spark, a moment's uncertainty. Almost imperiled the journey's end. Dawn at the capital's gates by first light. The sampan slips. Beneath the massive stone arch of the Imperial Canal's terminus, brick-lined embankments rise to meet vaulted bridges hung with Imperial banners. Couriers on horseback wait clustered near the gate, their restless, awaiting the final land leg into Chang'an. You feel anticipation prick your skin as the oarsmen bring the sampan alongside a marble dock. Li Cheng stands, tucking the iron striker into his sash, and steps ashore, lingering only to brush his palms together in thanks to the river's unseen spirits. At the canal gate, a prefect's attendant greets you with a bowed head, recognizing Li Cheng at once. The attendant's clerk removes the bamboo tube with ceremonious care, inspecting the seal for damage. A quick twist of red wax, still intact. In exchange, he hands Li Cheng a scroll tube stamped with the Grand Secretariat seal, containing the next Imperial dispatch. Li Cheng places yours inside a velvet pouch and hands it to the attendant, who murmurs, "By your honor's hands, the Son of Heaven's will is conveyed." You watch as the attendant strides toward the palace's outer gate, and a company of armored guards parts to let him pass. Behind them, the city awakens. Traders lift shutters on timber-fronted shops. Incense smoke curls from temple roofs, and distant drumbeats signal the morning audience. Li Cheng follows at a measured pace, and you feel the quiet pride of every relay station, cart path, river crossing, and storm-blown lantern that made this moment possible. The couriers return in reflection with the tube delivered. Li Cheng turns toward the western road Homer journey of 300 li in reverse. He pauses before departing, gesturing for you to join him under a blossoming plum tree just outside the palace walls. Its white petals tremble in the morning breeze, fluttering like confetti around a pair of stone steles carved with the names of fallen couriers. Li Cheng traces one inscription with his finger, voice hushed. Here rests Bosheng, whose mount collapsed in Mongol snows. Here rests Han Yan, who perished in a desert sandstorm. Each name a reminder that service exists. A price. You stand in silence, feeling the weight of names carved in stone and the pulse of the Empire carried on human backs and hooves. Li Cheng picks up a fallen petal, shapes it between thumb and forefinger, then lets it drift on the breeze. "We are petals on the wind," he says softly. "Our work brings distant voices to the throne, but we vanish once the message is heard, enduring threads of connection as you prepare to leave Chang'an's gates." You consider how the Han courier system's meticulous protocols, relay stations every 50 li, rigorous seal inspections, contingency plans for rain and bandits wove a network that bound an empire spanning thousands of miles. Grain taxes flowed inward, military reports streamed outward, cultural ideas hitchhiked on the same routes. Over centuries, those paths would become the Silk Road, connecting East and West in commerce, religion, and technology. Today, as digital packets surge across fiber-optic cables and satellites beam dispatches in milliseconds, remember Li Cheng's measured hoofbeats and lantern-lit barges. Our modern infrastructures trace their lineage to couriers who raced beneath starry skies and through storms, carrying the fragile threads of governance and communication. Each bookmarked relay station echoes in today's data centers. Each stamped bamboo tube prefigures encrypted packets. Each river crossing anticipates submarine cables. So, as your eyes grow heavy and the hum of your fan mimics distant oars, reflect on this. The silken threads that once bound an emperor to his farthest subjects now ripple invisibly around the globe. And just as Li Cheng's swift horse bridged provinces and rivers, our own messages, though faster, still depend on human ingenuity and unheralded diligence. Drift into sleep knowing that every text you send, every call you make, rides on the same spirit of connection kindled beneath mulberry groves to millennia ago, testament to the enduring power of trusted couriers, whether on horseback, sampan, or in the digital ether. Foundations of a nomadic network. You settle back into your pillows as the gentle hum of your fan tethers you to the present, and your mind drifts to the boundless grasslands of 13th century Central Asia. Imagine an endless ribbon of green and gold, where herds of sheep and horses move, like ocean swells beneath a wide, open sky. Here, amid the shifting dunes and hidden oases, Genghis Khan envisioned a communication system as swift and far-reaching as his armies, what he would call the Yam Dot at dawn's first light. You stand at the edge of a small palisaded camp on the Orkan River plain. Wooden yurts cluster around a central stockade, and you smell the tang of horse sweat mixed with smoldering dung fires. A line of mounted riders, each wearing a narrow leather satchel across the chest, awaits instructions from the local Naka, the camp's courier master. The Yam's core principle is simple: A series of relay stations grid spaced roughly 25 to 40 li apart, where fresh mounts and provisions await every rider. You sense the vast ambition in this pattern, an imperial grid draped across the Empire's sinewy expanse. Your guide is Jeeb, named after the famed general who first discovered the value of swift message carrying during the Khwarezmian campaign. He is lean and weather-tanned, his eyes sharp as his steel stirrups. In his right hand he holds a leather-wrapped message scroll sealed with Consolidation, proof of authenticity even in the remotest steppe. In his left hand rests a polished wooden horn, used to summon relay station attendants from afar. You touch the horn's smooth surface, feeling the subtle grooves formed by generations of riders. Geeb mounts his spirited Akeltique mare, its coat gleaming like burnished bronze. As he settles into the stirrups, you notice the custom-fitted leather saddle arch to protect the rider's thighs, and padded to absorb the mare's endless gallop. Below, the camp's blacksmith hammers at a mobile forge, maintaining iron bits and horseshoes that keep the yam's mounts in peak condition. Sparks flicker like tiny constellations against the morning sky, reminding you that every element of this network metal, hide, horn must be precisely tuned. At the sea. Short blast on Jeeb's horn, the mounted line surges forward. You feel their hooves thunder over trampled grass. A rolling cadence as they race toward the next relay station, nearly 30 li away. The distance might seem modest, but across windswept steppe, every li is a test of horse and rider. Dust plumes swirl behind them. As they crest a gentle hill, you glimpse the distant silhouette of the next Cretaceous Flaga square of dyed wool fluttering atop a wooden mast. Marking haven and hub. The girdage itself is a compact guarded outpost. Low earth walls topped with sharpened stakes protect a stable yard ringed by small wooden stalls. A handful of attendants, trained herders and messengers await Jeeb's arrival. You watch as he reins in his mare, dismounts with fluid ease, and passes the sealed scroll to the station chief. The chief inspects the tamga, then hands Jeeb a new scroll bound for the next station before calling for a fresh mount. In moments, Jeeb vaults onto the new horse, already slipping the old mare's bridle to an awaiting attendant. You feel the thrill of continuity. No delay longer than a single exchange, no single rider bearing the weight of a journey beyond her endurance between posts. You ride a companion camel best suited for carrying supplies across arid stretches. Your saddlebag holds dried meat strips, small wooden flasks of fermented mare's milk arag, and a simple felt tent for nights when the network must pause. You taste the slight effervescence of the arag on your tongue. Its temp's both sour and invigorating. Each relay station also stocks fresh fodder, dried grasses and grain husks for the mounts, and simple meals of boiled millet and lamb broth for the riders. As you approach the second Gatiji, the land changes. Dunes give way. Two rolling hills dotted with juniper scrubs. You notice petroglyphs carved into bold as ancient markers, indicating safe water wells painted with fresh whitewash by station attendants. These wells, like the relay stations, are vital nodes if the yam depends on speed. It also depends on reliable water sources. You dip your cup into the crisp well water, feeling its chill, and think of every rider who paused here before you, cupping the same flow to slake thirst and steel resolve. Back on the steppe, wind rushes past your ears as you match pace with Geeb. He shares stories of the yam's origins, how after subjugating the Jin capital in 1215, Genghis Khan ordered scouts to ride to the empire's farthest reaches, Siberian taiga, the Gobi's dunes, the Caspian's marshes, bringing news in a matter of weeks rather than months. You imagine the shock in distant frontiers when a courier materialized with a sealed command from the great Khan himself. Across Asia, the yam would be recognized as a symbol of imperial power and connectivity. At midday, you arrive at a major hub, a fortified station near the confluence of two caravan routes. Here, the grid expands into a small caravanserai with lodging for merchants and space for large caravans of silken horses. You sense a different energy. Traders bargaining, overpressed camel hides, Uyghur scribes copying Astana manuscripts, and Muslim envoys petitioning the Khan's governors. The yam riders slip through this bustle with formal courtesy, no idle chatter, only swift exchange of scrolls and priority passage through locked gates. You glimpse a Chinese translator, lamplit, quill in hand encoding messages into you, a script for Western delivery. That evening, beneath a sky spangled with unfamiliar constellations, Gib and the other riders gather around a low fire, their mounts corralled nearby. They prick small pieces of felt with hot embers to patch saddle, blankets, sharing animal fat by the handful to waterproof leather boots. A ragged chorus of throat singers rises and falls with the flames, their tones echoing the creaks of leather and the soft nickers of horses. Over bowls of mutton stew, Jeeb recites the yam regulations. Riders must never leave station lights unlit at night. Messages must be delivered in strict sequence. Any delayed to sickness, bandits, or invasion must be reported immediately to the nearest Paragas, regional governor. You feel the hush of solemn vow among them. The network's lifeblood is discipline as much as horseflesh as the fire dwindles. You rise to pitch your felt tent beside Jeeb's. He tips your bowl of arag, saying, "Tomorrow's leg will cross." Into highland passes we risk snowdrifts and rockslides, but by dawn the message must press on. You lie back, cradle the leather pouch, and imagine the scroll's final destination, perhaps the Khan's throne at Karakoram or a garrison. Commander on the Amu Darius banks, the tense felt walls muffle the horses' breathing and the distant murmur of relay horn calls, echoing across the dark. Before sleep overtakes you, a question drifts through your mind, carried on the chilly breeze. In an imperium spanning from the Pacific's shores to the Danube's delta, could any communication network, no matter how swift, ever outrun the very sands and snows that threaten to swallow its waste? Across snowbound passes, trials, protocols, and the steppes' hidden roads, the morning sun rises pale and brisk over the horizon, painting the endless steppe in silvery light as you unseal your felt tent. Frost crystals cling to the grass, each blade snaps softly underfoot. Beyond the ring of yurts and corralled horses, the path ahead climbs toward the Altai foothills, where winter's first snows drift like ash across rocky ridges. Geeb already stands by his Akel-Tik mare, breath misting in the cold air as he checks the reins and tightens stirrup straps. You can almost feel the mare's warmth radiating through its leather blankets, a reminder that in the yam, every detail of tack and cloth matters. After a quick stew of dried mutton and barley, thick, nourishing, and warmed with a pinch of fermented mare's milk, you assist the relay attendants in packing fresh supplies. Each grade stocks enough grain, dried fruits, and cured meat for a 3 days' journey, along with sealed water skins. You heft a wooden crate of yak butter caravan candles, each pressed from clarified butter for steady, smokeless flaming. Place it beside Jeeb's iron-bound box of signal powder. On the steppes' lonely nights, riders sometimes ignite a small pyre at summits to guide their successors. The powder ensures the fire flares bright and blue. Mounted again, you follow, Gib through the camp's narrow gate, the herd of riders unfurling like a ribbon across frozen earth. The path narrows to a rough trail of packed snow and gravel, winding between granite outcrops that glint with ice. With each ascent, the wind sharpens, whistling through crevices and tugging at fur-lined hoods. Jeep signals you to ride close. Visibility is poor where swirling snow clouds drift across the ridge. You grip the bamboo tube's satchel strapped tightly, mindful that the scroll within bears sealed commands whose delay could reshape Frontier Garrison's fate. Relay station. In the clouds after an hour's cautious climb, you crest a saddle between two peaks to find the next griddage perched on a ledge of quarried stone. Its walls are reinforced against avalanche-angled roofs designed to shed snow, and stout oak beams carved from distant forests. Station attendants emerge, faces wind-burned but alert, wielding long poles tipped with iron hooks to clear snowdrifts from doorways. They guide Geeb's mare into a sheltered pen and bring out a fresh Mongolian pony, its coat thick and tawny against the white slope. You dismount, stiff from cold, and slip inside the warm hearth of the station's central yurt, a single circular tent lined with wool felt and warmed by a low stone stove. Inside, attendants offer you bowls of saganidi-curdled mares, milk tea flavored with salt and warmed by chunks of yak butter. The air is rich with its fatty aroma, comforting after the high-altitude chill. As you sip, Jeeb exchanges the scroll with the station chief, a simple but precise ceremony. The chief examines the Constamba, then uses a heated stylus to press a fresh mark of approval into the sealing wax. You feel the raised emblem under your fingertips, a tactile affirmation that power still radiates from Karakoram across these peaks. The station's annex contains gear for snowbound emergencies, folded yak hair blankets, wooden pints of snowmelt, water, and a stash of laminated hide maps showing alternate side tracks around crevassed glaciers. Geeb lays out his route, a descent eastward toward a sheltered valley before pushing south into the Irtish drainage. He notes a recent report of a rock slide that buried the clearest path. The map marks it with a red ink cross. You trace the line with your finger, imagining the boulder's thunder down the slope. The narrow defile blocked by granite, an impassable wall unless cleared. Protocols under pressure by mid-morning. The station's attendants have harnessed the fresh pony and prepared a light pannier of dried jerked meat and millet cakes for you. Jeb straps the scroll tube across his saddle, then pauses to tap the station's horn once a signal that the handoff is complete and the station's duty fulfilled. The horn's tone carries far on the thin air, warning other couriers and marking the relay's heartbeat. You raise your own small horn and sound it back, an echoing acknowledgement that your journey resumes. The descent is treacherous. Loose snow hides treacherous drops, and the pony slips once, nearly plunging you both into a snowbank. You steady its reins, urging it toward rock ledges where footing is firmer. As the slope eases, you glimpse the valley below, a ribbon of dark forest threading between snowfields, marking the route of an ancient hunting trail. Hunters' cairns, piles of stones topped with fluttering strips of cloth signal respect for mountain. spirits, and warn of predators' dens. Li Cheng's earlier lessons on the Han routes echo now. Even in the Imperium's mightiest networks, couriers must heed local customs and supernatural dangers. Halfway down, you encounter a Mongol caravan escorting salt blocks of vital trade. Between mineral-rich highlands and lowland markets, their camels snort in the cold, heads hung low beneath weighty packs. You wave, and their lead driver lifts his hat in respectful greeting. He grinds a small hoof rasp along one camel's worn shoe, advising you quietly on the best sidetrack around a frozen stream. You follow his finger along a worn stone path, understanding that the Yam's success depends on these informal alliances with nomads, merchants, and tribal guides. As you rejoin Jeep, he nods appreciatively at the caravan's guidance. He murmurs, "In every relay, we carry not only the Khan's words but the wisdom of each stranger we meet." You feel the hum of shared purpose in his words. Every map annotation, every informal tip contributes to the network's resilience. Ambush and authority by afternoon. The trail narrows again to a wooded gorge, black pines dripping with snow. You sense a shift in atmosphere. The hush deepens, broken only by distant creaks of ice and the crunch of hooves on packed needles. Suddenly, a volley of arrows whistles overhead, embedding in the trees around you. Bandits likely disaffected, mountain clans resisting Mongol rule emerge from concealment. Faces masked with dyed wool, bows raised. Jeeb slaps his thigh, unsheathes his curved saber, and rolls his pony to face the attackers. You grasp your own riding knife, heart racing, as the bandits demand the scroll in the mouths. Geeb's voice rings out. By the Khan's decree, this message isn't violent. Any harm to it is treason. His saber arcs in the air, flashing steel against snow. In the Yam's code, couriers are granted quasi-diplomatic immunity. Harming one is punishable by death. The bandits hesitate at the saber's gleam, their bows uncertain, taking advantage. Jeep urges his pony forward, drawing a protective circle around the scroll, and the bandits release a half-hearted volley, then reel back as Mongol cavalry reinforcements, summoned by Jeeb's horn blast at the prior station, thunder into view. Their lances lowered, they scatter the attackers in a swirl of disciplined charge. Within moments, the gorge is silent once more, save for the panting of horses. You exhale, adrenaline draining, and Jeeb places a steadying hand on your shoulder. The Khan's authority rides ahead of us, but we must still earn each victory with vigilance. Twilight at the oasis. By late afternoon, you reach a hidden oasis where palm groves cluster around a spring fed by mountain runoff. Turquoise water shimmers against sand and shadow. Station attendants here have erected wooden platforms and red huts for travelers. You dismount, wincing as your joints protest the day's jolts, and scoop fresh water into your cupped hands, cool, sweet, and pure. Camels kneel to drink, horses graze on tender grasses. GB presents the scroll to the oasis chief, who inspects the seal before leading you both into a shaded pavilion. Here, over bowls of spiced lamb stew and sweetened camel milk, you hear news of the frontier. Russian envoys have arrived to seek passage across Mongol lands. Tributary rulers in the Khwarezm region bristle at new tax assessments. Each dispatch you carry shapes policies that ripple beyond these dunes. You taste the stew's warmth, punctuated by coriander and cumin, and sense how provisions buffer the flavors. Oasis water, shelter under palm fronds anchored the Yam's riders to local communities. As dusk settles, you and Jeeb ready the final leg, a push southward to connect with the Transoxian envoy station. The next Gatij lies beyond, through desert flats where sand drifts will sweep away any unmarked track. You wrap an extra layer of felt around the bamboo tubes, satchel, and lash it firmly beneath your saddle. Jeeb secures a merchant's woven flag with the Khan's Matamba to guarantee safe passage through intermittent tribes who might question your authority by night. Before you mount, you pause at the pavilion's edge, gazing at the oasis's lantern-lit grove. The stars thicken in the sky, constellations unfamiliar to the steppe riders. In their silent watch, you sense the network's vast reach, how a moonlit message carried over mountains and marshes now hovers on the brink of desert wilderness. And so you wonder, as the final glow of night lanterns fades, when the path that runs out of water and the sands begin to erase every hoofprint, how will the Yam's riders maintain the thread of command, and what will become of Imperium's voice when couriers vanish into the dunes? Enduring gallop deliveries decline, and the Yam's legacy knight's full cloak envelops the desert as you mount your camel beside Jeeb. The final Gratesh's lanterns flickering behind you like distant stars. The air cools sharply once the sun sinks below the horizon, and the sand underfoot shifts with every cautious step. Before you lies the bleak stretch known as the Aral Steppe Blank, where no permanent wells mark the dunes and nomadic guides warn of nights so silent that one could hear a single hoofbeat miles away. Yet here, the Yam must press on. The scroll in Jeeb's satchel bears urgent orders for the Khan's provincial governor to dispatch reinforcements against an uprising on the Siadaria's banks. Delay could tip the balance between swift suppression and widespread revolt. The first hours of the journey are governed by strict rotations. Every 20 li, you halt at temporary cairn-marked stations where attendants often borrowed from passing. Caravanserais offer you water skins filled with well water and simple flatbread baked over campfires. You sense the sopromant breeze carrying fine grit that scours exposed skin. You wrap your face in felt, leaving only eyes visible. Each station functions like clockwork, a low mound of stones, a water hide sewn from sheepskin, and the soft bleat of animals impressed to carry extra grain. You taste the stale bread and coarse water, feeling its caloric weight stabilize your resolve for the endless miles ahead. By midnight, the dunes have swallowed all tracks, and you ride by compass and the tremulous shimmer of moonlit sand. Gibb's horn remains silent. Here, any noise could attract desert bandits. Instead, he navigates by star patterns, the Big Dipper pointing north, the crooked line of Cassiopeia angling toward the western horizon. You recall his words at the oasis: even where the network's stations vanish, our oath remains. The Yam's riders are taught to read the sky as keenly as they read imperial seals, for in these stretches, only celestial navigation sustains. The relay. Sudden turmoil breaks the hush when a dust whirlpool, an unexpected miniature dust devil, arises under the full moon, spiraling sand into the air with a hissing roar. You feel the fine particles sting your cheeks, and your camel rears in panic. Gibb shouts a warning, sliding from his mount to secure the scroll tube within a cloth wrap to protect it from abrasive grit. You follow suit, crouching low, wrapping your felt cloak over your head, and waiting until the vortex passes as swiftly as it came. When the sand settles, you uncover the 2-bits wax seal intact but smeared with residue, proof that even the Yam's sacred charges can bear the desert's fury. Dawn's pale fingers break the horizon as you crest the sandstone divide. A ridge of sculpted pinnacles carved by centuries of wind. Below lies the final girdage, a stone pavilion half buried in dunes, roof collapsed under shifting sands, but its well still yields brackish water. A lone attendant, bundled in goat hair, robes, greets you and Gibb with hollowed logs to signal your arrival, an improvised welcome far from the Empire's heart. You dismount, breathing deep. Each inhalation tastes of ancient stone and parched earth. Gibb unfolds the scroll, its paper slightly roughened by desert dust, and hands it to the attendant, whose weathered hands break the seal with ritual precision, and carry the message into the pavilion's shadowed interior. Inside, the attendant offers thick millet porridge, enriched with camel's milk and raisins, an act of generosity remarkable in this stark expanse. You sit on a low stone bench, bowl in hand, tasting its subtle sweetness and feeling warmth seep into chilled bones. The attendant produces a fresh scroll, orders from the Sia Daria governor instructing immediate troop movements. The seal's imprint glints in the morning light as Gibb tucks it carefully beneath his cloak. You sense the scroll's weight shift. It carries lives and policies eastward, just as the one delivered carried command northward. With the handoff complete, Gibb turns to you with a solemn nod. The Yam's pulse must never falter, he murmurs. You remount, camel and pony forging a dusty column across bleached sands. The attendant raises his voice in a clear note on the relay horn, a signal that will echo to the next station, confirming the passage and summoning fresh mounts. Even here, where human outposts are fragile and fleeting, the Yam's network persists in microcosm. Message: horse, horn. By midday, the landscape softens into frost-crusted steppes as you descend toward the Sia Darius banks. The river and slow-moving gleams gray under a low winter sun. You reach a fortified river station, stout mud brick walls topped with battlements and watchtowers manned by loyal guards. They hail your passage, and Gibb dispatches the scroll by longboater-covered vessel fitted with lantern beacons to navigate icy currents at night. The guards hold the scroll aboard, draping it within the captain's private cabin for safekeeping. You watch the boat shove off against the river's current, its wake dissolving almost immediately in the wide channel. In the days that follow, Gibb prepares to retrace his route home, even as the longboat presses upriver with the Khan's orders. At a final oasis encampment, you collect your supplies and bid farewell to the courier who raced through storm, snow, sand, and darkness to deliver the Empire's will. Before parting, he traces a pattern in the desert floor, a series of connected circles representing each relay station, each circle linking to the next in unbroken lines. As long as these circles endure, he says quietly, the Khan's voice will travel. Then he rides off, silhouette receding into the mirage of heat. Reflection threads across time as you lie beneath your blankets, the fans hum echoing your heart's slowed beat. Consider the vast ambition of the Mongol Yam, a communication network that conquered distance by converting each human settlement, each horse change, each well and oasis into nodes of imperial connectivity. It was not merely speed, but resilience, contingency in desert whirlwinds, agility in mountain snows, and authority that deterred bandits. Though the Yam would decline as the empire fragmented, its principles resurfaced centuries later in Persian Chapa-Khane, in Russia's root systems under the Tsars, and in the postal innovations of early modern Europe. Today, as fiber optic strands crisscross the globe and satellites beam data across continents. The spirit of the yam endures in every packet switch, every network relay, every cell tower transmitting a text. The horses and camels have been replaced by copper wires and wireless signals, but the underlying challenge remains the same: how to maintain secure, reliable pathways across hostile or indifferent terrain. Each of us in tapping a keyboard or speaking on a phone engages in a modern relay that owes its lineage to Jeeb and his fellow riders, whose measured gallop across an endless steppe once carried the Khan's voice on the wind. Drift now into sleep, carrying with you the rhythm of hoofbeats and the crackle of desert winds, knowing that every whisper we send across time and distance is part of an unbroken chain, one that began beneath the mulberry trees of Han China, thundered across the Aegean headlands, and clattered over the sands of Central Asia, bearing the simple, enduring truth that connection is the lifeblood of empire and humanity alike. Scriptoriums amid misty cliffs and heathered hills, you nestle into your pillows as the steady whir of your fan lulls you toward distant shores, and your thoughts drift to the windswept islands off Ireland's west coast in the 7th century CE. Imagine a world of granite outcrops and rolling meadows speckled with purple heather, where monasteries cling to cliffs like sea-beaten fortresses. Here, amid the echo of gulls and the cry of curlews, monks clad in woolen habits labored in scriptoriums to preserve sacred texts and shape the future of Europe. At dawn's grey light, you find yourself at the Abbey of Inniskerber, its stone, church-roofed with thick turf and its round tower rising like a silent sentinel against mist. Within the cloistered courtyard, you follow Brother Coleman, a young illuminator whose keen eyes and steady hand have gained a quiet reputation. He leads you through an arched doorway into the scriptorium's heart, a low, windowless chamber hung with skins for warmth, lit by a single oil lamp whose flicker dances on wooden desks. On each desk lies a vellum folio, its smooth surface prepared from calfskin still bearing a faint curve. Bowls of powdered ochre, lapis lazuli, and crushed malachite line narrow shelves, alongside quills of goose and swan, ready to be trimmed for letter strokes. You run your fingertip across a coil of copper-plate ink-fermented oak galls, mixed with gum arabica, and feel its slight tackiness. Brother Coleman gestures to a stool. You settle beside him, watching as he dips his quill and begins the slow, deliberate strokes of half-unshelled script. The day's task is to copy a portion of the Gospels in Latin, adding an ornate initial C for Christus that will bloom into interlaced knotwork and tiny zoomorphic figures in the margins. You sense the hush among the scribes, no whispered chatter, only the soft scratch of quill on vellum and the distant susurrus of the Atlantic waves. Each monk moves with tailored rhythm-cutting quills on a small whetstone, adjusting their posture to avoid smudging, pausing to breathe and steady the quill's flow. At mid-morning, Brother Finian, the abbot and master scribe, enters with a sheaf of new parchments. He inspects each quire, noting any blemishes or uneven surfaces. He lays one before you, explaining how to test its preparation. A single drop of water must bead and roll off, proving the skin's oils have been carefully removed. You watch the bead hover, then roll away, leaving a faint ring the size of a pen nib on assurance that your text will not blot or bleed. Nearby, an assistant stokes the hearth's peat fire, ensuring the chamber stays warm enough to keep ink flowing freely. Cold air can thicken ink. Heat dries vellum too quickly. You feel the gentle warmth on your back as you resume writing the phrase, et verbum carifactum est. Each letter measured, the quill's nib flexing on upward strokes. Brother Coleman hums a low psalm under his breath, a melodic counterpoint to the pen song. By noon, the illuminators pause for their simple meal: dark rye bread dipped in salted butter, a handful of roasted hazelnuts, and cups of thin ale brewed from barley and heather tips. You taste the beer's mild sweetness and the faint floral note of heather, feeling sustenance seep into tired fingers. Over the meal, monks share observations on decorative motifs, some inspired by Pictish stones brought from Scotland, others drawn from Coptic textiles received by visiting pilgrims. These cross-cultural echoes will enrich the manuscript's pages for centuries to come. As afternoon light filters through a small high window, its translucent glass imported from a distant Frankish abbey lay in your own vellum sheet, the groundwork for a complex carpet page, where geometric patterns spiral into labyrinthine loops. You sense the weight of tradition in these silent hours. You and your fellow copyists are guardians of knowledge, weaving ink and pigment into a tapestry that will survive raids, Viking fires, and the decay of time. When the final lamp is lit, at dusk, you press your palm to the freshly penned folio, feeling its slight undulation and the subtle sheen of pigments still drying. Brother Coleman gazes at your work and nods, noting the precision of your knot's twists. He brushes away, a stray flake of malachite, remarking, "In these lines we speak across ages or a quiet hand shaping the voice of Christendom." As night deepens and the wind's lament drifts through the abbey's walls, you're left with an open question echoing in the hush of the scriptorium. When the gleaming pages of these gospel manuscripts find their way to distant cathedrals, monasteries, and noble halls, whose eye centuries hence will trace each knot and flourish, rediscovering in their folds the patient devotion of these insular monks, trials of ink and iron raiders' rituals, and the scriptorium's defense before dawn's pale light filters through the high window. You slip into the scriptorium once more, its hearth embers still glowing faintly against the chill of morning. Brother Coleman stands at the lectern, quill in hand, reciting the nocturne psalms as he tests ink viscosity by tracing tiny circles on scrapped vellum. Each line must flow smoothly, neither bleeding into the pores nor pooling in glistening beads. You feel the hush settle the monastery's heartbeats in measured strokes of quill, a calming rhythm against the Atlantic wind's mournful cry as you bow to your desk. The door's iron latch rattles an unusual sound at this hour. Brother Finian enters, his robes whispering against stone floors, and lays a folded letter upon the bench. His brow is taut. Word has reached us, he says softly, that raiding Vikings have been sighted on the northern shore. They come ashore under moonlight, seeking plunder. We must secure our library before dawn's prayers. You rise, heart tightening. The precious manuscripts, the illuminated Gospels, saints' lives, and classical texts lie vulnerable in wooden chests along the north wall. Their covers, bound in tooled leather and secured with iron clasps, could mean the difference between preservation and loss. Brother Finian gestures to the assistant in charge of relics, who has already begun gathering chests into a smaller, more defensible storeroom. You sense the gravity. The raiders do not distinguish between holy and mundane. To them, any object of beauty or value is spoil. Working swiftly, you join two fellow scribes in lifting the heaviest chest from its perch. Its weight presses into your palms vellum pages, metallic pigments, and 100-year-old bindings, all demanding careful handling. You brace your knees, lift and carry it across the cold stone floor, as Brother Finian and the abbot bar the storeroom's iron door from within. Outside, you can almost hear the gulls. Distant squawks nature's final trumpet before human violence start with the chests safely inside. You turn to the chancel to join the other monks, for Matins' candlelight flickers over stone columns, illuminating carved faces of apostles whose stony eyes seem to watch over you. As you kneel, the weight of huddled vellum presses in your memory, each folio a luminous testament to human care. Slowly built over countless hours, the psalms echo in the immemorial chamber feels like armor against the threat gathering beyond these walls. By sunrise, the abbey's guards muster at the courtyard gate, clad in boiled leather jerkin and armed with bows. They patrol the ramparts that overlook the rocky shore. From the scriptorium's narrow embrasures, you glimpse longboats pulled onto the beach, hulls black against wet sand. Figures move in disorganized clusters, Vikings, scouting for entry points. Their shields and axes lie in shallow water, and you see the glint of polished iron as they heft them in greeting to the new day. Brother Finian, now clad in a simple woolen cloak, beckons you and Coleman to a side chamber where the abbey's map chest is kept. He opens it to reveal cowhide maps, outlines of the island's coves, marked with safe landing spots and hidden reefs. If they breach the walls, Finian whispers, we must ferry our most precious folios across the channel to Turin Island Hermitage. He points to a tiny sketched isle a league to the west. Brother Charan's cave is dry and concealed. He has agreed to shelter them until the danger passes. You feel both relief and further alarm. Half your collection must be moved under threat of violence, a task demanding both stealth and speed. The monastery's day passes in fevered motion. Coleman and you spend the morning preparing portable chests, reinforcing lids with leather straps, lining interiors with wool blankets, and sealing seams with pitch to protect against damp sea spray. You dip quill tips in a mixture of gum, Arabic, and crushed walnut husks to mark each chest with simple notation Gospels. Life of St. Patrick, classical texts ensuring future retrieval. Each label is a quiet prayer that these treasures survive even if the abbey stones are broken at noon. A horn blast echoes from the shore. The Vikings attempt to feint at the eastern wall while a smaller party makes for the main gate. The abbey's defenders rush to meet them, bows drawn, swords brandished. You hover at the scriptorium door, heart pounding in rhythm with fleeing wicked doors and clamoring monks. A skirmish rises and fades. The sounds of metal on metal ring like discordant psalms. Then sudden silence, broken by triumphant Viking. Shouts they have overwhelmed the outer defenses and are battering the great oak door. Brother Finian grabs your arm. Now, he breathes, to the boathouse. Together with Coleman, you slip through a narrow passage behind the chancel, carrying two chests apiece. The passage descends in a spiral of flagstones to the abbey's hidden boathouse beneath. The cliffs, there, three small clinker boats rest on wooden cradles, their hulls blackened with tar. The keeper of boats, a weather-beaten lay brother, hurries forward to stroke your hands. Godspeed, he says, pushing the boats into the surf. You and Coleman lower your chests into a boat's hold, then climb in, settling onto damp planks. The lay brother leaps in and shoves off. A lantern flickers, swinging from the prows. Master beacon for your cloaked passage across the channel's choppy waters. The tide swirls moans against the cliffs, and the wind whips foam across your shoulders. You feel each chest's bulk shift as waves jostle the boat. Your fingertips brush the ropes, securing lids. Paddles dip in unison. The shore retreats, shrouded in morning fog. Behind you, the abbey's silhouette shrinks to a dark shape beneath the thunder of Viking pursuit. You hear distant Chrysabe bells rent apart, timbers splintering, hammers on church doors. Then all sound is wind and wave. As you near Churiness Isle, the channel narrows. Rocks jut from black water like granite sentinels. The lay brother sets a plogan iron anchor into a crevice to hold position, then invites you ashore. You wade through knee-high surf, chest cramps from the weight and cold. Coleman slips his open hand into yours. Trust in the silence, he whispers. Together, you haul the chests into the cave's mouth, where dry walls await. Soft moss cushions the chests as you stack them in a neat row, each label gleaming in the lantern's glow. Within the cave's earthen chamber, illuminated by firelight dancing on rock, you help Churin arrange the manuscripts on stone ledges. A blessing. May these words wrestle time itself and stand safe. Until the ravagers have passed, you feel the hush settle once more, broken only by the fjord like gulls bawling overhead and the distant rumble of collapsing abbey walls. Afterward, Sharoon offers you both a bowl of porridge made from barley and foraged bog myrtle. Its bitter tang is unfamiliar but sustaining. You and Coleman eat in companionable silence, the lanterns flicker casting long shadows on the cave's walls. Outside, the fog thickens, and water drips from stalactites, a slow counterpoint to the storm of violence elsewhere. As evening deepens, you settle on a moss-covered rock, lantern at your feet, and open a small fragment from the chest-stand. Illuminated page of St. Jerome's commentary on the Psalms. Its gold-leaf glints, the Celtic knotwork tracing endless loops. Your fingertip follows a tangle of vines turned into zoomorphic beasts, lions, serpents, and birds interwoven in eternal embrace. You think of the Abbey scriptorium, the calm rigor of copying, the careful rituals of ink-making and quill shaping, and feel a profound connection. These monks' slow devotion has outpaced the Vikings' brutal haste. Above the roar of the sea, you hear a distant horn Churin-esque signal that tonight's vigil begins. The manuscripts are safe for now, but the question lingers with each drip of cave water when the Abbey's stones lie shattered and the raiders' longships vanish into horizon mists. How will these orphaned manuscripts find their way back? Whose hands, centuries from now, will rediscover their gilded lines, preserving the voices of saints born distant from these storm-lashed cliffs? Foundations at the crossroads of spice and silk you nestle into your pillows as the gentle hum of your fan drifts you toward the distant straits of Southeast Asia in the early 15th century. Imagine the sun climbing above a pole of tropical mist, spotlighting a crescent harbor where outriggers and junks from Java, Gujarat, Arabia, and China converge beneath swaying coconut palms. This is Malacca at the height of its spice trade boom, and at its heart stands the harbor master, an unsung figure whose rituals of measurement, diplomacy, and routine shaped an empire's fortunes. At dawn's first glow, you find yourself on the broad wooden platform of the harbor offices, the Bali Lembu, its whitewashed walls streaked by monsoon rains. A line of small, shallow boats slancher bobs against the quay wall, each crewed by Malay pilots in brightly dyed sarongs, as their outriggers rhythmically crack against the hulls. You follow Tun Hassan, the harbor master's chief deputy, into a cool shaded courtyard where a low-tick table holds logs of bound parchment and a large brass ASTROLABE.TUN. Hassan is a man of careful habits, his trimmed beard flecked with gray, his eyes alert despite the early hour. He receives you with a courteous nod and gestures to a gilt-edged ledger, its pages filled with columns of ship names, tonnage estimates, cargo manifests, and levied duties in kgs of pepper and ths of cloves. He taps the brass astrolabe's pointer with a slender finger, explaining each vessel's draft is measured by its waterline against the quay's tide marks. Mistake this by even 6 inches, and small junks could ground or large junks scrape the bottom, delaying cargo. You feel the astrolabe's cool weight in your hand as you turn its dial to trace the tide's angle against the wooden piers. Planks dot as the tide slips away. The harbor master Tungkwala, a quarter pointee known for his unerring arithmetic, emerges on the upper balcony. He wears a silk baju curing woven in palace colors and carries a small lacquered ebony box containing stamped seals of the Sultan's order. At his signal, Tun Hassan marshals the pilots. They steer their lancha alongside incoming vessels, where each captain presents his budgie, a cloth bundle containing the ship's manifest and cargo samples. You watch as Hassan's apprentices weigh, pebbles standardized as tackers on a hanging scale to calibrate each ship's hold depth on the quay below. A Chinese junk glides in, its red sails furrowed, hull painted with a dragon motif. Tun Kwala descends with measured steps, extends the ebony box's lid, and presents a circular lead seal stamped with the Sultan's crest. The Chinese captain bows his broad hat tilted, then unrolls a scroll listing porcelain jars, silk bolts, and packed chests of cinnamon. Hassan's apprentices take sample shards of porcelain and twisted cinnamon quills, testing them with water and flame to confirm their origin. You smell the bark's sweet spice as you watch Hassan scrape a curl onto a heated bronze plate. Its aroma, once ignited, reveals whether it truly hails from the Spice Islands or a cheaper imitator from Sumatra. While the test proceeds, you sense the synchronized dance of commerce and custom. No ship can unload without seal and sample. Number merchant can depart without tax paid. Pilgrims from Mecca seek safe harbor as they resume the Hajj. Javanese nobles barter sandalwood for tin. Gujarati traders discuss maritime insurance against piracy. You overhear one Persian merchant advising another, tip your pilot, well, and he'll guide you through the hidden reefs near Indarapura, a reminder that local knowledge held the same weight as imperial decree. By mid-morning, the whole echoes with Tanquala's clear voice as he announces duty assessments, 40 ths of cloves on the Chinese junk, at 1% under the transit tariff, 6 kgs of pepper and 4 of nutmeg on the Gujarati dhow, per Sultan's ordinance. Apprentices record each transaction in red ink, their quill tips dancing across parchment. You feel the page's slight undulation beneath your fingertips, as you note the exact sequence: manifest, sample, test result, seal, duty levy, and release order. Outside, dock workers hoist crates of aloha, iron ingots from the Malay Peninsula, while Bengal rice sacks are slid off decks to await inland caravans. The harbor's heartbeat rises and falls with each bell toll, signaling the closing of one ship's business and the opening of another's. You smell the mingled scents of coconut oil, drying tick planks, and ocean salt as you move between ships, observing the harbor master's yardsticks, the calibrated bamboo rod for measuring depth, the bronze sextant for tracking latitude, the stamped gong that reverberates when a vessel's duties are fully cleared as the sun climbs skyward. You are invited to the inner pavilion for the Jamwan Tingahari, the midday feast. Beneath an awning of woven palm frond mats, you sit on low benches beside the master and his deputies, dipping rice in spiced fish curry and sipping their tarik drawn from tin cups. Conversation drifts from monsoon forecasts critical for planning next season's voyages to the latest report of southern pirates who have been plundering Siamese junks along the Straits of Johor. Tanquala shrugs, voice calm. Our pilots know the narrow channels. Pirates rarely risk the reefs uncharted by our charts. Midday's rituals end with a final quill stroke. The harbor master signs off on each release order, touching the ebony seal to fresh wax on colored strips. Apprentices bundle the orders into leather pouches destined for palace archives, where they inform the Sultan's treasury of incoming revenues. You feel the seal's imprinter swirling motif of crease and crescent leave its mark on the soft wax, a lasting record of passage and permission. As shadows lengthen in the afternoon, you walk the quay's edge, watching loaded lancha slip into the channel, their prow flags snapping in the sea breeze. Tun Hassan stands beside you, eyes tracing the flotilla. Each vessel bound for Calicut or Guangzhou carries our reputation. If our measurements fail, our treaties falter. If our hospitality wanes, merchants turn elsewhere. His words hang in the salty air, a testament to the harbor master's quiet stewardship of a global network. Before dusk's amber glow yields to lantern light, you return to the Balai Lembu's main office, where Tanquala reviews the day's final entries. By oil lamp, the office door closes behind you with a soft thud, sealing out the sounds of creaking masts and murmured farewells. You watch his steady hand lift a vellum curtain over the ledger, then dip a quill into fresh ink to inscribe a single line: all tides and trades recorded, by command of His Majesty. As night deepens and the harbor's lanterns flicker across still water, you ponder this open question amid the quay's shadows. When the Sultan's court celebrates the wealth flowing from clove and nutmeg, who will remember the small, exacting rituals measuring sealing, sampling that ensured each ship's safe passage and each merchant's trust, forging Malacca's destiny one tide at a time, navigating monsoons, pirates, and palace politics before the first lion's roar of morning breaks over Malacca's rooftops. You return to the Balaj Lembu under a sky streaked with pre-monsoon clouds. The air is thick with humidity, and the scent of damp tick drifts from the quay. Inside the harbor master's office, Tanquala sits before the ledger table, robes folded neatly, eyes bright with vigilance. Around him, apprentices stir fresh ink and stretch new sheets of parchment. You sense the day's stakes. A brewing monsoon threatens both cargo and crew, and reports of pirate activity to the south press the harbor into heightened alert. Monsoon measures. Tanquala rises and beckons you outside, where the tide is already turning. Boats lie high on the mudflats. Small junks heel precariously against timbers. Hassan holds a calibrated bamboo rod, its notches matching the quay's tide marks from previous years. We measure each day at dawn, he explains, not just for docking but for planning. A monsoon surge can rise 6 feet overnight. You kneel at the water's edge, pressing the rod into the soft silt, feeling the mud cling around its base. As you read off the current depth 2 feet above low water, you mark the figure in a slim logbook. Date, time, tidal, height. This simple record will guide cargo loading schedules, ensuring that ships depart before the quay becomes impassable. Further down the quay, Hassan leads you past lines of lanka crews stowing oiled tarps over their canopies. He points to heavy iron rings embedded in the stonework moorings where ships will tether through monsoon gales. Each ring is tested weekly, he says, tapping one with a mallet. The dull ring signifies a solid anchor. You feel the vibrations through your fingertips, understanding that each humming strike is a heartbeat of harbor security, piracy, and patrols as the sun climbs. Hassan guides you toward the western breakwater, where a flotilla of Malay lancha outfitted with swivel-mounted Mallas small cannons rocks at anchor. The harbor master has dispatched these patrol boats to scour the southern shoals for pirate proas, reported raiding spice-laden junks. You climb aboard the lead lancha, its lacquered hull, gleaming red, and feel the gentle roll beneath your feet. A squad of stern-faced sailors loads small cannonballs into the Mallas, each ball wrapped in palm leaf wadding to cushion recoil. You watch the cannons swivel pivot, then dip your hand into a crate of damp sand for cleaning shatter routine that prevents moisture from rusting barrel bores. On deck, the pilot shouts orders in Malay, "Harap Kiri." The lancha swings starboard, heading for a rocky shoal studded with mangrove islets. Hassan adjusts his sarong to keep the sweat from stinging his eyes, then whispers, "A proa can slip among these islets unseen. We must flush them out before they strike defenseless traders." You grip the rail as the boat lurches forward, scanning tangled roots for telltale signs, paddles torn by collision or smudges of black powder, residue along mangrove trunks. Every hidden cove could conceal armed men looking to seize pepper, gold, or even human cargo. After an hour's patrol, you spot dark sails cresting the horizon, moving northeast in a cluster. Hassan signals the lancha to pursue, and the Mala booms a warning shot across their bows. The twin reports echo off limestone cliffs, sounding both mechanical and menacing. The piratical proas veer away, hulls tilting as crews hastily reef their sails. You feel a thrill as the militia-outfitted lancha gives chase, overtaking one proa whose captain finally strikes a black flag in truce. A boarding party clambers aboard, seizing crates of stolen nutmeg and securing sullen prisoners for the Sultan's magistrate. Back in the harbor, the laden junks resume docking under Hassan's watchful eye. Each pirate plunder returned is matched against the manifest, discrepancies noted, fines assessed, and the indemnity collected in both coin and cloves. You follow Hassan to a small pavilion where captured goods are weighed on a brass steeler. You place a crate of nutmeg on one hook and slide the counterweights until balance is achieved. He records the result in the Koran Timbangan weighing register, ensuring the Sultan's treasury receives its cut. Diplomacy and corruption by midday. The Balai Lembu's main hall buzzes with emissaries, a Chinese mandarin bearing tribute, silk, an Arab merchant with letters of credit, and a Javanese noble envoy cloaked in batik. Each presents sealed missives and negotiates berthing fees, harbor tariffs, and storage rates. Weaving among them, Hassan updates the ledger columns, export, Y-bail, duty Z, THS, always careful to translate local weight measures, candies, todas, and katis into the standard system. You sense the deft choreography, too high a fee, and merchants may divert to sunder, too low, and the Sultan's coffers suffer. Amid these transactions, whispers of corruption surface. A junior apprentice confesses he accepted a handful of gold sent payrack to undercount it. Chinese junks, herring casks, Hassan's jaw tightens. He gathers the harbor staff in a side chamber and calls for transparency. Daily audits by rotating teams. Sealed tally sheets submitted to the palace and cross-checked by the Sultan's inspector. You help draft a new protocol, dual signature, ledgers where both collector and auditor sign off, then affix a twin seal of wax. This system, you realize, will deter petty graft and bolster trust, but it also adds layers of bureaucracy and other tension for the harbor master's team to manage, maintaining the quay as afternoon shadows lengthen. Hassan leads you to inspect the quay's structural timber. Wooden piles driven into coral stone foundations bear the quay's weight. Over decades, saltwater rots may weaken them, risking collapse under loaded holes. He demonstrates the piling probe, a stout iron rod tipped with a chisel head, dropped through a pile's core hole to test for solid wood or hollow decay. You lift the rod and listen for the distinctive tinkle of metal against healthy timber or the dull thud indicating rot. At one compromised pile, you note a cavity. Hassan nods, dispatching a work gang to underpin the area with fresh hardwood. Stakes imported Burmese teak, prized for its rot resistance. Nearby, a crew of carpenters repairs gangplank boards split by heavy foot traffic. You watch them plane planks of local Chengal wood, their adzes shaving curls that curl like ribbons. On the deck, each board is sanded, oiled with coconut sap, and lashed into place with hand-twisted ropes of nipa fiber. The harbor master's scripts emphasize that even mundane repairs uphold the Sultan's reputation. Mended quays invite new fleets, while rickety docks breed hesitation. Weathering the storm late afternoon brings the distant rumble of thunder. A sudden downpour drenches the harbor. Boats creak as they list, and pilings sway in the swirling current. Hassan orders all vessels to secure additional lines and lash extra tarps over their holds. You help redistribute oil lamps, moving them onto raised hooked nooks carved into the office walls to keep them alight. When lightning flashes, illuminating the straits, you glimpse oiled lamp oil shimmering like molten gold, punctuating the darkness. Traders and crews cluster beneath canopies, sharing gossip of shipwrecks in the channel's outer reaches. Within the Bali Lembuk Tankwala stands at the salt-streaked window, watching the rain hammer stone floors. He turns to you and Hassan, issuing calm directives. Postpone all launches until tomorrow's tide. Recalibrate tide mark readings to adjust for storm surge. Inform the palace of potential delays in sesame oil. Shipments bound for Java. His voice is steady against the storm's fury, a reminder that leadership often means maintaining routine when chaos threatens. Evening reflections as the monsoon. Rain subsides into steady patter. Hassan escorts you to the quay's edge. Vessels lie snug against reinforced mooring. Lanterns glow orange through fresh bamboo rain shields. He dips a finger into a puddle on the quay. Water tastes faintly of salt and teak, reminders of both sea and shore. Today we counted tides, chased pirates, audited ledgers, and repaired quays, he says softly. Tomorrow, the cycle begins. Anew you turn your gaze across the water to the distant headland, ever shifting, always challenging. The harbor master's world is one of perpetual motion, tides to measure, ships to clear, rogues to repel, and courtiers to satisfy. Each routine acts soundings, seals, sample tests. Maintenance probes forms the unseen scaffolding of empire and trade. As dusk deepens into lantern night, you follow Hassan back through the Balai Lembu's log-lit corridors, where final entries are made by flickering oil lamps. Apprentices hover over tide registers. Senior clerks seal manifested scrolls for palace dispatch. At the outer gate, Hassan pauses and asks in a low tone, when the monsoon's full force sweeps the straits and merchants pray for safe harbor, will they remember the rituals of measurement, inspection, and care that made this port their refuge, and whose hands, centuries hence, will uncover our ledgers and learn the quiet precision that built Malacca's wealth? Today, as container cranes hum at modern ports and digital manifests zip along the internet, recall Malacca's harbor masters, their bamboo rods and brass astrolabes, their dual seals of wax and ivory, their lantern-lit signals along distant wharves. Every tide mark entry, every rescued crate, every sealed treaty scroll shaped a legacy of port governance that endures wherever ships seek refuge and goods cross the globe. And so, as the lanterns along your own harbor of dreams dim, and the fans hum slows to a whisper, carry this thought into sleep. Empires may rise and fall, but it is the quiet precision of those who measure, seal, and sustain the tides of trade that keep civilization afloat, one tide, one vessel, one record at a time. Charting monsoon winds and coral channels, you settle back into your pillows as the slow hum of your fan carries you toward the shimmering waters off the East African coast, and your mind drifts to the 14th century island of Kiluanji. Imagine a cluster of whitewashed stone mosques and coral reef ramparts rising from the Indian Ocean's pale teal expanse, where slender dhows rigged with Latin sails drift like silverfish beneath swaying coconut palms. Here at the islands, beating heart, a cadre of Swahili navigators mastered monsoon patterns and coral-strewn channels to bind Africa with Arabia, India, and beyond. At the break of dawn, you find yourself aboard a broad-decked dhow moored in the harbor's inner lagoon. Its captain, Emir Hamoud Ibn Suleiman, a man in his early 40s with salt-silvered beard and steady amber eyes, greets you with a graceful salam. He motions to his quarterdeck, where a low-tick table holds 3 instruments: a wooden kamal for measuring stellar altitude, a polished tortoiseshell cross-staff for gauging sun angles, and a bound folio of coastal charts drawn on treated goatskin. Hamid explains that each voyage begins with the monsoon forecasts. Sorcerers in the Sultan's court interpret wind whisper patterns and sea foam colors, but the navigators rely on direct observation. You feel the teak strain under your fingers as you pick up the camelid's small mahogany-stained card sliding against the knotted cord tied to your wrist. By sighting the Southern Cross's low stars against the camelid's edge, navigators determined latitude to within a single degree. You lift it to eye level, aligning the stars with the horizon's dark rim, and feel your heart quicken. Each fragment of knowledge here unlocks thousands of unmarked miles of open sea behind you. The dow's hull creaks as oars shift position. Dawn's first breeze ripples the laden sail, its white canvas edging into a soft amber. Below decks, the navigator's apprentices packed clay jars of preserved goat's milk and sacks of millet cakes infused with cardamom and clover rations for journeys of up to 40 days. The scent of spice mingles with salt and tick, a reminder that each vessel is both merchant's truck and floating pantry. That, as the tide turns with an audible sigh, Emir Hamad steps forward to inspect the cross-staff. He calculates the sun's midday angle, measuring its height above the sawtooth reef at the island's southern tip to verify the chart's accuracy. You feel the polished tortoiseshell's cool surface and see, in that precise measurement, the convergence of Arab and Bantu maritime traditions. With a subtle nod, Hamid confirms the course, a southwesterly heading that will skirt the Comoros archipelago before catching the strong northwest monsoon toward Gujarat's trading ports. On deck, a foreman lash extra planks over the coral-polished rail to protect against the spray as the ship clears the lagoon's entrance. You watch the rhythmic beat of carving axes as carpenters bend coconut fiber ropes to reinforce the curved approach rope coil, a silent vow of seaworthiness. A young apprentice dyes small strips of cloth in indigo, ready to mark distant waypoints. On the charts, the reef-marked islet of Manda, the twin headlands of Lemieux, and the shoals at Kalifi where ghost ships once vanished to legend. By mid-morning, the dhow slips beyond Kilwa's outer breakwater, and the navigator's crew begins their weaving song, a low, undulating chant that echoes across water and sky. Their voices carry off the salt breeze, weaving into Hamid's steady commands. Sail, full out. Trim the sheet to catch the high reef eddy. You steady yourself against the rail, tasting the sweet tang of coconut oil on your lips and feeling the deck pitch beneath your sandals as the dhow surges southeast. In this moment, you sense the delicate balance between coral reef hazards and the lifeblood of monsoon winds. Each reef chart annotation, each measured angle of sun and star, each rope splice and salted biscuit contributes to a network of navigation that bounds Swahili city-states into the medieval Indian Ocean world. As dusk settles and the lateen sail glows like a lantern against the fading sky, you trace your fingertip along the chart's goatskin surface, where a tiny compass rose and a flourish of Arabic script mark the next waypoint, Manda Mosque, followed by 3 curving lines indicating safe passage. You settle against the rail, listening to the navigator's chant and the dhow's gentle creak, and wonder when these monolithic coral charts vanish centuries hence, whose hands will rediscover their intricate loops and decode the silent guidance that once carried cinnamon, gold, and prayers across 1,000 waves, between reefs and stars, parallels, protocols, and the art of oceanic memory. The dawn after you clear Kilwa's reef-lined lagoon finds the dhow's crew awakened by the soft chant of the navigator's call. Baharasi, you rise to the rhythmic slap of oars against the hull as the vessel glides through glass-smooth water, heading southeast toward Unguja Island. Ember-pink light spills over the horizon, illuminating the worn goatskin chart spread across the quarterdeck's tick bench. Emir Hamad ibn Suleiman stands beside the chart, his polished tortoiseshell cross-staff in hand. He traces with a steady finger the finely etched channels through the Comoros Passage, a narrow corridor where unmarked pinnacles of coral lurk just beneath the surface. Here, he says, voice low, we make the first true test of our accuracy. Charting coral channels, you lean over the chart, feeling its supple texture, and watch as Hamid measures the angle of the sunrise against a carved wooden horizon bar attached to his kamal. He adjusts the sliding card until the sun's lower limb kisses the bar's edge. A quick glance at the logarithmic rope length tells him he is at latitude 5s, exactly as the chart predicts for this passage. You feel a thrill under clear skies. The camel's simple geometry affirms the navigator's skill, while beneath you, the dhow navigates by invisible shoals that could shred its hull in minutes. Below deck, the lookouts test the depth with a half coconut shell tied to a marked line. They lower it over the rail, counting the notches until the shell's hollow click signals 20 fathoms safe water. You hear their measured calls echoing up through the deck grates. Icky 20 fathoms, clear, even as they speak. You feel the dhow subtly pitch and roll over deeper water, as if sensing its own margin of safety. Monsoon squall and quick thinking by mid-morning. Dark clouds gather on the western horizon, an early southwest monsoon squall brewing. A sudden gust ripples the sails, and the sea's surface darkens as wind lines streak across the waves. Hamid's face tightens with concentration. He signals the helmsman shorten sail reef to points. The crew leaps into action, easing the sheet lines to drop sail area, then securing the excess canvas to the yard with swift clove hitch knots. You steady yourself against the mast, feeling the canvas's weight shift overhead and the first raindrops spattering like tiny crystal beads. In minutes, the squall strikes in full force. Wind howls, rain lances the deck, and the dhow heels sharply. But the crew is prepared. Balanced against the lee rail, they tighten halyards, secure spare lines, and brace lashing points with ratchet-tied binders. The dhow quakes as waves surge against its side, but Hamid stands at the quarterdeck, staff in hand, eyes fixed on the blurred chart lines. Steady, steady, he murmurs. Trust the hull, and trust your seamanship. You feel the vessel's bones groan beneath you, ancient timbers, more pliant and forgiving than modern planks, yet it rides the rough water without panic. After 20 harrowing minutes, the squall passes, leaving a wake of foam and reordered swells. The crew releases the reffing knots and lets the full lateen sail catch the wind once more. Raindrops trickle from richly oiled teak surfaces, and a fresh rainbow arcs faintly on the horizon. You help mop rainwater from the teak grates and set fresh fenders on the hull's lee side to cushion against coral encounters as the next leg awaits. Pirates on the horizon as midday sun returns. An anxious murmur ripples through the lookouts. One of them, perched high on the crossbeam, points toward a dark silhouette on the sun-dappled sea and Arab Sharia cutter, small and fast, with lateen sail trimmed flat for speed. Rumors have spoken of slaving expeditions cruising these routes, preying on lone dhows and undefended junks. You watch as the cutter draws closer, its hull gracefully cutting through waves like a stalking predator. Hamid's jaw sets. He grabs a small brass tube containing sharpened reed whistles and hands one to you. "Sound the alarm," he orders, his voice steady. You lift it to your lips and blow 3 sharp blasts that cut through the ambient wash of wind and water. The dhow's crew snaps to alert halyards are reset, merchant crates stowed for better balance, and the helmsman brings the dhow on a different tack to maximize speed toward deeper water. The cutter answers with a single call of its own, brassy commanding. It veers to intercept, yet Hamid smiles wryly. They expect prey. We are a merchant fleet in miniature. From a hidden locker he uncovers a small barrel of powder-charged smokeless granules, salvaged from a Portuguese shipwreck. He and 2 trusted lieutenants rig a signal pyre on the dhow's transom, carrion pitch interlaced with gunpowder and camphor. If they close in, we light this. A blinding flare may buy us a few minutes head start. He stows a hand-flint striker at the ready. As the cutter bearings 5 cables off, Captain Hamid signals the helmsman to wheel the dhow half-wind, sun on its beam to glare off polished hull planking. The cutter's crew falters in approach, squinting into the glare. You taste salt in your mouth as you peer through a scrap cloth sunshade, then help the apprentice rig the flare. Your pulse races at the thought of imminent confrontation, but the dhow holds its course, a bamboo hull suffused with quiet confidence. When the cutter surges forward, menacing and swift, Hamid gives the signal. A spark flies, and the pyre roars to life. A towering column of white smoke crowned by a flare that bursts like a falling star. The cutter's crew reels back, sails bellying uncontrollably as they paddle hard to avoid the glow that marks their position. In that moment, the dhow surges ahead, cutting its wake deeper into uncharted waters. You exhale, adrenaline draining, aware that in the Indian Ocean's vast theater, a little ingenuity can avert disaster. Night watch in celestial bearings as dusk's pale violet filters into indigo. The dhow approaches the outer reefs of Pemba Island. In this labyrinth of aquamarine channels and thickets of staghorn coral, even the slightest navigational error can spell doom. Hamid retires the sails and orders the crew to anchor in Ashelted Bay, but he and his lead navigator, men remain on deck, chart and instruments in hand. The crew sets a small fire aft, its smoke laden with coconut husk to deter insects. Hamid fetches the Kamal once more. Above you, the first stars emerge, pale pinpricks in the gathering dark. The Southern Cross looms low on the southern horizon. Hamid ties the Kamal's cord at the knot he measured that morning, then inclines the card until the stars align. Latitude confirmed at 5s 10 minutes, he announces softly. He scribbled the reading in a small notebook, translating it into decimal degrees for the chart's marginalia. Beside you, Siti Amina traces the dhow's current position with a fine-tipped reed pen, marking the exact point where the anchor chain lies in relation to the reef's edge. She then brings out a small sand-filled hourglass, one divided into half-hour turns, and sets it on a tick block. "We record the time," she explains, "not only to know our position, but to preserve this data for the next generation of navigators. These charts are our inheritance." You watch the pale grains trickle, thinking of the dhow's earlier chants that mimicked water's steady rhythms. In the hush beneath the stars, you feel the weight of centuries' monsoon knowledge melding with Swahili craft, cosmic patterns woven into wooden vessels to carry spices, prayer beads, and dreams across half the world. Tales in the dark and the cult of memory. As the dhow's small fire crackles, the crew gathers in a loose semicircle, each man and woman warming hands over the glow. Storytelling begins. Older sailors recount the tale of the dhow Zanga's pearl, which vanished in these waters during a lunar eclipse 2 winters past, only to be found months later on Madagascar's western shore. They describe carvings etched into the mast, pentagrams and biliteral ciphers invoking both local spirits and Iranian navigators' scripts. You listen, entranced, as one storyteller, a toothless man named Kamis, speaks of the Jin Reef, a coral field set to vanish under moonless skies, swallowing whole vessels that stray off their bearings. His voice drops low, only the pure of heart, guided by the stars and the Quranic chant, can slip through its teeth unscathed. Eyes glint in the firelight as he leans forward, the crew leaning in response, a living chain of oral history, as essential as any chart. Emir Hamid sits among them, listening in reflective silence. When the tale ends, he rises and raises his hand for attention. Stories keep us mindful of the ocean's mercy and fury. He intones charts are but ink on skin valuable. Yes, but stories are the soul of navigation. He then recites a short passage from the Rilla Voyages of Ibn Battuta, whom he claims once passed through Kilwa's courts en route to Mecca. The Arabic rolls over the deck like slow waves, a bridge between East African voices and the greater Islamic world, as Camus and the crew exchange small smiles. You sense the dhow becomes more than a vessel, it is a floating library, where empirical measurements, anecdotal warnings, and sacred texts converge. Each night's watch renews not only the chain of command, but also the chain of memory that safeguards seafaring knowledge. Mending sails at dawn, the night passes in gentle undulations. At first light, the dhow's crew rises to tend the lateen sail, a crescent of unbleached canvas patched in places with swaths of cotton cloths, testament to previous storms. Under Hamid's direction, apprentices splice fresh palm fiber twine into frayed sheet lines and resew weakened seams with bone-handled needles and waxed thread. You hover as they work, drawn to the meticulous precision that echoes the charting rituals, each stitch as critical as a stroke on the map. Nearby, the smith warms a small crucible over the fire to reshape an iron tack that split during anchoring. You feel the crucible's heat drifting under your shirt. Smell the acrid whirls of fire scale as hammer meets anvil, reforming the metal nail that holds the deck's joists together. In that act, you see how every plank and line must combine, in harmony to carry cargo safely to port. Delicate choreography of materials and human care. As midday glare ripples off the water, the dhow readies to sail again, sails patched, charts corrected, anchors stowed, and memories retold. Hamid strides across the deck, surveying his crew with quiet pride. You realize that each navigational rituals on sights, depth soundings, flare deterrents, star alignments, and storytelling interlocks in a web of resilience that empowered Swahili dhows to navigate the unpredictable Indian Ocean monsoons for centuries. In the hush before the sail catches wind, you lay your hand on the chart's goatskin surface, where a newly annotated channel curves around Pemba's headlands. You think of future mariners who might one day lose these charts 2 times erosion, and wonder when explorers unearth these tangled loops of ink and scroll centuries hence, will they grasp the living precision and communal lore that guided each dhow, charting not merely stars but human hope across an ocean's breadth. Forging a maritime republic's might hue settle into your pillows as the gentle hum of your fan carries you toward the glittering lagoon of medieval Venice, and your thoughts glide to the vast complex of the Venetian arsenal in the year 1350. Imagine a network of long, narrow docks lined by hulking dry docks, workshop roofs glinting with copper rivets, and the steady pulse of water slapping against oak pilings. Here, behind high walls of Petrodestria, tens of thousands of modest craftsmen, shipwrights, smiths, rope makers, and sail stitchers worked in silent coordination, forging the ships that projected the Republic's power across the Mediterranean. At first light, you cross the arsenal's mighty gate, guarded by a silent sentry, to find docks already alive. In Dock No. 12, a partially completed galley hull rises on timber blocks, its freshly hewn oak ribs arching like cathedral vaults. Shipwrights in wool gowns measure each rib's curvature against templates stored in leather cases, their chalk-dusted hands tracing lines to ensure perfect symmetry. You crouch beside a young Mester Dasher master shipwright, feeling the grain of the oak plank he smooths with a coal-fired adze. Sparks dance in the pale dawn as his swing meets wood. Each curl of shavings is set aside in bundles destined for archival records, proof of grain orientation and drying patterns. Nearby, the coppersmiths at the cannon foundry flare to life. Heavy maple doors swing open to reveal a dimly lit forge where bellows roar and crucibles of bronze glow molten, for smiths in leather aprons ladle bronze ingots into pig iron molds, itch cast to produce a falconet or a culverin fitted for the prow deck of a new galley. You feel the forge's heat on your face as one smith taps the mold side with a trimmed hammer, listening for the clear ring that signals a perfect fill. The gilt-inscribed breech ring awaits final chasing by a specialist scribe, whose fine-point chisel will cut the Republic's armorial line into the barrel. At the rope walk in Avenue, nearly a quarter-mile-long rope makers uncoil strands of hemp and flax, their feet pacing in time with the twist handle that spins yarns into 3-strand cable. You step onto the plank floor, wood worn smooth by centuries of footsteps, and feel the rope's subtle resistance as they twist under tension. Apprentices test drop cables for tensile strength by hanging increasing weightstone counterweights, tied in leather sacks until one cable yields with a clean snap. The failed length is cut away and repurposed for smaller line work. Only cables that hold 300 pounds head the galley's rigging beyond. Within the sail loft's lofty hall, seamstresses kneel at long benches stitching lateen sail triangles from white linen. Each seam is backstitched in flax thread and sealed with boiled linseed oil to prevent rot. You lean in to inspect a corner seam, feeling the flax's smooth resistance under your fingertip and noting the precision of each 20-stitch inch. The final sailcloth will fly above the arsenal's stone. Arched doors as a symbol of Venetian mastery over wind and wave. By mid-morning, the arsenal's magnetic orchestra swells, adds as hewing timbers, hammers drumming on bronze cannon looms. Clacking in the sail loft, and the rhythmic footfalls in the rope walk. You follow Mr. Dasha as he boards a newly launched galley, its hull fresh from the slipway tracing, seasoned oak planking caulked with tar and moss. Below decks, caulkers seal seams with molten pine resin. Above, riggers affix pre-twisted rope lines to massive masts that will catch Adriatic breezes bound for Crete or Cyprus. In the captain's office, a modest chamber hung with chalked quadrant charts. Officers inspect the prow's lionhead, carving for accurate heraldic detail before approving final outfitting. You watch as the captain runs his finger over the marble dust-white relief, checking each curled paw and wreathed mane for consistency with the Republic's seal. A single misplaced whisker could invite scandal. A single missing scale could imperil morale. At noon, the wharf's bell tolls. A line of artisanal gondolas glides past the arsenal's stretch of canal, carrying supervisors to inspect progress. On deck, no 7th gondolier, in black trousers and white shirt, gravitates to a carpenter marking the day's lumber allotment on his lap. 2 hunks of teak, 4 oarlocks, and 1 plank of walnut for the prow's ornamental ferro. Each marking is kept in a book of wood quotas, ensuring no graft and precise accounting for the Republic's coffers. Afternoon light washes across the arsenal's stone walls. You join Mr. Dasha in the muster yard, where completed galleys stand ready for or tests. Rows of benches hold or crews in matching tunics. Mentors clap wooden blocks in rhythmic cadences to synchronize strokes. The galley's first trial run will determine if the hull trim and weight distribution, calculated by measuring the distance from keel to waterline at 5 stations, allow optimal speed and maneuverability. You help dip a triangular plank into still water, noting its wake dispersion pattern, a visual echo of the colonnaded shapes inscribed upon the hull. By dusk, the arsenal's gates roll shut with a measured clang. The day's last tasks, soil treating oarlocks, sealing cannon barrels, and polishing brass ram prows, are completed under the watchful eyes of patrician inspectors. You lodge a final entry in the arsenal's logbook: date, vessel name, master shipwright, and completion status. The log is chained to a heavy oak desk, each page sealed with red wax and bearing the line of St. Mark's twin paws impression. As the sun sets and the lagoon mirrors molten gold, you stand atop the arsenal's ramparts, gazing at a line of galleys sliding out into the Grand Canal, their silhouettes sleek, wood, and slender. Oars carry the silent legacy of thousands of artisans whose daily rituals: planing timber, casting bronze, twisting rope, sewing sails, and carving emblems fused into the Republic's dominion. You lean against the cool stone balustrade, listening to the distant murmur of the city's canals and wondering when historians unseal the arsenal's charters centuries hence. Whose names will they find master shipwrights unrecorded in grand chronicles, and how will they honor the legions of quiet craftsmen whose precision and devotion underpin Venice's maritime empire? Guardians of desert wisdom, you settle into your pillows as the gentle fan hum lulls you toward the sun. Baked sands of 14th century West Africa, and your mind drifts across the Niger's broad floodplain to the fabled city of Djened, then northward to the 1,000 minarets of Timbuktu. Here, amid mud brick mosques and wind-scoured courtyards, a cadre of quiet scholars tended the great manuscript repositories of Sanka Universal librarians, whose whispered cataloging, painstaking copying, and coded diplomacy preserved a treasury of African, Arabic, and Andalusian learning for centuries to come. At first light, you find yourself in the library's cool inner chamber, where walls of whitewashed mud stand 8 feet high, their glossy surfaces unmarred by the day's heat. A row of low wooden desks, each littered with vellum folios and clay inkpots, stretches along the north wall. Sitting cross-legged at one desk is Al-Hajj Mahmud, the chief librarian, his woolen robe still fresh from the night's dew. Before him lies a stack of newly arrived manuscripts, quarter folios bound in dark leather stamped with gilt scrollwork, gifts from a scholar just returned from Cairo. Mahmud greets you with a soft salam, then guides your gaze to the first tome, its lead seal bearing the emblem of the Mamluk Sultanate. He dips a fine bristle-reed pen into a bowl of black oak gall ink, then inscribes in neat Arabic script upon a loose sheet: received Jumada to 740 AU. From Egyptian envoy Abidi al-Rahman ibn Muhammad. You feel the vellum's slight texture beneath your fingertips and the careful thud of pen nib against skin, each notation ensuring provenance. Beside Mahmud sits his apprentice, Amina bint Yusuf, whose task is to verify the manuscript's contents. She opens the volume to the chapter on Maliki jurisprudence and skims its lines, her dark eyes tracing marginal glosses in faint red ink when her nod confirms the text's authenticity. Mahmud seals his ledger with a dab of crimson wax, impressing it with his personal signet ring. You sense the hushed authority in that act. Each seal is a promise that this book now joins Sanka's living library, available to students from Kano to Gao. Outside, the mosque's call to Fajr prayers drifts through latticed windows, but within the library's vaulted alcoves, work continues uninterrupted. A team of copyists sits on mats around a central oil lamp, each poised above a desk covered in goatskin parchment. They copy geometry treatises, astronomical tables, and translations of Plato, their quills dancing in near silence. You move among them, feeling the room's cool air tempered by the lamp's faint warm fan, tasting the slight tang of vinegar in the ink. As each copyist steadies the pen tip with a drop on the stone ink slab. One copyist, Ibrahim al-Sah, works on a Persian poem by Rumi, painstakingly interlacing verse with miniature illuminations of crescent moon gazelles. You watch as he sharpens his quill's nib on fine sandstone, each pass refining the point to a hair's breadth. He pauses to test a stroke on scrap parchment, a single, perfect curve before returning to the main text. You lean in, feeling the hush of his breath, as he traces each poetic line in azure-dusted letters. Meanwhile, the librarian's assistant, Fatima Al-Tajani, organizes the newly completed volumes onto wooden shelves built into the whitewashed niche walls. Each shelf is labeled with leather-stamped tags indicating subjects: medicine, theology, mathematics, poetry, and each manuscript is cradled in a cloth wrapped in indigo-dyed cotton to guard against Saharan dust. You feel the soft give of the cloth as Fatima slides each volume into place, cataloging them in a small notebook by choir number and first line of text, a secret code known only to the library's keepers. By mid-morning, envoys from the Songhai court arrive under escort, bearing gifts of leather scroll cases and small ingots of salt. They ask for access to a rare treatise on ophthalmology attributed to Hunayn ibn Ishaq. Mahmud retrieves the bound folio, checks its seal against his ledger, and then writes a formal ijansa, a scholarly permission note granting the envoy a 10-day reading period under supervision. You watch the envoy bow deeply, accepting both book and ijansa as tokens of Timbuktu's intellectual prestige. As the sun climbs its zenith, the librarians retire to shaded nooks to repair worn bindings. Amina and another assistant, Musa al-Kera, apply fresh beeswax to cracked leather spines, burnishing the surface with smooth stones. You feel the wax's warmth on your palms and the faint honeyed aroma rising as they rub tools across the mended covers. Each repaired binding is a covenant. The manuscript will live to enlighten another generation, so long as its covers hold by afternoon's close. The courtyard's breeze eases the day's heat. Mahmud calls you to his side as he inspects a final packet of dispatches. Letters from the Sultan of Fez requesting copies of Timbuktu's astronomical tables. He taps his ledger, considering the request with measured calm. We shall grant what we can spare, he says, but always we guard the Kortha works of our own scholars. His words linger in the scented air, a reminder that stewardship of knowledge demands both generosity and prudence. As dusk descends and lanterns are lit within the library's inner sanctum, you step outside onto the mud-brick courtyard, feeling the day's hush lift and the call of evening prayer. The manuscripts within Sankare's walls rest under careful watchsuit, catalogued and mended by invisible hands ready to impart desert wisdom. Long after timbers rot and mud walls crumble, you pause beneath the courtyard's lone by its limbs heavy with night's embrace, and wonder when the sands of time shift the city beneath shifting dunes, whose eyes centuries hence will rediscover these hidden tomes, and realize that it was the silent rigor of Timbuktu's librarians, their seals, their catalogues, their careful hands that preserved the bridge between worlds in the heart of the Sahara. Bureaucrats behind the golden horns veil you settle into your pillows as the soft hum of your fan carries you toward the gleaming domes of 14th century Constantinople, and your mind drifts between the great walls of the imperial palace on the Seraglio Point and the labyrinthine offices of the imperial Legathite, the senior bureaucrat who kept the Byzantine state's wheels turning. Imagine a suite of vaulted chambers hung with tapestry maps of Anatolia, desks piled with wax-sealed scrolls, and chamberlains flitting with inkpot and stylus to serve the empire's silent rulers. At dawn's pale light, you find yourself at the gilded threshold of the Secretan Logothetan, the office of the Logothete of the Drone, who oversaw dispatches, finances, and foreign correspondence. A chamberlain in purple-trimmed tunic bows you through heavy doors engraved with the imperial double-headed eagle. Inside, sturdy marble pillars flank rows of walnut desks, each ringed by pigeonholes for the day's incoming and outgoing scrolls. Standing before a low black waxed table is Logothete's John Zeros, a lean man in his early 50s whose eyes gleam with quiet purpose beneath a weight of carefully arranged curls. He lifts a sealed dispatch from Venetian envoys, slices its ribbon with a silver stiletto, and unfurls the parchment to examine its serrated signature. You feel the crisp parchment fold beneath your fingertip and taste the faint tang of beeswax seals mingled with oiled parchment. To his right sits the Chart of Flax, the chief archivist, whose task this morning is the codification of imperial chrysobull's gold-leafed grants conferring titles and lands. He dips a quill in ink made from oak galls and spider gum, then inscribes a chrysobull's opening formula in the name of our most pious and God-crowned emperor. May these words endure beyond earthly power. You sense the rituals, gravity. Each stroke of Greek unsheathed script binds the recipient to the throne's will. Across the hall, the Legathite Stegeniku manages the treasury. He sits before a marble abacus, sliding ivory counters along carved grooves to tally customs dues on grain shipments from the Black Sea. You watch him press a lifter to count individual solidi receipts that will be weighed and melted only if the Empire's coffers demand coinage. Beside him, a goat-herd cleric fills basilica-sized ledgers with red ink marginalia noting income shortfalls at tax farms and Thracian notation, a pulse in the Empire's financial bloodstream. Meanwhile, a squad of junior scriveners gathers raw reports from provincial governors, news of Cuman, raids on the Danube frontier, crop yields in Asia Minor, and pilgrim tolls arriving at Hagia Sophia's bronze doors. Each report is summarized in a dour shorthand formula: 2 lines for successful levy, 3 for rebellion suppressed, 1 for tribute delayed, and passed through crimson wax-sealed envelopes to the logothete of the course, who will route urgent dispatches by imperial courier. You slide one envelope into the wooden pigeonhole marked to the Grand Legacy, and feel the slight give beneath your palm. Carrying demand for swift attention to the great palace's inner sanctum, by mid-morning, John Zeros convenes a brief synkelisa councils of legathiates in the vaulted notarian hall. There, flickering oil lamps illuminate glossy mosaics of Justinian's conquests as officials present oral summaries. The legathiates to Genuku warns of a delayed corn fleet, while the legathiates to Secretu confirms safe harbor for Genoese merchants at Galat. Each participant signs off with a custom stylus stamp dipped in indigo. Paste a personal chirograph verifying their presence and approval. You run your fingertip along the faint mark of Zeros' own stamp, impressed onto the parchments. Margin like a silent thumbs up. As the council disperses, clerks distribute new orders, reinforcement detachments to Dalmatia, levy repairs along the Mazy Road, and a diplomatic mission to the Khans of Crimea. Each order is folded into an ivory-tipped code, cylinder encoded in the Empire's secret. Polyphonic cipher then delivered to mounted couriers at the palace gate. You witness one courier tighten his cloak against the Bosporus breeze and mount a swift charger, code cylinder tucked inside his breastplate, ready to outrun both bandit and storm. By noon, scroll cases are routed back to their desks. John Zeros opens a small bronze vessel of rosewater and brushes its fragrant mist over the dispatches, an ancient ritual believed to ward parchment from mildew and ill fortune. You inhale the rose's faint sweetness, realizing that even the Empire's most lofty edicts require the humble care of preservation. As afternoon shadows fall, you wander past silent desks where no scribes remain, desks empty, inkpots sealed, quills trimmed, and ledgers closed. Only the high-arched windows frame flickers of golden light that dance upon the mosaic floor, as if even the sun pays tribute to the Empire's bureaucratic might. Before the dusk bells toll, John Zeros rises and gestures toward the imperial seal, a heavy bronze disc suspended by purple cord bearing the emperor's name. He places it upon a final chrysobal and stamps with measured pressure, the seal's edge biting into the parchment and leaving a regal impression. So, he intones softly, let our silent labors echo through the ages, for while armies march and gold is spent, it is the legathiates who map the Empire's destiny in ink. As you step from the Secreton Logotheton into the palace's cooling corridors, you ponder this open question. When the last Byzantine chrysobals fade and the opulent walls fall silent, whose hands will decipher the Empire's hidden codon? Whose names, among the silent legions of scribes and seals, will rise from history's shadows to reveal how Constantinople's power was held together by quill and cipher? Rather than tapping the earth's silent rivers, you settle into your pillows as the gentle hum of your fan carries you toward the sun-scorched plains south of the Zagros Mountains, and your thoughts descend into the cool, subterranean world of 11th century Shiraz. Imagine a network of narrow tunnel shafts descending into the arid earth, their mouths ringed with carved stone, leading to gently sloping galleries that convey the mountain's meltwater miles beneath sun-baked fields. Here, in the depths of Persia's Connaught systems, master engineers Mukjenj labored in near silence, channeling life's breath to thirsty towns and orchards. At first light, you stand beside the bricked rim of a newly begun shaft on the outskirts of Shiraz. The shaft's stone curve is engraved with the Muktink's marks, a small square denoting the owner's clan and a circle indicating the precise compass bearing of the tunnel's intended course. Master and engineer Baram Al-Might greets you with a silent nod, his leather-fringed robe still dusted with tunnel spoil from yesterday's work. He holds a wooden surveyor's staff, its length precisely marked in Gar's Persian cubits, and a bronze gnomon for measuring solar angles. Baram explains that each Connaught begins with careful surveying by day. Engineers observe the sun's arc, with the gnomon to establish true north and determine the precise declination angle. You feel the staff's weight in your palm as you steady it on a flat stone, aligning the gnomon's shadow with a chalked line, a ritual that roots each shaft. In cosmic geometry, if we are by a single gauze in bearing, Baram murmurs, the galleries may emerge dry, wasting months of toil for nothing. As the morning air warms, you follow Baram and 2 senior assistants to the upper slopes of Mount Kebi. Each carries a coiled rope marked at 1 fathom intervals and a leather water skin. There they test the depth to groundwater by lowering a copper bucket tied to the rope into shallow test wells. You help guide the bucket's touch against mud and feel its slight jerk as it plunges through the perched water table 4 fathoms down. This measurement confirms the canot's gradient. A delicate slope of 1 in 1,000 ensures water flows steadily, neither pooling nor rushing too fast to cause erosion. Back at the construction site, the Mukcheg oversee the sinking of the shaft. A pulley mounted on a walnut beam hoists debris in wicker baskets. You shoulder a lantern into the shaft's cool dark, descending rungs carved straight into the marl walls. The air grows damp and fragrant with limestone. The distant drip of groundwater echoes from below. At 20 cubits down, you pause beside the lantern's flicker to watch a workman cheek lean beneath a woven cap strike the rock face with a flaming bar of iron, creating microfractures before prying out brittle fragments. The technique is ancient. Heat cracks, water cools, and the rock flakes away. You feel the iron's faint heat under your fingertips and taste the tunnel's earthy temps above. Sunlight skims the stone curb as Bahram consults his wooden plant, with charcoal on treated goatskin to mark the next shaft's location every 50 paces. In each excavation pit, they erect small bas-reliefs of the clan's symbol, dedicating the shaft as both a physical and spiritual conduit. Locals believe water released from underground springs carries heavenly blessings. Each shaft carving is thus both practical and sacred. By midday, the tunnel face is visible from the bottom of the shaft, a fresh opening into the hillside. Bahram tests the gallery's alignment by sighting 2 plumb lines dropped from opposite shafts, ensuring the headings converge within inches. At the meeting point, he squeezes through the narrow passage with a trimmed lantern and claps his hands sharply. The echo, distinct and resonant, confirms no gaps remain. You feel the echo's vibration in your chest, a subterranean applause for precise craftsmanship on the cool half-light. You help guide wooden supports and refer beams of local oak into place, bracing the gallery's arch. A team of plasterers follows, applying a smooth coat of lime mortar mixed with camel hair to seal cracks. You run your palm across the cured surface, feeling its gentle firmness and imagining centuries of passage beneath your touch. As afternoon shadows stretch, Bahram leads you to the canot's outlet, a small stone arch crowned with decorative Majelica tile showing rippling waves. A trickle of clear water emerges, forming a narrow stream that soon branches into irrigation channels below. Farmers stand ready with wooden gates to divert the flow to vineyards and pomegranate groves. You kneel at the channel's edge, cupping your hands to taste the water's fresh, chiller, subtle sweetness lingering of mountain limestone. Before you climb back into the sun, Bahram pauses and rests a hand on the arch's carved keystone, inscribed with the connaught's commissioning date and his own name. He intones a quiet blessing. May this life-bearing current endure long after we are dust. His gaze follows the water as it vanishes into the maze of furrows below. As dusk's haze softens the horizon, you step away from the orchard's edge, feeling the tilt of the earth's secret veins beneath your feet. You ponder this open question. When centuries hence these shafts collapse and their names fade, who will uncover the Muktek's marks and realize that it was their silent surveys, thermal fractures, and whispered blessings that tapped the deserts? Hidden springs and sustained a civilization on the edge of the arid world. Trials of tunnels community collapse, and the care of Kanat's morning sun strikes the courtyard of Shiraz's Konka, and you return to Bahram al-Might's side, lantern in one hand and leather-bound journal in the other. Today you descend not a new shaft, but revisit a 40-year-old gallery whose maintenance has faltered, its once steady flow reduced to a trickle. Farmers in the lower fields whisper of shriveled orchards and thirsty wells, and Bahram has called upon the community's cooperative workforce, the Bonin, to restore life to the Connaught once more. You gather with the Bonindin at the brick-lined mouth of Shaft 17, where a green-painted sign records its founding in 423 Ya. Dozens of men and women, plowmen, potters, and water-bearers stand, ready, each holding a slender iron pick or woven basket. Children carry small jugs of goat's milk to sustain those working below. You sense the anticipation. Today's task is as much social ritual as engineering challenge, binding the village's fortunes to the Connaught's pulse. Inspecting old workings, Bahram leads you and a select group of assistants to the lowest visible tunnel entrance. The air here is cool and musty, heavy with ancient lime plaster. With lanterns lit, you step inside the constricted passage, only 4 feet high and barely wide enough for 2 to pass abreast. Bahram holds a folded paper map, red lines marking the original channel, black lines showing later repairs. He stops where both lines diverge, an expansion tunnel added decades ago to boost capacity. You kneel beside a flaking seam in the wall where water once crept. Now, you see mineral encrustations choked in the plaster, narrowing the flume. Using a small brass probe, Bahram tests the plaster's thickness. Its hollow ring signals voids behind the wall, lantern light glitters on dark cavities where earth has collapsed and eroded the channel's core. He marks the spot with chalk and notes the date on his map. This section was never properly bedded, he murmurs. The community patched it quickly during a drought, but the quicklime was too coarse, and the voids formed behind mobilizing. The Bonindan emerging into Shaft 17's mouth, Bahram signals the foreman to descend a rope ladder and scope the damage below. You watch the foreman slip through the darkness, lantern swinging, until his distant lantern glow flickers against the far wall. Moments later, he reappears with a handful of broken plaster shards. He tosses them into a basket and climbs back, breathing hard. 6 cubits down, he reports, plaster fully eroded to mud. We must reopen the shaft to reach it. Bahram nods. He addresses the assembled bone indent. We will deepen this shaft by 2 gas to expose the old gallery. Clear the debris and relay new plaster of the finest lime. Mix 1 part charcoal ash, 2 parts sifted river sand, tempered with goat hair fibers for tensile strength. At each instruction, hands raise and tools shift. You hand picks and baskets to those nearest the shaft's rim. At its base, stooped figures trowel away fallen earth. Each flake of spoil is hoisted up in hand-woven baskets. Tethered to a simple pulley, grasp the rope's handle. Feeling its rough fiber, bite your palm as you steady the bucket's rise. Artisans at work by midday. The shaft's rim has deepened together. The water table glistens closer. Bahram summons a team of plasterers armed with wooden floats and spatulas of cowbone. Below, they mix the new plaster, lump lime slaked in large ceramic jars, sifted sand, and finely chopped goat hair. You lean over the shaft's edge to watch a dark pool of lime slurry being poured into waiting basins. Whence the plasterers ladle it onto the gallery walls. The plaster sets almost immediately a chalky skin forming that repels moisture and holds small pebbles in its matrix. Meanwhile, a group of musicians, tambourine players, and ney flutists take their places near the shaft's mouth. Their gentle rhythms and melodies are a traditional accompaniment, believed to calm the earth's spirit as it yields to human excavation. The flute's plaintive notes echo off the mud walls, weaving with the human breaths and creaks of tools. You feel a strange comfort in this ritual, a payoff to the ancients who believed the Connaught was a living being, demanding respect through song. Collapsed chamber and rescue as afternoon light filters down the deepened shaft. You and Bahram detect a sudden surge of water below. The creek-like murmur becomes a roar as a hidden chamber collapses under the plasterer's footsteps. A great rush of mud and water blasts up the shaft, drenching the plasterers and extinguishing lanterns. You reel back as a brown torrent sweeps past, filling the shaft's foot with slurry. Men shout, scrambling to secure lines. You catch Bahram's eye as he grips the rope's spindle and lowers himself carefully into the rising mud flow. Lower down, he finds a breached roof where earth above fell. He gests to the plasterers to move aside, then wedges a temporary wooden strut and oak beam trimmed on site into a crevice, halting the collapse. You assist from above, lashing the beam with coil of goat hair rope. Once stabilizing supports are in place, you help pump water out with leather buckets, hauled up and flipped over nearby to spill the muck. Within an hour, the gallery is cleared enough to resume plastering. Community feast and vows by late afternoon. The shaft's gallery stands braced and newly plastered. Water flows again in a steady pale current. Bahram ascends to the surface, calling for rest. The bone and dun gather around a reed-thatched pavilion pitched beside the shaft mouth. Women bring out ceramic bowls of stulam lentils and purslane seasoned with wild marjoram and flatbread baked in communal clay ovens. You taste the stew's temps of coriander and the bread's smoky char as you sit among the workers. Bahram raises a simple clay goblet of well water and toasts. To the Connaught may its veins flow so that our gardens may never thirst. Hands clap. Some adverses in Perso-Arabic couplets praising the Mukting skill. You join in song, feeling part of centuries-old solidarity. Those who channel water must also share its bounty. Each participant signs a communal register and goatskin scroll affixing personal seals in blue-black ink to commemorate the repair. You see names of farmers, potters, and merchants, each reminding Bahram that the Connaught belongs to all. Evening reflection as dusk deepens and lanterns glow around the repaired shaft. You step back to watch water spill into feeder channels that carry it to date palm groves below. The rhythmic drip echoes like a mantra, years of labor, risk, and ritual distilled into each drop. You recall Bahram's earlier words that without community care, Connaughts collapse in silence, like unremembered bones beneath the earth. Turning away, you ponder this lingering question when centuries later these shafts fall into ruin and their inscriptions fade from the stone rims. Who will retrace the Mukchang's precise bearings, reweave the irrigation networks with equal skill, and remember that hidden beneath arid fields flowed not only water, but the collective devotion of a people bound by the lifeblood of the Connaught. Enduring current's legacy of Connaught craft and community. Resilience. The sun slants low across Shiraz's orchards as you return one final time to Bahram Al-Maid's Connaught work site at Shaft 17. The day's heat has tempered into a warm glow, and the repaired gallery's restored flow burbles through the vetiver-lined channel with a gentle assurance. Farmers and villagers bustle around the outlet, redirecting the stream into new earthworks, adjusting wooden gates, and studying the revived current with satisfied nods. Today, the fruit trees near the shaft stretch vibrant leaves skyward, there, roots at last reaching drink after weeks of drought. Final inspections and ritual. Sealing Bahram and his senior assistants stand by the shaft mouth. each holding an unglazed clay bowl filled from the canal's steady flow. He cups the bowl's rim in his hands, murmuring a silent prayer to the local spirits of water djinn said to dwell in the cool depths. He then pours a small libation onto the ground, the clear liquid soaking into the sand like a blessing. You kneel beside him, feeling the damp sand seep through your fingertips, and sense the weight of this ritual. Not merely an engineer's approval, but a communal covenant that the Connaught's life-giving waters will continue to flow. Next, Baram retrieves his surveying staff and Noman once more. With measured care, he repeats the solar alignment at the shaft rim, confirming that the two-gaze extension has not altered the tunnel's essential gradient. The Noman's shadow aligns perfectly with the chalk-drawn north line silent, testament that mathematical precision underpins even the most seemingly organic passage of water underground. You watch his expression soften into a rare smile. The convergence of ritual, craft and science has succeeded. Community stewardship and written charter with the technical inspections complete. Baram summons the local elders members of the Oninden Council to sign a new WAQFD, an endowment, granting rights and responsibilities for the Connaught's upkeep to the community. Under a woven canvas at the shaft rim, scribes lay out a parchment scroll. In ornate Perso-Arabic script, it outlines shared duties, annual inspections, debris removal, tunnel plaster touch-ups, and establishes fines for neglect. The council members dip their index fingers in indigo ink and press them onto the deed beside their names. You feel the stained print of their fingers as you steady each hand for the imprint of visible bond that endures far longer than oral promises. Once signed, the scroll is rolled and sealed with melted beeswax, bearing both Baram's ring seal and the embossed mark of the Shiraz governor's office. A clay jar is placed in a shallow niche beside the shaft, its sealed lid protecting the charter against moisture. Barley meal and saffron grains are sprinkled atop the niche as offerings to the Connaught's unseen patrons, the earth spirits, whose favor must be courted as carefully as the engineering itself. Harvest festival and Connaught reverence as afternoon wanes. Villagers prepare for the Jashini Abetha festival of waters, which marks the Connaught's restoration. Long benches are set along the orchard's new channel, and tables grown under platters of freshly baked flatbread, spiced rice pilafs, goat kebabs, and bowls of dried fruits. Lanterns are strung along the channel's banks, to be lit at dusk, so the waters sparkle like strings of stars. Musicians assemble near the shaft, hand drums, frame drums, and ney flutes, ready to play the ancient Connaught hymns passed through generations. When the sun finally sets, Baram steps forward to light the first lantern. Its flame dances on the water's surface as hummingbird soft tunes rise melodies in minor modes that echo the Connaught's own bittersweet journey from mountain to bloom. Couples step forward to scoop water from the channel in tiny clay jars, raising them overhead in a silent toast to shared prosperity. Children dart through the orchards, trailing ribbons of cloth in the water and echo of the dam-breaking rituals of old. You join the circle, feeling the cool canal waters swirl around your ankles and the community's joy wash over you like a new tide. From ancient channels to modern canals in the festival's afterglow, you speak privately with Baram beneath the moonlit arch of the shaft rim. He tells you that scholars from distant lands, Ottoman cartographers, French explorers, even British engineers have come to study Shiraz's Connaughts. Their notebooks brim with sketches, measurements, and technical observations, but they often miss the living layers essential to the system: the community's annual ceremonies, the ritual songs, and the written charters that bind each family to the water's care. He presses a small fragment of carved stone into your hand, an original channel marker, inscribed with the date of the Connaught's founding centuries ago, and says, "These stones remember what paper may forget, and so must we remember that water flows, not merely by bore and gradient, but by human hearts and shared devotion." Enduring lessons and final reflection as you prepare to leave Shiraz's orchards behind. The Connaught's channel follows you, its persistent murmur a lullaby against the desert's hush. You think of the day's rituals, the solar surveys, the collapse and rescue, the community's shared labor and renewed charter, and the waters festival that wove engineering into celebration. The Connaught emerges not merely as a feat of ancient hydraulics, but as a living testament to how technology and tradition must intertwine to sustain both water and society in centuries to come. These underground canals may silt up or be replaced by pumps, and the name Baram al-Maid may vanish from collective memory. Yet the lessons endure, that true infrastructure demands not only precise calculations and sturdy materials, but also communal stewardship, ritual care, and the humility to regard engineers as guardians rather than mere builders. And so, as you drift toward sleep, carry this final thought into your dreams. Beneath every living field and orchard, hidden channels carry more than water, they carry the silent dedication of countless hands, the enduring faith of desert communities, and the unbroken stream of knowledge passed down in both stone markers and human hearts. Forging the dragon's scale, you settle into your pillows as the steady hum of your fan carries you toward 16th century Japan, and your thoughts draw on the clanging hammer beats, echoing through a dimly lit forge in a mountain castle town. Here, amid clouds of charcoal smoke and the hiss of quenching water, skilled armorers Kachershi crafted the scaled, lamellar and lacquered plates that made samurai both fearsome and nearly invulnerable on Sengoku battlefields at dawns. Pale light, you follow Master Armorer Harunobu Tanabe through paper sliding doors into the castle's smithy courtyard. A row of stone troughs holds heated coals. Across the gravel floor, bundles of horsehair and hemp cords lie ready for binding. Harunobu, clad in a simple linen smock, greets you with a curt bow and leads you to a low wooden bench where a partially completed coat arm guard awaits final assembly. He points to the individual. Kozane's small scales laid out in precise rows, each scale wrought from folded steel, tempered to a jade green hardness and crowned with an edging of brass trim. You lift one scale, feeling its slight curve and the cool resistance of its lacquered surface. Harunobu explains that each Kozane underwent 6 stages: forging, quenching in salted water, reheating to relieve stress, oil polishing with Urushi sap, and final curing in humidity-controlled chambers. Missing any step could leave the scale brittle or prone to corrosion nearby. 3 journeymen kneel at trestle tables, lacing scales onto hemp cords in overlapping rows. Each cord must be threaded through tiny holes in perfect alignment. Too loose, and the armor droops. Too tight, and it restricts movement. You lean in, guiding a trembling apprentice's cord to ensure each knot locks the head of the next scale before pulling taut. You taste the faint sweetness of Urushi lacquer in the air, remembering caution. The sap's fumes can provoke allergic reactions if inhaled too long. Beyond the lamella tables, the Fucasia landsmith stands before a heavy boulder anvil. He hammers long spear shafts of polished oak, reinforcing their tips with forged steel. Harunobu wanders over to weigh the ferrules on a brass steelyard, balancing them against counterweights to ensure each is within 3 mon 11G of specification, critical for standardized spear drills in the Ashigaru infantry ranks. By mid-morning, Harunobu summons you to the lacquer station, a well-ventilated shed where cured arm plates hang from bamboo poles. He dips a soft bristle brush into a ceramic bowl of dark Urushi lacquer mixed with powdered charcoal, then sweeps it over the plate's surface in long, confident strokes. The lacquer's slow cure will bind the steel plates to form a weather-resistant shell. You feel the viscous lacquer's gentle drag and see fine streaks vanish as it settles, a fluid armor of gloss and grit. Outside, the war banner flutters atop the watchtower. The clans moan in bold crimson, and Harunobu nods as katana blades from the castle's swordsmiths arrive for new scabbard fittings. At a nearby lathe, woodturners shape wooden cores for the suka hilt grips, while the artisan of silk braiding prepares gold-threaded ito cords for the sukamaki wrap, each twist calculated to coil 6 turns per inch. As afternoon light filters through translucent paper windows, Harunobu assembles the finished lamella sleeves and chest plates on a wooden mannequin. He tests articulation by moving the dummy's arms and torso, listening for the soft rattle of steel on steel and oral, a signature of well-balanced armor. When the movement is fluid, he applies final touches, tucking stray cords, adjusting brass rivets, and stamping his maker's mark, a stylized dragon rising beneath the character for honor into the interior leather lining. By dusk, the courtyard's lanterns glow behind the munitions depot, and Harunobu presents the completed Do-Yoroi battle armor set to a mounted retainer. The samurai lifts each piece in turn, as sewed shoulder guards, 8 thigh guards, and Suni 8 shin guards, while Harunobu's apprentices record the armorer's serial number and recipient's name in the castle's register. Each entry promises replacements or pairs from this forge's legacy. As you step into the castle's hush before the evening drum, you carry this final thought. When centuries hence, these suits of battle-wrought steel decay in museum displays, whose eyes will trace the faint dragon stamp and appreciate that it was the Kachershi-esque measured hammer strokes, lacquer-dipped brushwork, and silk-corded patience that encased a warrior spirit in each glinting scale. Trials by fire and battle-tempering steel, wartime demand. And the armorers resolve the dawn sky over the castle town is threaded with gilded clouds as you return to Harunobu Tanabe's smithy courtyard, lantern in hand, to witness the dojo's most demanding trial, fulfilling an urgent wartime order for a detachment of Ashigaru, foot soldiers preparing to march at dusk. Word has reached the daimyo that a rival clan plans a dawn raid on the neighboring valley, and every cuirass, sleeve guard, and shin plate must be turned out with flawless precision before the banners rise. The crucible of tempering in the forges, heart, embers glow bright as day, and Harunobu stands before a line of crucibles, each housing a batch of freshly forged steel kozan. Apprentices gather basalt-hammered tongs and brass ladles, awaiting the master's command. Today, the tempering stage cannot be rushed. Too hot a quench yields brittle scales that shatter on impact, while too cool a bath leaves them soft and prone to denting. Harunobu's voice rings clear above the forge's roar. Bring forth the first batch. Two apprentices lift a shallow iron tray lined with 8 rows of steel scales, each still radiant with the glow of forging. Harunobu, it examines a single scale's surface, running a fingertip along its edge to test for warping. Satisfied, he dips the entire tray into a large iron vat of salted water. The hiss is instantaneous and thunderous, steam billowing as each scale squeezes from red heat to coal black in seconds. You stand close enough to feel the water spray on your face, taste its salty temps in the air. Seconds later, the tray is withdrawn, and Harunobu raises one scale to his eye, tilting it against the forge's light. The scale's tempered surface marked by a faint oxide ripple promises both resilience and flexibility. He nods, then orders the tray placed on a cooling rack hewn from seasoned bamboo. Now, he commands, 2 annealing apprentices, return the scales to another crucible, where they will be slowly reheated to a softer temperature around 400 degrees Celsius to relieve internal stresses. Each stage's precise timing is recorded by the clerk of the forge, who inkstamps a lacquered logbook. Batch A17 quenched at 0500, annealed 053-50610. Air cooling. You feel the weight of that record's authority. Countless smiths across generations will consult these pages to replicate Harunobu's temper, lacquer, and resin, crafting the armor's shell meanwhile beneath a covered trestle at the courtyards. East End, lacquer applicators, senior apprentices with steady hands weight the cooled scales. Before them lie ceramic bowls of urushi sap, refined through double filtration and aged for a season to eliminate impurities. Each bowl is accompanied by a mortar of charcoal powder, used to tint the final coats. Harunobu approaches the first batch of scales, now smooth and matte, black from oil polishing. With a fine bristle brush carved from horsehair, he sweeps a thin veil of pale yellow urushi over the metal base coat. The lacquer sinks into micro imperfections, bonding chemically to the steel. You lean in, noting the subtle sheen as the sap spreads, and inhale its faint, sweet almond aroma, non-olfactory signature of centuries cultivated craft. As the base coat cures in a humidity chamber set at exactly 60% moisture, Harunobu demonstrates the next stage. He mixes a dash of fine white clay into a second urushi batch, creating a mud-colored primer coat that will fill microcracks and provide a stable ground for colored top coats. Each scale receives 2 coats of primer, each brushed with exacting strokes that overlap by 1/3 of the previous layer to ensure uniform thickness. You count the strokes as you replicate them 40 in each direction, knowing that precision here prevents flaking and ensures water resistance. By midday, the scales hang from overhead racks in the open courtyard, their primer coats glistening like wet earth before drying. Harunobu glances at the sky, clear until late afternoon, good time for curing. He signals the courtyard gate be sealed, to prevent dust, and apprentices stand guard with soft cloths, warding off wandering leaves and stray embers. You watch as sunlight filters through a lattice of bamboo, highlighting each scale's mottled surface in dappled patterns. The siege-ready assembly, lined with several hundred louable scales prepared, Harunobu shifts to the assembly stage. In the lamella yard, under a large awning, 20 or so laborers, some veterans of 30 campaigns, stand over low benches. Each bench holds narrow strips of padded leather, genuine cowhide, boiled in alderbark tannins for durability. Rows of brass eyelets punched precisely every 3 centimeters. Harunobu oversees a line of binders selecting scales in sets of 64 each, do yoroi 30 scale rows per chest, plus sleeves and guards. He hands each binder a pre-cut length of silk cord dyed deep indigo and reinforced with wax to lace the scales. You take a cord in hand, threading it through a scale's top eyelet, looping around the leather backing, and pulling taut. With each pull, the interconnected scales form a robust overlapping armor sheet. You count the tension carefully. Each thread must bear at least 15 kilograms before slipping, as the binders work swiftly. Harunobu and his senior apprentice, JZ, move among them, checking eyelet alignment, adjusting cord tension, and applying final oil treatment, a wipe of camellia seed oil that lubricates cords and seals leather against sweat. You breathe in the oil's mild scent, tasting the slight tang on your tongue. Battlefield testing and feedback once the scale sheets are bound. Harunobu summons the Ashigaru contingent to the training grounds below the castle walls. A line of foot soldiers, bamboo spears at the ready, dome the newly assembled plates under Harunobu's watchful eye. He inspects each segment, ensuring the coat arm guard reaches just below the elbow and the suniate shin guard covers the tibia without hindering the soldier's gait. Then comes the real test. A veteran warrior steps forward, wielding a broadsword known for its cutting power. He swings with deliberate force at a bound test rig, a wooden post wrapped in linen and sheathed in the same ochre, tinted lacquer used on the scales. The first strike rings against steel with a resonant clang, neither dent nor crack. Encouraged, the warrior steps closer and strikes again, mimicking battlefield angles / vertical chop, diagonal hack. The armor stands firm, steel scales rattling in harmonious chorus. You feel the echo through the ground, a thunderous endorsement of the Kichurchi's work. Ashigaru cheers, but Harunobu remains serious. This is but a shobu trial, he murmurs. Only in true battle amid rain, slick mud, and swirling blades will these pieces prove their mettle. He notes down, each swing's angle and force in a leather-bound testing register. Entry number 3, downward slash at 45, no penetration, minor chord stretch. This data informs future refinements, thicker scale edges, tighter lacquering, different chord fibers, responding to scarcity and supply as the afternoon wanes. Harunobu faces a new challenge. The castle's stocks of high-grade steel have dwindled due to the ongoing clan wars. He assembles his senior apprentices to devise alternative alloys. Drawing from Persian and Chinese treatises, he experiments by adding a dash of wrought irons, from pottery kiln waste to the crucibles. Initial test scales, when tempered and quenched, exhibit a slightly pink hue under torchlight, a sign of increased carbon content. You assist in forging a small batch, sifting slag ash, measuring by volume to the nearest mom 3.75 grams, and stirring it into molten steel. The newly forged scales emerge with unexpected flexibility and a darker patina. Harunobu quips, even in scarcity, innovation thrives. He adds these scales to the next assembly, curious to see how they fare in street trials before the final. Armor integration. Evening ritual and unresolved doubt as dusk settles. The courtyard's lanterns glow behind Harunobu's forge. He gathers his apprentices around the newly recess of the furnace, offering each a small bowl of fragrant soba noodles mixed with shiitake and scallion, symbolizing strength and long life. They eat in companionable silence, the noodle strands echoing the weft and warp interlaced in each suit of armor. After the meal, Harunobu locks away the sketched trials and alloy experiments in a secure cabinet's doors carved with the Tanabe family crest. He glances at the door's weathered bronze latch, then at the scattered steel scales cooling in the lantern light, and says quietly, "Tomorrow, the battle lines will test both tradition and experiment. May our innovations stand as firmly as the samurai's resolve." You leave the forge under a sky spangled with early evening stars, the clang of a distant temple bell resonating in time with your racing thoughts. When the daimyo's armies clash at dawn amid rain, blood, and earth will, the novelties born of alloy scarcity prove as steadfast as the lacquered legacy of centuries? Or will the Kachurchi's measured courage and cunning be the armor's most vital protection? On the battlefield's edge armor-tested legacy sealed dawn's pale light finds you once more at the castle gates, where the Ashigaru detachment stands assembled in neat ranks. Suchfoot soldier donned in the newly forged yoroi crafted at Harunobu Tanabe's forge. Their helmets gleam with lacquered ridges. Their cuirasses fit snugly, the lamella scales overlapping like a dragon's flank. You feel a stirring of anticipation today. These suits of armor will meet steel and arrow, mud and rain, in the crucible of Sengoku warfare. First clash and armors roar. The rival clan's vanguard-mounted Yari cavalry charges across the Dudam field. A war horn blasts. Harunobu stands at the edge of the formation, lantern staff in hand as a final gesture of support. The Ashigaru brace into their stances, pikes leveled. A volley of arrows whistles overhead. Some strike armor with dull clangs. Others thud harmlessly against the Yarushi finishes. You hear the resonant ring of steel against steel, the very sound Harunobu tested in the training grounds echoing across the battlefield. As cavalry splinter into foot combat, Yari meet Nagi, and swords flash at gauntlet forearms. You follow a single Ashigaru's movements. He pivots smoothly under a thrust, the Sashimono banner on his back snapping. His coat deflects a blade that would otherwise slice his wrist. You can almost feel the impacts rebound through the lacquered scale, the silk cord absorbing shock. He counters with a Mawashi Uchi strike-wide swing that his breastplate parries, the strike ringing true. Amid the melee, you spot Harunobu moving along the back ranks, inspecting how the armor behaves. Under stress, he notes a slight gap between scales where the soldier's ribs twist under a slash-an area to reinforce in future patterns. You jot in your journal, observation number 27. Scale overlap must increase by 1 row at flank junction, each real time. Note promises incremental improvements born directly from the forge's battlefield. Feedback. Rain and cording's crucible mid-battle. Storm clouds gather, monsoon moisture blowing unexpectedly inland. Rain hammers, armor's lacquer, drips off helm crests, and slicks the grass beneath fighting feet. You witness one Ashigaru's coat cords begin to swell. His lamella sleeves sag. Harunobu's senior apprentice, JZ, had foreseen such risk, and treated cords with a special coating of sesame oil and rice bran compound to repel water. You see that nearly all soldiers maintain their armor's integrity, the treated cords resisting the rain's weight. One isolated cuirass strips slack. Its cords lack JZ's coating. Harunobu jots another note. Full field cord treatment. Mandatory, no exceptions. You feel the rain's patter transform into rhythm. Each drop testing lacquer seal, each thread's water resistance. Yet the armor stands firm. Shields gleam, and troops press forward. Morale unbroken by the deluge. You sense the deep bond between craftsman and warrior. The Kachurchi's foresight gives soldiers confidence to advance through storm and steel alike. aftermath and armor's fate by afternoon's end. The field's dust and blood have mingled into a churned slurry. The rival clan withdraws under broken banners. The Ashigaru form a tight phalanx before the castle gate. Harunobu surveys the field, noting where armor has dents but no fractures, where brass rivets bow instead of tearing. He directs stretcher bearers to carry wounded samurai clad in Tanabe armonon without at least one dent, but none with a lethal penetration. Returning to the smithy courtyard, Harunobu convenes his apprentices and injured Ashigaru for a collective inspection. He lays out small chisels and hammers. Where lacquer has chipped, he applies quick-setting urushi paste. Where steel plates are bent, he orders careful rehammering and retempering. Leather lining is replaced, cords are redipped in oil bran, emulsion, and each piece is ritualistically cleansed in cedar-scented water. You help scrub a shin guard, tasting the cedar's fresh aroma as you rinse away mud and blood, and act as symbolic as the initial forging legacy forged in fire that evening. Harunobu calls a gathering beneath the forge's glowing embers. He addresses both armorers and warriors today. This armor bore the burden of your valor, yet it was born in the crucible of our forge's trial. It lives through the dedication of every craftsman and soldier. Let us honor both hands that forged steel and those that wielded it. He raises a small iron Suba sword guard-etched with the Tanabe dragon stamp and passes it around. Each recipient holds it reverently, feeling its cool orb and ridged edge. He then unveils a newly commissioned toma, lacquered volume bound in black leather stamped with his own Manand invites warriors to record their battlefield impressions, how armor performed, where they felt exposed, and what innovations they yearn for. You watch as samurai scribbled calligraphy beside sketches of scale patterns and marginal notes on weatherproofing. Their collective insights will guide the next generation of Kichushi, ensuring that Tanabe armor evolves with each campaign. Reflection, armor beyond metal as you depart the forge under a moonlit sky. The clangor of hammer and anvil has softened into night's hush. You carry with you the day's echoes, the resonance of tempered steel, the hush of lacquer brushing metal, the communal vigil of dry docks and battlefields alike. The samurai's armor a web of steel scales, silk cords, and urushi lacquer, not merely as protection, but as an enduring symbol of collaboration between artisan and warrior. Centuries hence, when museum cases display fragments of lamella sleeves and rust-mottled cuirasses, may historians discern not only the artistry of steel and lacquer, but also the heartbeat of those forging at dawn, the measured responses to rain and sword, and the living manuscript of field-tested innovation. For in every dented scale and repaired seam lies the invisible signature of the Kachushi master armorers, whose quiet resolve and creative courage shaped the destiny of samurai in an age of endless war. Drift now into sleep knowing that true armor is more than metal. It is the shared conviction of craftsmen and warriors, a legacy tempered in fire, rain, and the relentless pursuit of perfection. One scale, one strand of cord, one drop of lacquer at a time. Pigments, brushes, and the emperor's gaze you settle into your pillows as the soft murmur of your fan carries you across the plains of Hindustan to the imperial ateliers of Agra in the year 1610 CE. Imagine a courtyard off limits to all but the emperor's closest confidants, its walls hung with silken banners dyed in indigo and gold, its floors of polished marble veined with lapis lazuli powder, and its air filled with the scent of crushed sandalwood and wet pigments. Here, behind latticed windows and under the watchful eye of court eunuchs, a cohort of master miniaturists Nakash spent their days crafting the tiny wonders that adorned the emperor's manuscripts, albums, and illustrated chronicles. First light, you follow the chief Nakash Asad al-Din down a carved sandstone corridor into his private studio. He wears a robe of sky blue muslin embroidered with peacock motifs in homage to his patron, Emperor Jahangir, who favored. As an azure on a low tick bench lies an open folio of fine Worsley paper, its pale surface primed with a delicate wash of chalk and gum. Nearby, a long alabaster slab holds small wells of pigment, vermilion ground from cinnabar ultramarine derived from Afghan lapis malachites for emerald greens, and rare gamboge imported from Ceylon for translucent yellows. Assad dips a sable hair, brush its tip finer than a human hair into a pool of pure white lead base, and begins the first sketch, a slender gazelle poised beneath a flowering banyan, its legs subtly tapered, its eye a single lustrous dot. You lean close, feeling the vellum like papers, slight tooth against your fingertips, and taste the earthy aroma of the lead white mixed with crushed resin binder. Once the outline is set, apprentices begin grinding pigments on individual Muller stones. Rosemud is scraped into the finest powder and set atop a jade pigmented slip, then worked into a smooth paste with deer antler pick. Each apprentice tests consistency by spreading a line on scrap Worsley too thick, and the paint will crack. Too thin, and the color will bleed beneath the brush's weight. You trace the streak with your fingertip, sensing its velvety resistance. By mid-morning, Assad has moved to color. He loads his brush with diluted ultramarine, layering a whisper of sky behind the gazelle. Each stroke is deliberate, one hair's breadth to suggest fur's sheen, another to deepen the shadow beneath the tree. Around him, the courtyard's stillness deepens, only the faint scrape of a mullah stone, the soft hiss of mixed pigment from a brass ladle, and the occasional murmur of a eunuch delivering fresh water. At noon, the chief illuminator emerges to inspect a second folio of this one, the emperor's own portrait. Jahangir's likeness, with delicate arch of eyebrow and slight curve of mustache, must reflect imperial dignity and divine mandate. Assad dips into vermilion to gild the emperor's turban trim, then lifts a gold leaf stripe hammered thinner than paper and sets it carefully along each fold. You hold your breath as the leaf catches ambient light, shimmering like molten sunrise. By afternoon, the apprentice in charge of binding brings finished folios to the Mahuti bookbinder, who lines them with fine lambskin and stitches them with silk thread, each knot concealed beneath hand-tooled leather covers stamped with frogs and lotuses. You feel the warm curve of the bound album's spine, rich and supple beneath your palm. As dusk's amber glow filters through the Yali screens, Asad al-Din holds the completed gazelle folio before a row of small oil lamps. Each flame reveals new subtleties, the subtle bruise of purple under the animal's haunch, the faint curve of leaf veins in the banyan, the tiniest sparkle of white lead highlights in the gazelle's eye. He nods to the eunuch messenger and entrusts the manuscript to night courier for presentation in the Zenana courtyard, its beauty to be revealed only to the emperor's most favored. As you step back into the cool evening air, the scent of sandalwood drifting behind you, you carry with you a single, lingering question. When centuries from now scholars pry loose these gilt-edged manuscripts from their silk cases, whose fingertips will discern the chief miniaturist's hidden signature, the single perfect brushstroke that marks a master's, the soul in every painted leaf, the alchemy of color and court intrigue at first light the next day. You slip through the carved tick doors of Asad al-Din's atelier to find the courtyard already warmed by early sun. Apprentices sit cross-legged atop woven mats, each in front of a flat marble slab smeared with a ring of dry pigment. Asad stands in their midst, guiding the mixing of a rare purple hue murex derived and prized above all for its luminosity. He motions you forward and offers you a fine wooden spatula. You scoop a small heap of powdered murex, its grains glinting like tiny gems, and add a drop of gum arabic binder. Asad instructs you to grind the pigment in concentric circles, pressing ever more gently until the mixture transforms into a silky paste. Feel the marble's cool smoothness beneath your fingers and hear the faint whisper of stone against pigment. When he signals satisfaction, he tests a dab on scrap worsley. The purple glows with a depth that seems nearly alive. Nearby, another apprentice prepares a more dangerous alchemy, the fixative for vermilion. Harunobu's lute player, summoned early to entertain the imperial party last night, walks through the courtyard's gallery, draping silk cloths over the folios to protect them from direct sunlight as Asad adds a drop of mercury-rich bind to the paste. You step back, tasting a faint metallic temp in the air, a reminder of the peril in handling such potent materials, embellishment and imperial scrutiny. By mid-morning, Asad reclines on a folded mat beside a long, low table, a portrait of the Emperor Jahangir before him. His brush no thicker than a rice grain dances across the page, outlining the intricate pattern of the emperor's cloak in fine cross-hatching. Asad stops periodically to hold the painting at arm's length, comparing each curve to the gilt-painted miniature of Jahangir in the imperial family album. You stand behind him, peering over his shoulder, mesmerized by the harmony of line and color. Suddenly, a brisk knock echoes through the studio. The eunuch bearing the imperial signet enters, hands wrapped in silk. Asad brings his work forward and places it on a carved sandalwood pedestal. The eunuch examines the brushwork, then lifts the signetan engraved silver ring bearing Jahangir's personal emblem and presses it into a bowl of red sealing wax at the folio's corner. The seal's impression smudges slightly, but the eunuch's brow remains untroubled with a curt bow. He lifts the sealed portrait and departs as swiftly as he came. You sense the tension that ripples through the atelier. The Nakash are charged not only with artistry but with upholding the emperor's divine image. A single misplaced flourish or inconsistent hue could be deemed offense, a blot on imperial dignity. Competing courts and artistic rivalry. Asad turns to you with a wry smile. The seal's crack shows haste, he murmurs, but Jahangir values speed as much as precision. He ushers you toward a low alcove where three competing miniaturists, Persian emigrants recently arrived from Isfahan, have set up their own easels. They wield softer, more flowing styles influenced by Safavid realism. Asad, mindful of court faction, gestures diplomatically toward their work. A sumptuous scene of court musicians in azure robes. A hush falls as one newcomer, Farhad, steps forward to demonstrate his technique. He blends a new shade of rose madder with a drop of indigo to achieve a dusky lavender, an innovation he claims the emperor will admire. You lean in to see the result, a mesmer pink wash that refracts in candlelight. Asad inclines his head, noting the blend, but cautions quietly, we must temper novelty with tradition. Jahangir's taste is refined, but rooted in Mughal heritage. You sense the delicate political dance, Each stroke is also a statement of allegiance. The challenge of miniature maintenance as the sun climbs. The atelier's lantern bearers once more swing into position, ensuring even illumination despite flickering shadows. Assad examines yesterday's gazelle miniature under artificial light and frowns at a tiny crack in the white lead highlight. He dips a fresh brush into diluted gum arabic, delicately reinsures the highlight with a single hair's breadth of new pigment. You spy the crack almost vanish beneath the fresh paste, a testament to the Nakash-s willingness to revisit and perfect their art long after the first stroke has dried. Nearby, on a slender pillar table, stands a water clock that drips at measured intervals. It signals breaks and rehearsal times, but also the hydroscopic challenges of working with Yerushi Laka. Amina bint Yusuf Assad's senior assistant measures ambient humidity each hour, noting it in a small chart. 0730, 60%, 930. 55%, 1130, 48%. She warns the apprentices to cover unfinished folios with damp cloths when humidity dips below 50%, lest the lacquer set too quickly and risk flaking. You watch as she tucks a silk shawl over a half-woven border, protecting it like a sleeping child. Evening's secret commission as dusk deepens. A hush falls when a whisper circulates. A clandestine commission from Prince Karam future Shah Jahan seeks a private album of pre-packing miniatures. Assad vanishes into an inner chamber, returning with a small oblong folio bound in crimson silk. Inside he reveals sketches of moonlit gardens and marble fountains, preliminary designs unseen by the emperor. He confides to you, this must that remain secret. The prince's favor is precarious, and the emperor's jealousy dangerous. You feel the weight of the red folio in your hands more than paper and silk. It is the currency of courtly ambition and factional intrigue. Assad instructs an apprentice to begin gilding garden blossoms with gold leaf by moonlight only, to evoke the secretive glow the prince desires. The atelier's craftsmen exchange furtive glances, aware they are weaving art and politics together in threads invisible to the untrained. By unresolved reflection as the final lantern dims and the courtyard empties, you leave the atelier under a veil of night. The scent of sandalwood and pigment lingers in your nostrils, and you carry with you the quiet tension of an atelier where artistry, patronage, and politics converge in each tiny stroke. You pause beneath the latticed window, recalling the sealed emperor's portrait, the rival miniaturist's bold hues, and the secret commission for Prince Karam. In that moment, you wonder when the dust of centuries settles across these famed folios, who will decipher the hidden signatures, the subtle pigments, and the silent whispers of court intrigue embedded in every gilded leaf and gashed outline. How many stories lie concealed within each brushstroke, waiting for discerning eyes to unravel the delicate tapestry of Mughal art and ambition. Secrets, splendor, and the artist's legacy. Moonlight filters through the yali screens as you slip back into Assad al-Din's atelier for one final session. The courtyard hushed, save for the faint drip of a carved fountain. Tonight, Assad and his apprentices prepare the secret album for Prince Karam, a work that will not see the emperor's eyes, yet will shape a future Shah's vision of beauty and power. The jewel of the album on a lacquered table rests the folio, bound in crimson silk. Assad opens to a blank spread, revealing two faint pencil sketches of a pearl-drenched night garden and a marble swing under blooming jasmine. He gestures to Amina bint Yusuf, who brings forth a vial of crushed lapis mixed with shalaka pigment so rare it once adorned only the emperor's throne canopy. With a single hair-fine brush, Assad outlines the jasmine petals in electric blue, each stroke so delicate that it seems to float above the paper. You lean in, feeling the hush of the courtyard deepen. As the pigment's subtle sparkle catches the lantern light, layering light and shadow. Next comes shading. Harunobu's lute player, summoned as living model, sits within the courtyard pavilion, his silhouette illuminated by a single lamp. Assad studies the play of light and casts how the musician's fingers curve on lute strings, how folds of muslin shadow his bent posture. He mixes a faint wash of ivory-black carbon pigment from burnt wicks to render the evening's half-light. You assist by holding a slip of parchment to test tonal gradations before they touch the album, ensuring each wash blends seamlessly, forging intimacy as the final scene's details emerge. Assad invites you to contribute a humble, tiny border motif of pomegranate blossoms in gamboge and vermilion. You dip a sable brush into each pigment and add a single blossom cluster in the lower right corner. Harunobu nods approvingly. Your hand, like mine, bears the album's secret. In this shared moment, you grasp the atelier's deepest truth, that every brushstroke masters or novices carries both craft and confidence into these pages. Sealing the secret with the illustrations complete, Assad prepares the album for delivery. He mixes a final coat of clear Yerushi lacquer and, with a deer horn spatula, applies a whisper of it to the silk binding, locking in pigments and shielding the commission from prying eyes. Then, he wraps the folio in a folded satronge chessboard cloth, its black and white squares symbolizing discretion and strategy. The eunuch courier arrives, hands gloved in white silk, and Assad presses into the cloth the album's secret signature, single drop of gold leaf mixed in wax. stamped with a crescent and lotus. This private seal will guide the courier to the prince alone. Reflection on ephemeral greatness before the courier departs into shadowed corridors. Assad turns to you and speaks softly. In these pages lie rivalries and alliances, visible only to those who know the signs. The emperor sees splendor, the prince sees possibility. We artisans bind both visions in pigment and paper, trusting that centuries hence, our colors end, our secrets will endure. As you step into the night, the courtyard's lanterns wink above the quiet fountain, and the scent of jasmine drifts on the breeze. You carry with you the memory of the album's hidden hues, the weight of lacquered silk, and the delicate thrill of concealed rivalries immortalized in miniature form. Drift into sleep, knowing that true artistry resides not merely in what the world beholds, but in what is kept from sight. The secret gardens, the whispered commissions, and the brushstrokes shared between a master and apprentice, crafting legacies in the silent spaces between light and shadow. Chisels in the red dust on you settle into your pillows as the soft hum of your fan carries you across continents to the highlands of 12th century Ethiopia, and your mind ascends the rugged slopes of Ambergestion to the red dust plateau of Lalibela. Here, beneath a pale dawn sky, artisans known as the Masons of the Divine Mountain labor in measured silence to carve 11 monolithic churches from living rock, each a testament to faith hewn in stone. At first light you follow Master Mason, Geber Maskell, down a narrow ledge cut into the volcanic tuff. His linen tunic brushes against dust-matted walls. His leather sandals whisper on the packed earth. Each step brings you to church, no one Beit Medhain, a house of the Redeemer of the world, its broad roof already outlined against the horizon. Ahead, a cadre of 50 masons stands ready at the church's eastern face, chisels in hand. Geber pauses before the facade's guiding grid, a shallow network of chalk lines marking doorways, windows, and column capitals. He unrolls a goatskin scroll sketched months earlier from observations of Jerusalem's Church of the Holy Sepulchre and traces a fine chalk line along the rock face's natural fracture, noting where each wall must recede 12 cubits to achieve the nave's full height. You feel the rough chalk's grit under your fingertip as you steady him on the ledge. A single signal from Gibber, a soft blow on a carved gourd horn, begins the day's work. Hammers ring against chisels, sparks fly where iron meets stone, and clouds of cinnamon-colored dust drift like insects. You step forward to a young mason, Alimu, guiding his first vertical cut. He wedges a small iron plug into a shallow groove, taps it with a square hammer, and pries loose palm-sized flakes of tuff. You feel the rock's cool grain under your palm and hear the satisfying crack of clean stone giving way. At the workshop's edge, stone splitters prepare gonfa beams, all of wood logs fashioned into scaffolding poles. They use hand-forged ADSs to notch each log at regular intervals, ensuring scaffolds rise safely to nascent windows 6 meters above ground. You lift a freshly notched beam, tasting the resinous wood's slight sweetness and feeling the chiseled groove's precision under your fingers. By mid-morning, Geber inspects the newly cut doorway frame. He measures the lintel span with a polished ivory rod marked in royal cubits, confirming its 2.7-meter width. Apprentices hold hem cords taut across the opening's corners, forming perfect right angles by the Pythagorean trial. 3 units along one wall, 4 along the other, and a diagonal of 5. When geometry aligns, Geber nods, and the apprentices set a temporary wooden lintel to protect the opening until final carving. Beyond the central church, smaller chapels, nestling in cross-shaped trenches. You climb down to Beit Mariam, House of Mary, its interior hollowed but unfinished. Inside, mulberry wood benches serve as benches for masons carving nave pillars. Geber calls for one assistant to sketch pillar capitals on parchment and another to hold a polished bronze mirror so masons can sight the opposite side, a trick to ensure bilateral symmetry in deep niches. You glance into the mirror's tarnished surface, tasting the cool metal's faint patina, and see your own reflection in the half-lit chamber. As the sun reaches its zenith, a procession of clerics and nobles arrives, bearing offerings of clarified butter and salt candied bread. They pass beneath the open arches, scattering bits of bread to sanctify the space. Geber steps aside, bowing his head. As the high priest intones prayers in Gs, you feel the courtyard's hush-deep in stone tool and chant merging in ritual devotion. In the afternoon, attention shifts to Beit Golgotha, House of the Skull, carved to resemble Calvary's rock face. Here, masons have completed the exterior cross-plan but must refine the facade's cruciform relief. Geber demonstrates the final smoothing technique. Masons wet the rock lightly, then rub it with fine pumice stones in circular motions each pass, removing minute ridges until the surface gleams like polished sandstone. You wet a piece of pumice and trace its motion in concentric arcs, feeling the rock's texture transform under your palm and smelling the slight mineral dust mingled with moisture. Dusk's glow washes the plateau in ochre. Geber gathers his craftsmen for the evening ritual. They circle a newly carved baptismal font at the church's entrance, passing a single clay lamp whose flickering flame they set atop the font's rim. Masons chant a simple prayer, stone made flesh by holy hand. Guide our hearts as we shape your home. You stand among them, hearing the stone's cool solidity beneath your feet and feeling the communal heartbeat of faith and craft. Before you leave the plateau, Giba places a final chalk mark, a small cross etched at the church's keystone, level, inscribed KHB 526 Ethiopian era, corresponding to 1134 CE, an enduring signature of both date and devotion. As you descend into gathering night, the rock-cut churches loom behind you, silent, monolithic, born of chisels and prayer. You carry with you a lingering question: when centuries of wind and pilgrims weather these carved sanctuaries to soft contours whose eyes will rediscover Giba Maskel's chalk crosses and honor the hidden sanctity forged by ancient hands in the living rock of Lalibela, echoes beneath the earth quarrying collapse, and communal redemption before dawn's first light brightens the plateau. You return to Lalibela's eastern ridge where the masons of church know 5 Beit Mariam face a sudden crisis. The rock face above the newly excavated nave roof shows alarming fissures. Yesterday's rains have seeped into centuries-old joints, and large shards of tuff threaten to detach and crash into the sacred space below. Master Mason Giba Maskel stands at the shaft rim, limestone dust streaking his face, the rising sun's first rays stroking the carved reliefs with gentle gold. Assessing the threat, Giba beckons you to peer into the half-finished nave. 2 massive stone blocks, each the size of a small cart, now teeter precariously above the high altar's vault. He traces a chalk line along a hairline crack that snakes diagonally across one block, an ominous spider web in the living stone. Below, apprentices stand silent, their chisels idle. The mason's chant from last night has given way to anxious murmurs. Giba turns to his chief assistant, a burly craftsman named Dowett, and instructs him to descend into the nave via the narrow stair shaft to mark the fallen rock's landing, domed with droplets of red ochre. You watch Dowett slip carefully down the ladder, lantern in hand. His red ochre marks identify spots where stone fragments might impact as he emerges back into daylight. He confirms the zone overlaps the central nav bench area, place where worshippers gather at sunset services. The danger is immediate. Emergency stabilization without hesitation. Giba commands a halt to all carving. Masons drop their tools and descend from scaffolding. He summons the quarry crewstone splitters who maintain the clifftop galleries above and instructs them to rig willowwood scaffolds across the fissured face. Under his direction, they lashed stout poles to existing support beams, bracing the rock like a wooden cage. You help guide a heavy oak strut into a key crevice, wedging it tight to prevent further slippage. Each team member braces it with smaller sapling wedges, producing a chorus of sharp clicks as wood meets stone. Once the initial brace holds, Giba organizes a 2-shift rotation. Half the crew will tunnel laterally above the vault to carve relief channels, small recesses that relieve internal pressure in the overhanging blocks, while the other half constructs a timber canopy beneath the nave's clerestory, a provisional roof to catch any errant flakes. You assist in hoisting lengths of palm thatch onto the canopy frame, tying them with hemp ropes to form a barrier against falling debris. The thatch crackles under the first daylight breeze, offering a fragile shield for those below. Quarrying new stone with stabilization in place, Giba turns to replenish the removed roof stones. He signals the quarry foreman to open a new Adita horizontal gallery carved into the hillside, 20 cubits north of the threatened shaft. There a fresh vein of high-quality red tuff awaits. Apprentices strip away outer slag, revealing pristine column with blocks, stone splitters, then insert iron plugs into drilled holes, hammering them to quarter-cubic fractures that divide the block safely from the bedrock. You hand each plugged wedge to a splitter, feeling the vibrations as the hammer lands flush, and the rock yields under pressure. Once free, the block is guided down the slope on log rollers greased with animal fat. Masons below use ropes and wooden sledges to bring the stone into the nave's clearing. There it is trimmed to match the original roof profile, a 2 cubits thick slab, 4 cubits wide, and 6 cubits long. Each dimension is verified with Giba's ivory measuring rod. You stand on the block's edge, placing your foot lightly to test its balance on the rollers before it is hoisted into position above the temporary canopy. Carving in replacement with the replacement block in place, the real artistry begins. Carving teams return to the original Facade template, traced from the goatskin scroll and set in chalk before collapse. The block's underside must align exactly with the surviving vault surface to maintain drainage angles and symmetrical aesthetics. Masons strike reference marks 3 equidistant nubs per edged and slowly shave away excess stone with broad chisels. You brush away the accumulating dust, revealing the block's smooth new face. Giba crouches to his work, nods, then leaps up to signal the next stage. Once the block's underside fits snugly, masons remove the wooden canopy and braces. They clear away the provisional thatch and chips from the vault below. With collective heaves and wooden levers, they lower the brace-like oak strut, releasing the tension in the scaffold above. Apprentices sweep the nave floor, removing red ochre marks and dust alike, and reposition the sagging stone benches to their original alignment under the restored vault. Ritual of reconsecration as afternoon light warms the courtyard. Giba gathers his craftsmen and local clergy for a reconsecration ceremony. Outside Beit Marim's entrance, they arrange a low altar of river stones and fresh river water symbolizing purity and renewal. Giba pours a libation of spiced butter into the flowing channels at the nave's entrance, chants a short psalm of deliverance, and dips the repaired block's surface with a bundle of hyssop. You taste the hyssop's minty aroma as the celebratory clang of small bells echoes against the church's facade. Then the priests release a pair of white doves of peace into the sky above the plateau. The birds circle once, cooing, then vanish toward the distant valley. In their flight, you sense the collective exhale of relief. The living rock, once ready to fail, now stands firm again, bearing the mason's marks of vigilance and care. Communal feast and oral record, the crisis averted. The villagers assemble a communal feast beneath the church's portico. Tables of woven reed bowls grown with injera spiced stews, honeycomb, and freshly baked barley bread. Drummers circle the courtyard, beating out rhythms that mimic the chisel's morning cadence. Maskell invites you and the quarry crew to dine alongside elders of Lalibela, forging a bond between those who carve and those who gather. You taste the bread's sour tang and feel the stew's warm spice as laughter and song rise like incense. Elders recite the tale of the fissured vault, how the stones trembled, how the masons braced the mountain, how the community joined in work and worship. Hand Amina bint Yusuf takes notes in her leather-bound chronicle, preserving the episode in written GS for future generations. You glimpse her precise script, year 482 EE. Fist of rain tested God's house. Stones reclaimed by God's craftsmen. Feasting thus binds hearts to rock. Evening reflection as the lanterns dim, and the firelight dwindles. You walk alone among the church's carved columns. The replaced blocks, edges still faintly lighter in hue, gleam in the last embers of day. You touch the smooth stone, feeling both its ancient solidity and the fresh chiseling's crispness. The murmured prayers of restoration echo in your mind, that in every crisis skill and faith rise together to remake what was broken. You carry with you a final lingering question. When centuries hence the storms of time soften Lalibela's red stone into gentle contours, who will remember the fissures that tested both rock and heartened, whose hands will trace the hidden seams where masons wrought salvation from living stone, legacy in steel and spirit from battlefield to forge the dawn after the Sengoku assault breaks clear and crisp? And you return to Harunobu Tanabe's smithy to witness the after-action rituals that seal the armor's legacy. The courtyard is hushed save for the soft drip of rainwater from roof shingles, evidence of last night's monsoon squall that tested both steel and spirit. The rite of tempered remembrance, Harunobu stands beside a long wooden trough carved from red cedar, its basin half filled with cool spring water. Along its edge lie the most battle-scarred pieces from yesterday's fight. Tattered coat sleeves, dented cuirasses and bent sunyets. Apprentices arrange them carefully. Harunobu dips each piece briefly into the trough, cooling the lacquered steel and rinsing away mud and blood. He then lifts the armor and allows water droplets to bead on the lacquer, symbolizing purification. You catch one droplet, feeling it's cold on your skin before it rolls away, carrying soot and sorrow into the trough's depths, inscribing the record of triumph at a low table nearby. Harunobu opens a bound scroll of polished mulberry paper. Calling forward Jay-Z, his senior apprentice, Harunobu holds a fine hairbrush dipped in sumi ink. Together they record the battle's date, location, and performance notes. 16th day of the 4th month, Tenshu-R. Field of Uda. Armor endured 5 sustained strikes. No ruptures. Cords remained intact under tempest. Experimental slag alloy scales blotch S22 performed within 2% flexibility variance. You feel the brush's supple resistance as you add a final line. Praising the Ashigaru's courage, Harunobu seals the scroll with a dab of Yurushi lacquer so pure it glimmers like a midnight star, and stamps his dragon crest in cinnabar paste. Healing and reinforcement next. Harunobu leads you to the forge's quieter annex, where the more delicate repairs occur. Under a paper lantern, a master leatherworker removes torn lining and replaces it with new deer hide padded with shredded silk, offering each wounded soldier a moment of care. You help stitch a negard strap running fine hemp thread through pre-punched islets as the soldier flexes his knee. Testing the fit, each stitch is both mending and ritual sewing confidence back into the warrior's limbs. Nearby, metalworkers heat dented plates on miniature charcoal forges, then hammer them on polished anvil blocks to restore shape. Sparks spatter and hiss. You assist by steadying a fallen plate, feeling the warmth of the metal as it yields its dent and regains its curve. Commemoration, feast, and oath of renewal. As afternoon light filters through translucent paper windows, masons of the courtyard set a low banquet on tatami mats. Bowls of steaming rice porridge, platters of pickled daikon, skewers of grilled quail glazed with miso, and cups of chilled rice wine. Ashigaru gathers some hobbling on newly splintered ankles, others steadying sharpened spear shafts. Harunobu stands, raising his cup for steel, tested in strife and hearts unbroken. Let us honor the bond between forge and blade. Glasses clink, softly. The men drink, then file past Harunobu's bench to offer thanks, their helmets tucked under arms. Passing the flame as dusk falls and lanterns glow like clustered fireflies. Harunobu gathers his apprentices around the smoldering forge. He lifts a single ember from the hearth using a pair of tongs and places it in a small clay brazier, a symbolic first flame to kindle tomorrow's work. He passes the ember to each apprentice in turn, each holding the glowing spark over yards of fresh steel billets. The ritual confirms the continuity of craft. Today's apprentices will become tomorrow's masters. You feel the brazier's ember heat on your palm and watch as the apprentices stow it carefully to relight the forge. At first light, in that moment, you recognize that the samurai armor, while forged for battle, embodies an unbroken lineage of flame, steel, and human dedication. Final reflection later. You linger beneath the forge's roof, listening to the last hiss of flames and a distant nightingale's song. You reflect on the journey, how individual scales tempered, bound, lacquered, formed an interlocking shell that protected samurai on fields of death. How the Kachushi's meticulous records and innovations, under pressure, ensured each cycle of warfare enriched, rather than depleted, their art. And how the rituals of purification, record-keeping, repair, and ritual flame tied steel to spirit as you drift towards sleep. Carry this thought beyond the clang of hammers. True armor is not merely metal arrayed against steel, it is the living ember of tradition passed hand to hand, the sanctified bond between artisan and warrior, and the enduring oath that, in forging for battle's fury, one preserves beauty, honor, and human resilience, one glowing scale, one shining ember, one shared ritual at a time. Flames, forges, and molten miracles, you settle into your pillows as the gentle hum of your fan carries you across the Venetian lagoon to the island of Murano in the year 1560 CE, where dawn's first light glints off canals rimmed with glass-blown wonders. Imagine a row of low brick furnaces, their chimneys puffing gentle smoke, and a courtyard strewn with glass shards and powdered pigments. Here, amid the hiss of molten gatherings and the breath-driven glow of furnace flames, the majesty of glass-blower-shaped crystal threads and ornate vessels that crown the silent courts of Europe. At first light you follow master glassblower Marco Berrovier down a narrow alley to his workshop's entrance, a heavy oak door flanked by iron rings forged as stylized dolphins. Inside, the air shimmers with heat and the faint aroma of burnt olive pits. At the heart of the workshop stands the furnace, a squat brick furnace with 3 glowing mouths, each fueled by charcoal stoked with olive wood logs. The central hearth burns at precisely 1300 degrees Celsius, monitored through a peephole guarded by a polished bronze plate. Marco, his linen smock already damp with sweat, extends a long iron blowpipe toward the primary crucible, a shallow, circular pit rimmed with refractory clay. He inserts the pipe's tip into the molten glass, gathers a small gob of viscous orange, and then lifts it into the soft morning light. You lean forward, feeling the radiant warmth and tasting a slight sweetness as the glass sags at the pipe's end. With fluid motion, Marco begins the first inflation. He puffs gently into the pipe, watching the molten blob swell like a living orb beneath his steady hands. Apprentices stand by with wooden punch-shaping tools carved from boxwood and steel shears. As the orb grows, Marco twirls the blowpipe to maintain symmetry, then transfers the gather to a second pipe, reheating it in the furnace's side mouth to restore its plasticity. Meanwhile, at a low bench, the colorist apprentice Lucia carefully paints on thin trails of crushed cobalt oxide mixed with gum arabic, creating delicate spiral patterns filigrana that will fuse into the vessel's walls. You help by offering her a small brush trimmed from goose quills, feeling the pigment's fine grit on your fingertips and smelling the metallic temps of cobalt by mid-morning. Marco has shaped the bubble into a slender goblet form. He dips it into a chest of powdered tin oxide Latimoto. Give the glass its milky You watch the fine white dust cling to the hot glass, creating a ghostly patina that will later be polished away in places to reveal the colored filigree beneath. Next comes the delicate process of adding handles to apprentices hold small rods of clear glass, preheated to matching temperature, while Marco uses tweezers to affix each coil with pinpoint accuracy. Flames flare as the contact points fuse in a miniature burst, each twist a test of timing and temperature. You steady the pipe as the goblet transfers again, allowing Marco to work both hands free for the final flourish. A twisted filigree base of emerald green pulled from copper oxide pigment. As afternoon light dapples through the workshop's high windows, Marco walks the near-finished goblet to the colatora bench, an iron rack of brass rods cooled by air. He threads the goblet onto a rod, allowing it to hang and spin gently while artisans score its rim for the final cut. A swift blow with a cooled copper rod snaps the lip cleanly, leaving a perfect mouthpiece. The newly formed goblet is placed into the lira, long annealing oven maintained at 500 degrees Celsius to cool slowly over 12 hours, preventing thermal stress. You peer through its narrow door, feeling the gentle hum of controlled descent from molten fervor to solid grace. As you step out into Moreno's canal-lit dusk, Dozens of completed goblets, vases, and chandeliers glitter in workshop windows, a testament to glassblowers' mastery of fire, breath, and pigments drawn from Earth's metals. And you carry with you one lingering question. When centuries hence art historians unseal dusty crates of Murano glass in museum vaults, whose hands will trace the faint opalescent swirl of cobalt and recall that it was the delicate rhythms of flame and breath and the whispered guidance of a maestro that transformed sand and heat into crystal miracles. Betrayal, ban, and the flames exodus Murano's canals gleam under first light the following day. But the workshop's hearth feels heavier with whispered warnings. Rumors swirl that Venetian authorities intend to ban all glass furnaces within city walls to curb fire risk, threatening the island's very livelihood. Master glassblower Marco Baravir summons his fellow maestri to a private gathering in the furnace courtyard, the air thick with cedar smoke and tension. The Republic's decree, a silk-clad courier arrives from the Doge's palace bearing a scroll stamped with a winged lion of St. Mark. Marco carefully unrolls it by order of the Serenissima. All glass furnaces within Venice proper are henceforth to be extinguished, and all production relocated to The decree begs that masters safeguard Venetian prestige but forbids forging near wooden structures. A hush falls. Apprentices glance nervously at their tools. Urgent refinement and knowledge transfer. Marco shakes off despair. We must master new techniques, higher yields, finer filigrana, and resilient annealing, ensuring Murano's work surpasses all memory, he declares. Immediately, he sets a 3-month sprint, advanced experiments in chalcedony glass, blending silica with ash from Carrara marble to achieve a translucent bluish cast prized in Persia. He recruits Carini's miner Pietro to supply pure marble dust. In a hush of urgency, apprentices measure ash to silica ratios 1:4 by weight, grind them on jade slabs, and test fusibility in the hottest crucible. Secret apprenticeships as the band's deadline approaches. Master and apprentices embark on clandestine lessons among the furnaces. At dusk, torchlit processions of novice mastery AI vetri slip into hidden canalside workshops, passing through submerged nets that would muffle sound if authorities came. Here, secrets flourish. Tempered cobalt techniques that avoid kill blackening, and a 2-stage annealing cycle, rapid cool to 800 degrees Celsius. Hold for 8 hours, then descend over 24 hours to prevent stress fractures in large chandeliers. You assists by charting each recipe in a leather-bound libro segreto of the secret book, its pages, ruled in gold dust and sealed with red wax. Each entry notes precise furnace temperatures, measured by wooden thermometers, charcoal rods, calibrated to glow at known intervals and times recorded by water clock drips. The night of the last fires on the final EV before the decree takes effect, Murano's workshops burn brighter than ever. Marco's furnaces roar, flames licking bellows, as masters produce their grandest pieces, towering candelabri encrusted with Fury goblets with opal-infused stems, and neoclassical busts of mythic Venetian founders. You hold the garden of glowing works in your arms as they emerge, rinsing them in cedar oil baths to seal clarity and bind pigments. As midnight's bell tolls, Marco signals the final quench. Apprentices pour masterworks into the Lear, shutting its doors and smashing bellows to silence the fires. A hush follows, broken only by the hiss of cooling glass. The last ember is carried across the canal to the central square, then cast into the lagoon, its glow reflecting in dark water as a silent vow that Murano's craft will survive ban and betrayal. Reflection as dawn breaks on an emberless morning. You stand among ash-darkened furnaces and hold the libro segreto in your hands. Its pages promise renewal when the Republic's decree allows rebuilding, or when masters must flee to foreign courts. And you ponder this question when distant collectors marvel centuries later at flawless Murano glass. Will they know that its brilliance was forged not only in fire and sand, but in the crucible of exile, secrecy, and master's unyielding resolve to keep the flame alive? Diaspora, reinvention, and the eternal flame 5 years after Venice's ban. The island of Murano still hums with the pulse of hidden furnaces, but its masters now carry their craft farther afield. You find Master Marco Barovir at a clandestine, dockside killer single brick oven, disguised as a fisherman's smokehouse where he and his apprentices prepare to sail for the Ottoman court in Istanbul, bearing Murano's secret libro segreto and the last ember of Venetian flame. The Ottoman invitation, a gilded ambassadorial galley, arrives under pretense of silk trade. Its envoy, a slender Greco-Ottoman noble named Yusef Pasha, extends an invitation from Sultan Suleiman, bring Murano's brilliance to top-copy palace glass that outshines the sun itself. Marco bows and transfers the precious embers in an earthenware brazier into Pasha's care, trusting the Galata currents to protect the spark until safe arrival. New fires on Golden Horn in Istanbul. Under crescent banners and the gaze of Byzantine domes, Marco supervises the construction of a new kiln beside the Grand Bazaar's hidden courtyard. Apprentices from Murano join local Kamsi Ottoman glassmakers, sharing recipes for Chalcedony blends and lattice filigrane. You kneel by the forge as Marco lifts the first test goblet, a perfect swirl of cobalt and murex purple, and sets it on a brass pedestal before the Sultan's glittering court. Fusion of styles under Suleiman's patronage, Murano techniques merge with Ottoman aesthetics. Blown globes of lattice filigree become mosque lanterns. Aventure and flecked bowls hold rosewater, and tall wine carafes sport tulip-shaped stoppers. Local rosewood and mother-of-pearl inlays are worked into Murano's brass mounts. You trace a tiny inlaid crescent on the base of a goblet, tasting the lacquer's faint musk as you turn it between your fingers. An unbroken legacy years later. You return to Murano, its islands again, free of ban, but forever changed. New Mestri Veteri emerge, their lineage tracing through the Ottoman exile back to Venice's secret furnaces. In the restored ateliers, the Libro Segreto rests under glass, its pages open to entries for murky cobalt ash ratios and clandestine annealing schedules. Apprentices study the faded gold, dust lines as eagerly as they practice mouth blows at the furnace. Final reflection. As you stand by a newly lit furnace flames dancing beneath the lagoon's dawn, you consider the journey of that single ember, from Venetian decree to Ottoman grandeur and back to Murano's embrace. Each goblet and chandelier now carries more than color and light. It carries the weight of exile adaptation, and the promise that true craft outlives boundaries and bans. And so, as you drift towards sleep, carry this thought. The artistry of Murano glass is more than molten sand, and Hittite is the enduring spark of human resolve, carried across seas, courts, and centuries, forever kindled by masters who refuse to let the flame die. Threads of silk and sapphire looms you settle into your pillows as the gentle hum of your fan carries you eastward to the flourishing city of Nishapur in the year 950 CE. Imagine a sprawling bazaar hemmed by turquoise-tiled madrasas, and, behind its veiled entrances, the Egyptian master weavers celebrated across the Silk Road for textiles woven with gold threads and dyed in patterns of lapis and pomegranate red dot at first light. You slip through a narrow courtyard into the weavers' Krakana, a vaulted hall lined with high warping looms. Each loom's frame of walnut and pearlwood gleams from years of polished use. At one end, a row of dyer's vats bubbles with plant-based dyes, indigo fermented to midnight blue, safflower petals steeped for sunset orange and madder root ground to a deep, earthy crimson. Master Weaver Ascension greets you with a respectful nod, his ink-stained hands folded over a length of undyed silk warp stretched taut between two loom beams. He leads you to a small wooden stool beside his loom, where an apprentice stands by with a bobbin of weft thread-fine silk spun from Kashan, cocoons and twisted with real spun gold. Ascension demonstrates the first pass. He slides the shuttle through the warp's shed, then presses the weft into place with a slender bamboo beater. You lean in, feeling the shuttle's weight in your palm and tasting the faint silk-sweet aroma in the air. Each beat locks gleaming gold-silver threads between purple-dyed warps, forming the first row of an intricate arabesque pattern. By mid-morning, dyers arrive to replenish the vats. You follow them to the courtyard tubs, where they test pH and concentration by dipping a small silk swatch. One dyer calls to Ascension. The madder bath requires a few more hours of simmer before it yields its richest red. Ascension nods and returns to his loom, adding accidental sapphire highlight spun from powdered lapis and bound in gum tragacanth into the developing motif. At noon, a delegation from Samarkand arrives, bearing orders for Nishapa's famed Shamkin, SILK, S-woven patterns renowned throughout Kherson. They present a folded cloth sample its background, a soft, ivory white brocade, overlaid with repeating geometric stars, and request 50 Ls by harvest. Ascension examines the samples under a stream of sunlight through lattice windows, then measures warp density with a silver ring gauge, exactly 20 picks per centimeter. He smiles and accepts the commission, knowing his team can reproduce the pattern by sunrise, by afternoon's haze. The loom hall hums, shuttles whoosh, bobbins unwinding, and the weaver's foot treadles pumping the warp's rhythm. You help an apprentice tie off a flawed section, an errant not loosened by a moment's lapse, ensuring flawless continuity. Each correction preserves the textile's value. Even a single missing gold thread could mar an elite patron's tapestry. As dusk's glow filters through arched portals, Ascension inspects the morning's progress. The cloth's surface gleams with metallic threads. The arabesques flow in perfect symmetry, and the bossed silk fields catch the dying sun in subtle relief. He nods to the dyer, who begins the final rinse with cooled spring water, setting dyes and firming the silk's hand. You step back into Nishapa's twilight, the loom's soft chorus fading behind you, and carry this single question. When distant merchants unfurl these tapestries in far-off courts, whose hands master weaver, Ascension S, or his apprentices, wove the threads that bound Kherson, glory into every golden filigree and sapphire swirl, patterns of power guild secrets, patronage, and the alchemy of color before dawn's first glow. You slip back into Nishapa's Krakana, where the soft clatter of shuttles and measured hiss of loom treadles greet you like an ancient hymn. Master Weaver Ascension stands by a newly warped loom, his sharp eyes tracing the outline of that morning's Shamkin pattern. Beside him, Apprentices ready pigments and pre-wound bobbins as they prepare for the day's contest of precision, tradition, and courtly favor. The guild's guarded Loris dungeon beckons you to the Kazana, the guild's inner treasury, where bound volumes of patterned sketches mash, rick in air wrung rest beneath palm leaf covers. He opens one, revealing dozens of miniature templates, interlocking stars, stylized cypresses, and arabesque scrolls, each annotated with warp to weft ratios and dye recipes. These designs, he whispers, are our patrimony, guarded. Reveal one to an outsider, and the guild's honor is shattered. You trace a fine graphite draft of a star and vine motif, noting the annotation: warp 24 Ns per centimeter, weft 22 pix per centimeter, indigo depth 3.5 drams per shallot, safflower hot bath at 65 degrees Celsius for 90 minutes. The precision astounds you. Every number matters, or the patent phrase at its edges. You close the volume gently, feeling the weight of centuries-old knowledge held between palm leaf and leather. The patrons, Commission A Herald's horn echoes through the courtyard. From the open gateway enters Mir Quoja, a silk-clad governor from Merv, bearing a firman embroidered on silken order from Sultan Niam El Dion to craft a ceremonial banner celebrating his recent victory over the country. The banner will adorn the Sultan's throne tent in Herat, visible to allied emissaries for weeks. Its centerpiece, a medallion of gold-threaded peacocks amid interwoven pomegranates on a field of royal crimson. Azarjan unrolls the firman and reads it aloud by order of Sultan Niam Al Dian, son of the Shah. Let the weavers of Niger craft a dual-alb banner fit for turn S ransom, issued in the 23rd year of his reign. Applause ripples among the apprentices. The commission promises prestige and revenue for the guild, yet also stirs rivalry within the workshop. Whispers swirl which master will lead the patent drafting, which dyer holds the truest garnet red, which apprentices will be chosen for the honor of weaving the Sultan's medallion. War of the dyers at the dyers' vats. Veteran dyer race I rank confronts a challenge from his protege. Young AZD race I rank insists on a traditional safflower clove blend, part safflower infusion and crushed clove husk boiled in goat's whey. AZD, however, argues for a two-stage kettle. First steep safflower in heated pomegranate rind juice to set a deeper hue, then finish in a mild alum mordant bath. He presents two small swatches, one a luminous sunset orange, the other a darker, more saturated vermilion rustate. Hotter na interbenes test both in sunlight and shade. Then tell me which honors the Sultan's decree and our own legacy. You hold the two swatches side by side beside the courtyard's lattice window. Under midday sun, one glows with ember warmth. In shadow, it dulls to brick. The other maintains a dignified luster. Hush follows as Azarjan nods toward his method. Innovation tempered by tradition. He pronounces prepare vats accordingly. Apprentices at the loom that afternoon. You step between the ranks of looms, where apprentices sheathed in damp linen to resist ice, off old shuttle threads and carefully knot new bobbins for the governor's banner. Apprentices assigned to the medallion work gather under a low awning, where Yusuf the pattern master sketches the peacock's plumage in minuscule cross-stitch. Patches across graph-ruled Worsley paper. He points to a single-scale feather each. I requires 5 weft passes in gold, interspersed with 2 in cobalt, then a cream border. You count the graphite ribs. Help wind bobbins of silk gold thread each twist a flattened gold leaf laminated onto silk and feel the fineness of the work. A single misplaced pass and the bird's plumage would lose its iridescence. Midnight final touches as evening falls. The workshop glows by the light of olive oil lamps. Azarjan walks slowly among the looms, stopping at each apprentice to inspect their tension, weft width, and color consistency. He pauses before the medallion loom, where Azidi, fresh from his dye, triumph as the final dark radial lines of the peacock's eye. Azarjan nods solemnly, then dips a fine sable hairbrush into powdered gold and adds a tiny highlight. To one golden weft, the thread shimmers under lamp glow, a pinpoint of pure light. Then, with deliberate grace, Azarjan raises his voice to the assembled artisans. We weave not for Nightshaper alone, but for the Sultan's message to echo through turn, hind, and rum. In each thread lies our oath, that silk and spice bind hearts and minds across the world. The apprentices lower their heads, and even the hearth's embers crackle with renewed resolve. End of day reflection. You step out into the night air, carrying 2 small scraps, a square inch of safflower pomegranate silk and a stripe of gold-laced medallion border. By lantern light, you trace the colored warp and weft intersections, each crossed a silent testament to guild discipline, patronal politics, and the alchemy of dyeing gold. As you drift toward sleep, remember this: beyond the veils of silk in every royal tent lies the hidden war of guilds and the careful deftness of master and apprentice. And in centuries yet to come, when historians unroll faded banners in desert Havelis or museum archives, who will discern that within each golden peacock's I sparkled not only skill, but Nishaper's unbreakable weave of tradition and innovation. Timber's tides, and the Atlantic's call you settle into your pillows as the soft hum of your fan carries you across the Atlantic to early morning mist off Halifax Harbour in 1760 CE. Imagine craggy shores of Nova Scotia ringed by spruce and pine, and a bustling waterfront where the cries of gulls mingle with the hammer ring of shipwrights at dry dock. Here, behind a half-submerged cradle of oak beams, master shipbuilder Jeremiah Prowse and his crew prepared the hull of the new schooner Rose of Scotia, destined to brave ice, storm, and privateer alike. At first light, you follow Jeremiah down a salt-sanded slipway to the skeletal outline of the Rose. Its keel of white oak hewn from a single felled tree and seasoned 2 years rests on stout blocks. Alongside, rib frames carved from red pine stand in order, each marked with chalk notations from Isechi Dozi Rise, 8 run, reflecting the hull's graceful sheer line. Jeremiah runs a calloused hand along the plank's grain and nods today. They begin the intricate art of planking. Apprentices stand ready with ADS's draw knives and furrows. Jeremiah kneels beside the frames and selects a plank from the rough stockpile, a curved length of eastern white pine, its moisture content tested by driving attack and timing the ring of its echo. Satisfied, he hands the plank to you. You brace it against 2 horses wood-shaped supports. While apprentices scarf the plank's end to match frame number 1's rabbet, you feel the pine's slight spring and taste the faint resin tense as you draw the adze. Shaving thin ribbons of wood until the plank seats flush against the keel dot by mid-morning, the rake of caulking crews arrives, specialists wielding mallets and iron caulking irons to force oakum hemp fibers soaked into rintu seams between planks. You work alongside a master caulker, tamping oakum until the crack disappears beneath a bead of pine tar, sealing the hull against Halifax's chill waters. The steam-like wisp of hot tar drifts under your nose, and you sense the hull slowly metamorphosing from skeleton to watertight vessel. Alongside the slipway, coopers roll heavy barrels of pitch and store bundles of pine tar in wooden crates. Deckhands carry hoops of nails wrought iron of exactly 0.5 diameter, while riggers test lengths of hemp rope by suspending varied weights. Ensuring the standing rigging will bear the loads of foresail and mains, you have to coil of hemp round your shoulder, feeling its coarse twist and smelling its earthy grain. By noon, Jeremiah pauses to consult the ship's half-breath plans, watercolor tinted sheets showing the hull's contours at each frame station. He measures a plank's sweep against the drawing and signals an apprentice to adjust the next plank's curvature by trimming its outer edge. You step back and see the hull's form emerging, a sleek sheathing ready to cleave Nova Scotia bays at dawn. As afternoon's light softens, the shipwrights hoist the final plank on the starboard side. Jeremiah directs the tar-boiler crew to heat the pine pitch until fluid enough for brushing. Apprentices dip long-handled brushes into the golden pitch and coat the hull's seams, sealing every chalked joint. You watch the pitch's sheen transform dull wood into a lustrous, protective shell, anointing the schooner against rot and wave before dusk. As tide retreats, the Rose stands proud in her cradle, her planks tight, caulking sealed and hull brushed with tar. Jeremiah runs his hand down its side, then marks today's work in his ledger. Hull planked and pitched hull stands 60 feet, beam 18 feet, draft pending. He dips quill in ink and notes each nail count and plank seamer. Shipwright's vow etched in careful script as you leave the yard under lantern glow. The Rose of Scotia awaits her masts, rigging, and final launch, and you carry with you this single question. When centuries hence maritime historians trace Halifax's shipbuilding lines and faded blueprints, whose hands will they credit for the planked hulls and tarred seams that bridged empire and exchange on the Atlantic's relentless tide trials of timber, war-scourged seas, and Halifax's resolve before the harbor's bustle reaches its noonday peak? You return to the Rose of Scotia slipway to find a new urgency in the shipyard air. Britain and France contest these North Atlantic waters, and Jeremiah Prowse must ready his schooner not merely for trade but for patrols and privateer engagement. Today's tasks: stepping masts, bending rigging, and forging the ship's heart of oak against the coming storm of war. Mast, stepping at EB tide as the tide EBs. The deckhands lower to massive masts, white pine spars hewn from New Brunswick forests to step chocks. Each mast rises 70 feet, tapered from 14 inches at heel to 6 inches at the truck. Jeremiah's voice carries above the clatter. Check the mast partners square by spirit level fore and aft, athwartships, with no more than a quarter-inch variance. You kneel with a brass spirit level, adjusting wooden wedges beneath the mast until its base sits plumb in the step. The mast's head is then lashed by block and tackle, ropes creaking as apprentices ease it upright. When the spar stands vertical, you help drive oak wedges into the partners, locking it in place, bending the rigging with masts. Standing, attention turns to the complex web of standing rigging. In the rigger's shed, bundles of laid hemptard and oakum bedded await splicing. Riggers measure each shroud to length by suspending a brass plumb. bob drop onto the mast's chainplate and marking the hemp's stretch to the deck fitting. You guide a rigger as he marks 65 feet on the hemp with chalk. Apprentices splice 3 strands into a single stout rope, then serve the splice with tarred twine. The shroud is led aloft through dead as mahogany blocks with paired drilled holes and tensioned by toggling lanyards. Each turn of the lanyard's wooden toggles tightens the shroud, pulling the mast's heel into compressive equilibrium. You feel the standing riggings strain in your hands, knowing each must bear gale force winds at sea. Sailmakers loom and canvas cuts nearby. The sail loft hums with a different rhythm. Sailmaker Esther Colborne unrolls a length of heavy linen duck, 22 yards for the schooner's mates. All apprentices mark the cut lines with charcoal, following Esther's chalk-drawn pattern. 8-foot foot, 7-foot leech, and 15-foot luff. Allow a 4-inch fullness per seam for roach, she instructs. You help hold taut one edge as cut is made with crescent-bladed shears. The linen's coarse fibers rustling under the blades slide. Each seam is then double-stitched, with tar-oiled hemp thread on hoop-driven sewing frames. By mid-afternoon, the mainsail's head and clew are bound with 2 inches of canvas webbing for reinforcement, small eyelets, hammered with brass grommets to accept the halyard's cannon. Furnishing and ballast as the riggers complete the 4 shrouds, Jeremiah reviews the deck's gun ports. 2 brass 6-pounders, captured from privateers, await carriages. He inspects their bronze barrels for pitting, measures the trunnions' fall with a steel caliber and nods. Meanwhile, his cooper apprentice loads 6 oak barrels to carboys of fresh water, 3 of salted provisions, and 1 empty for potential prize liquid into the hold's forepeak. Bulkhead planking near the keel is recorked with oakum and pitched to prevent leaks under ballast weight. You help roll the pig iron ingots, each 100 pounds, into the hold on oak planks greased with whale oil, their clatter echoing off the dry dock's timbers as they settle into bilge positions. Storm ready. Trials. Late afternoon brings a sudden squall across Halifax Bay. Jeremiah orders sail trials on the still-cradled schooner. Apprentices hoist the foresail under reefed conditions to test belaying bits and cleats. You watch as the sail bellies under the wind's blast. Then is furled with deft turns to reef points secured with gaskets of spun hemp. Rain lashes the hull, and water sprays onto the slipway. The standing rigging holds firm. Not a pin moves. Jeremiah's eyes gleam with satisfaction. She hold to windward yet ride low in following seas. He jots this note in his ship's log. Rigging trial. Reefed foresail in 30 knots. 0 slippage. Reef points secure. Community bond and launch preparations. As the storm abates, township dignitaries arrive, merchants, customs officers, and naval agents to inspect progress. Jeremiah leads them aboard the raised hull, pointing out reinforced deadwood at the sternpost and newly installed bronze sheathing over the garboard seam. You join in demonstrating how the copper plating will resist shipworm and reduce maintenance. The group nods appreciatively, promising local ladings of timber and tar in exchange for future charters. By evening, apprentices sweep sawdust from the decks and polish brass fittings. Jeremiah convenes a short ale toast by lantern light to Halifax. May her ships sail swift, her timbers stand firm, and her sons find fortune upon the ocean's breadth. Mugs clink, even the apprentices grin, warmed by both ale and pride. Reflection as you step away from the lit slipway into the harbor's dark. You carry with you the vivid echoes of oak beams, taut rigging, and bustling community, and you ponder this question. When historians weigh the timbers of long-sunken schooners off Nova Scotia's coast, whose meticulous measurements and communal labors will they honor as the true keel of Halifax's rise? Jeremiah Prowses, or his uncounted apprentices. Maiden voyage, trials at sea, and Halifax's enduring legacy. The morning tide returns, lifting the Rose of Scotia gently on its cradle, and you return to Halifax's slipway for the schooner's long-awaited launch. A crisp salt breeze carries the mast's lines aloft as Jeremiah Prowse and his crew perform the final rites before the vessel meets the Atlantic's embrace. The ceremony of blessing villagers and sailors gather along the dock. Local Anglican clergyman sprinkles holy water along the keel, reciting a prayer for safe passage. Apprentices stand at attention, clutching tar-soaked pine torches. Jeremiah breaks a bottle of rum against the boat's fragrant amber spray mingling with cedar shavings and declares, "May her timbers honor the craftsman, her sails carry our hopes, and her prow cleave every wave." The crowd cheers. You feel the vessel's wooden ribs tremble with anticipation. Releasing the cradle ropes are cast off in unison. With a measured heave, the oak cradle's blocks roll back on greased planks, and the Rose glides into the water with a deep, resonant thrum, the heartbeat of seasoned oak meeting sea. Crew aboard shout thrice as the schooner's stern swings. Free, you grasp the bulwark to steady yourself against her slight roll. Below, water licks the newly tarred seams, confirming the corking's integrity. First trials under sail once afloat. Jeremiah orders the mainsail hoisted, the hemp halyards groan as deckhands pull steadily, unfurling the sail's broad expanse of cream canvas. Side shrouds creak under tension. The mastodons hum. With a final tug, the sail braces catch, and the schooner heels gently under the first gust of October's northeaster. You help trim the foresail's corner, feeling the wind's power transfer through the lines and into the vessel's bones. The Rose slips from the harbor mouth into the bay. Jeremiah tests her handling, calls for a hard turn to port, then to starboard. The hull responds crisply, her line slicing cleanly through choppy waves. He nods to the young apprentices. See how she answers our hands, her soul is in our craft. You taste a spray on your lips and feel the decks vibration beneath your boots. Confronting the Atlantic beyond the protective breakwater, a swell builds. Jeremiah orders square sail set on the gaff topsail. The schooner picks up speed, its wake fanning behind like a white feathered plume. A sudden crosswind hisses through the rigging, testing the standing ropes. You grip the rail as the Rose pitches, but the masts stand immovable, proof of precise rigging and oak partners wedged plumb in the granite sea bottom. As evening shadows stretch across the water, Jeremiah records in the ship's log. Maiden, voyage wind NNE 15 to 20 knots. Speed maintained at 7 kn, rigging held under squall. Hull dry save minimal spray and forward scuppers. Course set for Annapolis homeward reflection later. As the schooner sails gently under a starlit sky, you stand at the bow, feeling the Atlantic's steady pulse. You reflect on the ship's art, how each plank scarfed, each caulking pressed, each shroud measured, converged in this living craft. You sense the vessel's memory of every strike of adze and hammer, and you carry this thought into sleep. When wreck hunters in distant centuries raise her timbers from the deep, may they honor not only Jeremiah Prowse's ledger entries, but the countless hands apprentices and journeymen whose care and camaraderie forged Halifax's legacy on every timber-studded wave, pulp presses, and the bookish renaissance. You settle into your pillows as the gentle hum of your fan carries you eastward to the banks of the Tigris River in Baghdad. Circa 940 CE, imagine a labyrinth of stuccoed workshops hidden behind market stalls, where the air is damp with steam, and the steady thump of mallets shapes the city's new wonder, paper. Here, master papermakers wore a key and transform mulberry bark and linen rags into the sheets that will bear the golden ages. Poetry, science, and statecraft. At dawn's first light, you slip through a narrow courtyard into the paper mills. A marmor vaulted hall of heated lime vats and wooden vats of beaten fibers. Master Warwick Ibn Hrn greets you, his woolen robe damp at the collar, and leads you to a stone trough where assistants have soaked bundles of cleaned linen in a mild lye bath overnight. He tests the fiber's readiness by rubbing a small handful between his palms. The strands separate into silky threads, free of grit. You follow him to the pounding room, a cavernous chamber with rows of long wooden pestles fitted into vertical guides. Assistants each grasp a pestle's crossbar and rhythmically lift and drop it into the vat of fiber pulp, their arms rising and falling in unison. You join them, feeling the pestle's weight in your palms and hearing the hollow thunk as fibers compress into a homogeneous slurry. Each drop refines the pulp's texture, too coarse, and the paper will tear, too fine, and ink will feather at the edges. By mid-morning, the pulp is ladled into a large vessel beside a line of mabka rectangular wooden molds bound in fine brass screens. Warwick motions you forward. You dip the first mold into the slurry, lift it steadily, and allow water to drain through the screen's 200 thread mesh, leaving a thin mat of fibers across its surface. You feel the slow hiss of water escaping, see the damp sheet glisten against the screen, and then hand the mold to an apprentice for couching the delicate transfer of the wet sheet onto a woolen felt stacked beneath. Felts and sheets alternate until a post of 50 sheets stands ready for pressing. You help position a flat timber coverboard atop the stack, then slide wooden wedges between guideposts to tighten iron press screws. As the press tightens, water seeps out of the stack through a spout at its base, dripping into a shallow tray. The presses groan and hiss become a quiet refrain of transformation. Outside, coopers roll barrels of spring water to rinse the pressed sheets. Each sheet is carefully lifted, dipped swiftly to remove residual lye, then air couched on reed racks underneath eaves. The barn's slatted walls allow drafts of the Tigris breeze to waft through, drying the paper's surface and firming its finish. You trace a finger over a sheet's surface. It is smooth yet subtly fibrous, its pale hue hinting at the paper's lineage from rags and bark. By afternoon, Warwick examines a sheet with a magnifying lens, one of the first such optics, imported from Byzantium, checking for pinholes and irregular warp. He marks imperfections with a red mulberry juice spot, instructing apprentices to recycle flawed sheets in the next pulp batch. You help tear a defective sheet into strips and toss them into the macerator, hearing the fibers rejoin the cycle of creation. As dusk falls, the papermaker's courtyard hums with promise. Stacks of dried sheets, pressed and trimmed to uniform edges, await the calligraphers and bookbinders who will fill them with poetry by Rumi, astronomical charts by Al-Biruni, and the caliph's decrees in shimmering gold leaf. You step back into the fading light, carrying one fresh sheet in your palm, cool, crisp, and ready to bear the world's knowledge and wonder. When centuries hence scholars turn the pages of Baghdad's medieval manuscripts, will they remember the Warwick's patient hammer beats and the first gentle white mats that gave ink its most faithful home? Innovations, intrigues, and the scriptorium's hunger before the next dawn crosses the Tigris. You return to Warwick ibn Nahan's courtyard to witness the papermaker's drive for innovation and the political intrigues seeking their craft's secrets. As the humid air stills, Warwick convenes his senior assistants beside a new experiment, sizing the paper to accept fluid ink without bleeding. The sizing trial at a low stone bench, an apprentice heats a simmer of gelatinous fish, glued via Basra from Persian Gulf fisheries. Warwick pours a ladleful into a shallow copper pan and dips a freshly dried sheet, submerging it just long enough to absorb the glue's thin film. You lift the sheet, wiping excess on the pan's edge and feeling its surface tighten as the glue sets. A quick flick reveals beads of water on the treated sheet, proof that the sizing will guard against ink's wanderings. Warwick nods. No more feathered scripts in the caliph's chancery. The scribe's demand word arrives at the Grand Vizier's scriptorium has run through its stock of blue-ruled paper essential for aligning Quranic calligraphy in gold ink. Warwick's senior apprentice, Amina the ledger-keeper, checks the day's output. Only 12 sheets of the costly indigo dusted finery remain. The vizier demands 2,000. Warwick sighs, recognizing that doubling production risks quality. He orders a temporary staff expansion. Mill workers and coopers must join the vats. While a cadre of regional rag collectors scour the souk for surplus garments, the palimpsest protection meanwhile, a cleric approaches with an urgent petition. Manuscripts of Al-Khwarizmi's treatise rubricated in crimson and black have faded where ink struck unsized paper, and the parchment stock is depleted. He requests that papermakers craft a palimpsest protector, a heavy parchment-like sheet sized with boiled gum Arabic and dusted with ground pumice, to overlay fragile writings. Warwick studies a fragment and sketches 3 proposals for coating weight and pumice coarseness. This will protect the caliph's legacy, he says gravely. Guild rivalry and espionage. As afternoon sun warms the courtyard, a messenger from the competing paper caste in Fustat arrives under false colors, seeking to purchase Warwick's prized Mashriqi-un-SKH, the patent for ruling lines. Warwick's apprentice intercepts him. Our guild's designs are not for sale, the envoy protests. Flashing a letter sealed with the Abbasid eagle, Warwick refuses. These patents bind our community. They feed the scholars who feed the empire. No ransom of gold can buy our honor. The envoy departs thwarted as you sense the tension of paper's power. More prized than coin, night's presses and the flame of knowledge as dusk falls. The papermakers fire the charcoal furnaces beneath the lime vats for another beating. Cycle tonight's goal, double batch sizing. Torches line the courtyard as apprentices work in turns at the pounding room. Warwick stands by, lantern in hand, guiding each pestle drop. Not too hard, or fibers will shatter. Not too light, or sheets will thin. You join the rhythm, feeling every pulse of wood on pulp, a nocturnal hymn to knowledge's steady spread. Got by midnight, a new stack of sized, lined sheets stands ready for the Grand Vizier. Warwick inscribes a final note in his secret log. Safflower sizing, batch N35. Stable at 0.8 drams per square foot. Ruling lines, 300 per L. Blue indigo, output 600 sheets. As you leave the luminous courtyard under lantern glow, the papermaker's heartbeat still echoes in your mind. The steady beat of mallets, the hush of drying sheets, and the unspoken truth that every word ever scribed owes its life to these humble artisans. Drift toward sleep knowing that each page of history began with a splash of pulp and a court's unquenchable hunger for the written word. From scroll to scholarship, Baghdad's enduring echo as the first light of dawn tints the Tigris silver, you return to Warwick ibn Nahan's courtyard for the final act in Baghdad's paper revolution, dissemination and preservation. Today, the workshop buzzes not merely with production but with the sacred duty of sending finished sheets to scribes, libraries and distant scholars. Dispatched to the scriptorium at a low stone table, Warwick oversees the wrapping of sized ruled sheets into bundles of 50 each, tied with undyed linen cord and tagged with a wax seal bearing the workshop's crescent and star insignia. You assist by pressing the seal into warm wax, feeling its crisp impression set. A line of mules waits beyond the gate, each led by a courier destined for Dar al-Kutub, the Grand Library's halls. Warwick hands each courier a bundle and offers this charge. May these pages bear knowledge's light into every corner of the caliphate. Library archiving and palimpsest rescue nearby. A team of librarians and clerics unpack the palimpsest. Protectors. They press the pumice-dusted sheets onto fading manuscripts of Al-Khwarizmi, securing fragile pages within parchment frames bound by silk ribbon. You watch as a final slate of crackled text, once illegible, is rendered safe for future hands. The protective overlay holding every atom of ink in place until restoration can occur. Pilgrims and papers journey by midday. Merchants laden with paper pass through the bazaar gates. Caravan leaders from Bukhara, Cairo, and Cordoba inspect the sheet's thickness, finish, and ruling precision. You stand among them as they leaf through a sample folio, test each page's ink hole drawing. Quick quills of iron gall ink and nod approvingly. Each merchant selects thousands of sheets, wraps them in leather-swaddled crates, and arranges for camel train or Tau passage. The paper's voyage will carry Baghdad's scholarship across deserts and seas. The master's reflection and final entry as evening's call to prayer drifts along the Tigris. Warwick returns to the empty pounding room. He runs his hand along a single discarded pestle, its wood worn smooth by centuries of rotation. At his side rests the Libro Segreto, open to the final page. He dips a brush in lapis-tinged ink and writes, Year 329 R. Lustrum 3. Papers now voyage to far Anglia, Rum and Sinmay. They outlast empires and cradle all learning. You feel the weight of that promise, a covenant etched in pigment that transcends the pulse of any ruler, a question to echo through time as you step away from the courtyard's quiet hum. The papermaker's press is stilled for night. Carry this thought into your dreams. Each line of script, every chart and verse, rests upon those first sheets of Baghdad paper born of bark, beaten by mallets, sized by alchemy, and bound by the scribe's hand. And you wonder, when distant scholars lift these manuscripts from centuries-old shelves, who will whisper gratitude for the Warwick's hammer beats, and the workshop's secret scrolls that gave ink its most faithful home. Drift now into sleep knowing that every word ever penned, every idea ever cast upon page, owes its life to the silent, steady craft of those who turned pulp to parchment, on the banks of the Tigris where history's heart first learned to beat in ink and fiber alike.